Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Ebony Maw had no expression on his face. He did not feel arrogant at all, but asked respectfully again. Let's put infinite gems on that planet first. It won't be too late to take them away after I find the heart of the universe. Thanos spoke lightly and ordered to Ebony Maw. He wasn't actually worried about the mind gem being left on Earth. Infinite gems is not a high priority compared to Infinity Gauntlet, but both are indispensable. Promise. Ebony Maw nodded slightly with great respect on his face. Father, I believe that our great goals will eventually be achieved. I am willing to give my life for you. Earth, the United States. With Asgard entering the fray, it was only a matter of time before the Chitauri Legion fell. Asgard can be regarded as the Asgardian among the 9 realms, and it is naturally several times stronger than the Earth. After all, they have a highly developed civilization, and the cosmic power that came out with the birth of the star field Asgard's power is actually a kind of cosmic energy, not the Oriental power as we understand it. Although they prefer close-to-hand combat, it would be foolish to underestimate Asgard's technological level. Although Asgard's technological situation is far less diverse than that of Earth, this is all because they value their own strength more than the technological level, pouring divine power into themselves to expand the biological race advantage. As S.H.I.E.L.D Director, Nick Fury also fully felt this and had a clearer understanding of Asgard's power. Asgard doesn't have as powerful technology as the Chitauricians, but every member of them is powerful and terrifying. They have strong muscles, iron bones that can ignore cold weapons, terrifying self-healing ability, and a divine power that can be blessed on any item at any time from any perspective. Today's Asgard is not something that human civilization can fight against. If there is a conflict with Asgard, human civilization may suffer an even more tragic defeat than the Chitauri invasion. But the good news is that the relationship between humans and Asgard seems to be pretty good so far. As an Asgardian of the 9 realms, Asgard is like a big brother standing in front of humans. The Chitauri Legion invasion this time is a good illustration of this point. However, this does not dispel Nick Fury's vigilance against Asgard. The King of Agents is habitually suspicious of anyone. Because the timing of Asgard's appearance is too ingenious. Just when the Chitauri Legion was on the brink of destroying human civilization, Asgard joined the fray. So just right, such a timely help. It is conceivable that when the story of Asgard spreads, all human beings will owe Asgard a great favor. This is not good news for the schemer Nick Fury. In fact, Nick Fury's suspicion was not wrong, and Asgard's appearance at such a clever timing was indeed Hela's calculation. When Loki came to Earth and took away the Tesseract, Hela was already paying attention to the situation on Earth. When she saw the Chitauri Legion rubbing against human civilization on the ground, Hela was always on the sidelines. It was not until the human civilization came to the most dangerous situation that Hela led Asgard to join the battlefield to save the human civilization which was almost in extinction. The purpose of doing this can greatly improve Asgard's status in the hearts of mankind. Asgard of at the moment is already a savior-level existence in some human eye species. In the future, Asgard will definitely get huge amounts of influence history on Earth, and this is just the first step of Hela's plan. Next, Hela will also send Asgard envoys to station on Earth to strengthen the connection between the two civilizations. By sharing some relatively low-end technologies, step-by-step improve Asgard's status on Earth, until Earth, like the rest of the 9 realms, becomes fully affiliated to Asgard. The advantage of this is that it can turn the Earth into a subsidiary of Asgard and expand the rule of the 9 realms without causing too much conflict. In Hela's view, the Earth cannot be conquered by force. Hela, who has lived in the body of the White Queen for several years, knows this truth very well. So, she prepared the strategy of boiling the frog in warm water to accomplish her goal. Although Nick Fury can already see some signs, but it's hard to stop. Hela is indeed a good king. She has learned how to fight for the interests of Asgard with means higher than force. Although it is not fair to humans on Earth to do so, Hela's current position is Asgard. Moreover, the human beings on the Earth are not at a disadvantage. At least they have got a reliable big brother. When thinking that the god king of Asgard is Hela now, Nick Fury will inevitably think of Li Feng. Even before Hela returned to Asgard, Nick Fury already felt that Li Feng was very lucky. Today, even more so. Bai picked up a god king as his wife and walked to the pinnacle of life while lying down. Who will change, who will not be moved. On the Stark building, Hela was in a very happy mood. The harvest of coming to the Earth this time is even greater than she imagined. Not only achieved the goal, harvested a wave of prestige on the Earth, but also got the universe 213 Rubik's Cube. At the same time, there is a surprise mind gem. All this made Hela very comfortable until a sudden news came from Asgard. Nidawi, the dwarf star in the Nine Realms, was actually bloodbathed by alien creatures when the Asgard army descended on the Earth. The notorious obsidian generals in the universe even dispatched all of them to slaughter Nidavi's dwarf. This made Hela very angry. He achieved huge amounts of success on the Earth, but in a blink of an eye he found that the group he ruled was wiped out and no one could accept it later. 5 generals of obsidian. Why did these damned lunatics destroy Star Dwarf? That's Hela's only question. It stands to reason that General Obsidian and Asgard have never been in conflict with each other. Moreover, Nidavi only has a group of dwarfs. They are very peaceful, they will not invade others, and there are no cosmic resources worth plundering. Why are they wiped out? Could it be that? Is Obsidian 5 coming to Asgard? The notorious Thanos also intends to take advantage of the time after Odin's death to trouble Asgard. Thinking of this, Hela became even more angry. After all, almost half of Asgard's weapon supply sources come from dwarf stars. Including Mjolnir, which Thor used before, and Hela's Night Sky Blade all have dwarf stars. Therefore, Nidawi's dwarf family was learned, and it was Asgard who suffered the most. Damn 5 generals of obsidian, you're really tired of living. This kind of offensive behavior will never be tolerated by this king. Even if you are hiding in the corner of the universe, I will make you pay in blood. Hela gritted her teeth in her heart, because her heart had already put General Black Day on the must-kill list. From sending the Chitauri army to invade the Earth to the bloodbath of Nidawi, the actions of the 5 generals of Obsidian are not so much declaring war on Asgard as declaring war on the 9 realms. This is no joke. At the same time, Li Feng also returned to Earth. Looking at the surrounding villas that had turned into ruins, Li Feng scratched his head helplessly. Although my own home was not affected, the humans in this area are probably all dead. Clearly, there is no longer a place to stay. Who wants to live with a group of undead? Fortunately, Li Feng's Marvel Pictures Co. Limited has completed several rounds of financing. In order to ensure the stability of his funds, his financial assistant has already invested most of the money in real industries, including several well-known companies. Real estate company. Therefore, in the United States, where Li Feng wants to live is not a problem. He immediately explained what had happened before and asked the White Queen for her opinion. After getting the latter's approval, the two moved to a sea view villa about 300 kilometers away from the capital of the United States. Covering an area of about 10,000 square meters is also one of Li Feng's properties. For rich people, moving is not a difficult task. Just wave your hand and say a few words and everything will be handled by a special person. After changing to a new villa, Li Feng naturally wants to take his wife for a walk around. It is worth mentioning that with the end of the war, the rebuilding of the capital of the United States began in a hurry. The largest city and the largest economic center in the world, after being horribly destroyed by the Chitauri Legion, immediately mobilized tens of thousands of construction workers in accordance with the government's request. Not only Li Feng's construction company, almost all construction companies around the world have set their sights on the capital of the United States. Why do you say businessmen are cold-blooded? After the disaster, they only have interest in their eyes and only interests. Those lives buried in this land are actually not as useful as banknotes in their eyes. Everyone knew that before the rebuilding of the United States Capitol was complete, business opportunities abounded here. Some businessmen with active minds even set up construction companies urgently, intending to take a share of this feast of the construction industry. Even the Stark Group, which is now transforming into energy, has urgently established a construction department. It has to be said that Tony Stark is indeed a shrewd businessman. He has a keen sense of smell and can smell business opportunities in a crisis. Coupled with Tony Stark's excellent performance in this war, the Stark Group will undoubtedly become the top family group in the entire capital of the United States. After spending a good time with the White Queen, Li Feng sent an instruction to his Marvel Pictures Co. Limited. Shoot a movie called X for Vendetta. The theme of this movie is very simple. Anti-hero, anti-government, reverence for freedom. Li Feng started to convert the movie plot in his memory into a script and handed it over to his subordinates. As we all know, V for Vendetta is a DC movie. It is Li Feng's attempt to make a DC movie in Marvel. After all, the entire United States will be in trouble with huge amounts of trouble. SOKOVIA crisis. Those ordinary humans will start to question the existence of the government and the danger of superheroes. The theme of X for Vendetta happens to be related to this crisis. I have to say, Li Feng comment section is a genius. After explaining the matter, Li Feng is preparing to leave the Earth, planning to go to Asgard to stay for a while. The Earth has experienced such a catastrophe, and it is estimated that there will be no movement for a long time. The capital of the United States is being rebuilt, and S.H.I.E.L.D probably won't bother itself. So just take advantage of this time to spend time with Hela. Besides, Li Feng went to Asgard for another purpose. He already knew about the destruction of the dwarf star. Compared with the barren information of the universe on the Earth, the news of Asgard is much better. He knew that Hela was very angry because the dwarf star is the greatest race in the 9 realms. And each of their ordinary people, note they are ordinary people, not the dwarf army, from birth to growing up loyally subordinated to Asgard, forge weapons for the king of God without any mutiny. Therefore, their destruction is equivalent to touching the bottom line of Hela. Then if his wife wants to do something, Li Feng definitely doesn't want to stand by and watch. He knew that Black Yao 5 was standing behind Thanos, and with Hela's temperament, he was bound to fight against this purple sweet potato essence. According to the current strength of Thanos, this may not be easy. Moreover, Li Feng always had a hunch in his heart that Thanos might be more difficult than he imagined. After meeting Thanos, he felt that this guy was obviously wiser and more cautious than he appeared in the movie. For such a time bomb, Li Feng felt that it would be better to dismantle it as soon as possible. Soon. Li Feng arrived in Asgard and met Hela, who had just returned from Earth. Looking at the Tesseract and Psychic Scepter in Hela's hands, Li Feng was not surprised. With Hela's strength, it is very simple to get these 2 infinite gems. Seeing Li Feng's arrival, Hela was still very excited. When she learned that Li Feng planned to help her deal with Hai Yao Wu Jiang and Mai Li's Hao Ba, she became angry again. Those damned guys actually attacked me while I was leaving the 9 realms. This is an insult to the people of Asgard who advocate fighting. Then, Li Feng learned the whole process from Hela. However, what he didn't know was whether Thanos' attack on Nidawi at this time was the original plot or the butterfly effect he brought. Li Feng no longer believes in the original plot. Since his appearance, the entire timeline has changed, son. Either go faster or go slower. Even the existence of the Universe God group and the 5 creation gods have arrived ahead of schedule. What else to believe? Therefore, Li Feng gradually understands that his existence is to bring the original story of the Marvel world to an unknown ending. As for whether this ending is good or bad, Li Feng himself is not sure. Almost 2 months have passed since the Chitauri invasion. In the past 2 months, the reconstruction work of the invaded and damaged cities has been very smooth. With the efforts of countless capitalists, a brand new capital of the United States was rebuilt in the blink of an eye. Don't doubt the technological level of the Marvel world. With this level of civilization, rebuilding a city is not difficult. On the contrary, it is very simple. However, although the capital of the United States has been restored to its original state, no one will forget the war not long ago. According to post-war statistics, at least tens of millions of innocent lives died in that war. This is a very terrible number, which can be said to have deeply hurt the hearts of all the United States people. Even today, 2 months later, there are still mass demonstrations all over the United States. All countries are urgently researching various secret weapons, hoping to be more calm when facing alien invasion next time. Many secret projects that were originally abandoned by the military at the moment have also been put on the agenda again. For example, the Gene Warrior transformation plan drafted by General Ross himself. General Ross has hit a low point in his military career since the events of the Hulk took place in Dayton and was ended by Thor. If it hadn't been for S.H.I.E.L.D to straighten out the mess, General Ross would have gone to military court and been tried for this matter. But no matter what he said, he is still a general with a few stars on his shoulders. Existence of this level is very rare no matter in any country, and General Ross himself has a lot of connections. The huge network settled this matter. But people's hearts are rare. No matter how high his status is in the eyes of the people of the United States, he has lost his former power and become a mascot-like existence. However, after the battle of the war in the capital of the United States, everything was changed. When the proud military power of the United States was easily crushed by the Chitauri Legion, he was brought up again. The Gene Warrior transformation plan, which was shelved due to the Abomination incident, was put on the agenda again. Some people in the United States who know the inside story began to vote jointly on social networking sites. Many people hope that General Ross can restart this plan to help the United States create a group of powerful fighters, and it must be in batches manufacture. Only in this way can the United States and the people feel at ease. Although the abomination has caused significant damage to the United States economy, but he and the Hulk are powerful, and people deny it. Smash a tank at every turn, ahad, this is not something ordinary people can do. Compared with these two behemoths, Captain America, the spokesperson of the super soldier, is simply a younger brother. The citizens are not fools. The war was recorded by TV stations from beginning to end and broadcast to the whole world. Who is better, Hulk or Captain America, can be understood at a glance. In this way, Ross returned to the peak of power. He even went one step further and became the chairman of the Global Security Council. The disgusting corpses collected secretly were also delivered to General Ross. A group of scientists who worked in the military created a new generation of serum by checking and filling the gaps in the genes of their abhorrence, and they have already begun to test it on soldiers. Looking at the soldiers who were injected with Taehuang inhibitors and stabilizers. There was a frightful ambition in General Ross' eyes. He is not satisfied with these, because his purpose is not to create another abomination. Abomination may be strong, but it is not perfect. Instead, create more abominations, making their existence the most common and unique arms in the world. The Chitauri invasion that gave him this idea, the divine power of Asgard and the terrifying power of thunder erupted by Thor are also one of the reasons. This made a deep impression on General Ross. If the advantages of Abomination and Thor can be combined, what kind of powerful creature will be born? General Ross felt himself getting more and more crazy. He even began to imagine that assuming that Thor's gene could be extracted, he would definitely get unimaginable exciting results. Just imagining that scene made him very excited. It's just that although General Ross is ambitious, he also knows who to mess with and who not to mess with. Now that Asgard is in full swing, to touch the gods of Asgard isn't it courting death? Although it is a pity General Ross gave up the idea of fighting Thor and decided to find other targets. For example, the video that was playing in front of him. In the video, a small dark red ball gradually exploded and continued to rise and expand. The terrifying invisible destructive power directly reduced hundreds of Chitauri to ashes. With just such a small ball, the damage done to the Chitauri Legion is even higher than all other superheroes combined. This is real power. This is the real super soldier. This is the ultimate goal of General Ross. Li Feng, your name is Li Feng, isn't it? How good would it be if your power was mine? How great would it be if you could be of use to me? General Ross watched the video with greed in his eyes, and he did not hide his desire for Li Feng's powerful power at all. As for why he knew Li Feng's identity, it was naturally because of the satellite above his head. Actually, when Li Feng appeared above the capital of the United States, he never thought of hiding his whereabouts at all. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D has already seen his existence and knows that he is too powerful. Li Feng just hoped that no one would bother him, instead of being afraid of being exposed for fear of being exposed. But what he didn't expect was that this also led to him being targeted again, and it was also from the military. Like General Ross, Tony in at the moment Stark building also looked at Li Feng in the video, showing an expression of disbelief. Originally today, Tony had a whim and wanted to review the battle 2 months ago to see if there was anything Favis could improve and learn from. Unexpectedly, I saw this picture taken by satellite. In the picture, it is the figure of Li Feng. Originally, Tony didn't notice his existence at first, he just wanted to see who entered the space channel and blocked the continuous attacking Chitauri army. That was the turning point in the Great War. If Li Feng hadn't rushed into space and faced the Chitauri Legion with tens of thousands of warships alone, the pressure on the superheroes would have been infinitely greater. Even those relatively weak superheroes will pay the price in blood. Regrettably, no one knows who this unsung hero is. Even no one knows whether the hero has returned from the space channel. However, after many times of magnification and detection, Tony finally saw the true face of the unsung hero. The partner of the Stark group, the young director who is called a genius by countless people, Li Feng. Such a man who looked to be in his 20s was actually the unsung hero who blocked Chitauri's attack. It was he who rushed into the space passage without hesitation. It was he who blocked the Chitauri's legions from the gates of Earth without looking back. LT saved innocent humans who should have been buried. So, he has been hiding his name and silently guarding the United States. Tony couldn't help sighing in his heart, and at the same time he had a deep admiration for Li Feng. Compared with a playboy like him who enjoys the love of the public, Li Feng is more worthy of the title of hero. Even Tony has a strong urge to announce this news, so that Li Feng will be known to people all over the world, so that his deeds will be praised as they should be. But after some deliberation, Tony gave up Tilda this idea. If it was a few years ago when Tony was at his most arrogant, maybe he would have done this. But it's different now, he's mature and more scheming. Since Li Feng is unwilling to reveal his superhero identity, why should he make his own claim? After all, not all superheroes, like Tony himself, like the public's pursuit and the worship of the stars. In fact, in Marvel, most superheroes are anonymous and don't want too many eyes to pay attention to their lives. Definitely, except Tony, who announced his identity in the first season. However, this enjoyment does not affect Li Feng's love in Tony's heart. If Li Feng knew what Tony was thinking, he would definitely show a weird expression. This brain power, it's absolutely amazing. I don't know if Li Feng has come back, I should have found out earlier. Tony thought angrily. He hated himself for not watching this video carefully earlier. It has been 2 months now and Li Feng has not continued to appear in public at all. Is it possible? Maybe he ran into some trouble after rushing into the space channel so he couldn't come back. The thought made Tony frown subconsciously. If this is the case, a great hero has been lost. However, after some investigation, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Li Feng did not lose contact. He just moved out of his villa and bought another sea view villa of tens of thousands of square meters by the sea. Moreover, in the past 2 months, he has been very low-key. Not only did he not publicize his achievements, he even did not go to his company's studio. This noble character immediately impressed Tony. What is a knight? This is called a knight. Flick off your clothes when it's over and hide your merit and fame deeply. No, I have to talk to him. I have to get on good terms with him. Tony took a deep breath, picked up the suit next to him and rushed out the door. He already knew how powerful Li Feng was, so he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Strong, noble character, selfless dedication, or the unsung hero who saved the United States. This is what Tony thinks of Li Feng. So much so that he now has an idea of extremely admiring Li Feng. What are you kidding? Throw a small ball casually and you can clear the field. Who doesn't worship a great god of this level? After this great battle, Tony became more aware of the weakness of human beings in this area. Just in the moment of introspection, he saw a series of methods by Li Feng. It's like a person who has never been in contact with star chasing meets a star who catches his eye. After staying in Asgard for 2 months, General Obsidian and Thanos had no extra movement. Li Feng took Hela back to Earth temporarily. Now with Thanos' ability, it is very easy to hide in any corner of the universe. Therefore, Li Feng didn't impulsively let Hela lead the army out of Asgard. That was very stupid. Knowing the Marvel plot very well, he naturally knows that as long as the Psychic Scepter and Space Gem are in the hands of Hela, then Thanos will come again sooner or later. When the time comes, it will not be too late for a decisive battle. So the two returned to the new villa. After White Queen and Hela met, they held hands very intimately and greeted each other a few words just like sisters. This scene was watched by Li Feng and it was extremely comfortable. Husband, let's prepare dinner together. White Queen said with a smile. As soon as Li Feng saw this smile, he subconsciously felt his legs go limp. It seems that there is no escape tonight. I'll go to the room to prepare first and I hope we can have a perfect night today. Hela smiled charmingly at Li Feng and said quite seductively, seeking flowers. In the past 2 months, Li Feng traveled with her in the 9 realms, restoring the original peace and bringing Asgard back on the right track when Odin was alive. So, at this time, Hela doesn't have any troubles. She felt that this manner made her more relaxed and liked than Asgard. Moreover, she is not worried that any place in the 9 realms will fall into chaos again. Because now she not only has a psychic scepter, but also has a space gem that claims to be able to travel through any star field in the known universe. So no matter what happens in Asgard, she can go back at any time. Soon. Hela changed into a light green hip-wrapping skirt, which set off her figure perfectly. She nodded in satisfaction in the mirror before walking out of the room. Seeing this scene, Li Feng couldn't help but gasped. Such a Hela is simply too close to the human beings on Earth. There is no need for any extra movements. It seems that as long as she stands there, the atmosphere in the room will become incomparable. Every gesture is full of bold charm. It has to be said that Li Feng was very satisfied with this. However, just as the 3 of them were preparing to eat, the doorbell of the villa's gate suddenly rang. This made Li Feng, White Queen, and Hela frown at the same time. Which guy has such short eyes? Don't know they're ready for a perfect night. Despite some resentment, Li Feng came to the front of the villa and looked at the visitor indifferently. There is only 10 Bugatti Veyrons in the world parked at the door, and you can tell who is coming without looking. Tony Stark. Hi, Tony pulled out his hand nervously, smiled at Li Feng and said, Li Feng, long time no see. How did you come? I remember you weren't invited to dinner today, Tony. For this guy who invested a lot of money in his company in the early stage, Li Feng is still very satisfied, so his tone is not too much. Tony immediately understood what was happening, and he showed a slightly apologetic smile to Li Feng and said, Actually, I came here this time to talk to you about the big battle 2 months ago. Can anyone let me in? Li Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded to welcome him in. Hela and the White Queen seemed to have expected it, and they didn't want to say hello to Tony, so they walked into the upstairs bedroom first. And after Tony sat down, he didn't talk too much nonsense, bowed directly to Li Feng and said straight to the point. Li Feng, thank you for your contribution to this city. I am proud of you. To be honest, you are the only person I have admired since I was a child. I think only you can take on the 4 words superhero. If possible, I hope we can communicate more and cooperate more in the future. Just like seeing a fan of an idol, Tony's enthusiasm is a little abnormal today. Li Feng looked at Tony with a question mark on his face, wondering if this guy has a short-circuited brain. After all, in his impression of Tony, he is a very proud guy. You've done a great job, Wani. Stop talking nonsense, just talk about it if you have anything to say. I don't like going around in circles. Li Feng yawned and waved his hands in a hurry. There are still 2 goddess-level existences waiting for me upstairs, so where's the time to chat? Don't worry, Li Feng, I promise I won't spread your identity around. I have no other purpose here, just to express my thoughts and admiration for you. Tony seemed to understand the reason why Li Feng responded to him in an instant and said sincerely, What are you talking about? Looking at Tony with a sincere face, Li Feng was even more confused. What the hell is this guy talking about? Okay, look at this. Seeing that Li Feng was still playing dumb, Tony had no choice but to raise his right hand and tap his watch. There was a flash of blue light. The projection starts playing the video. When Li Feng saw his handsome back, he immediately understood why Tony was so enthusiastic about him. This guy's emotion is the act of rushing himself into the space channel. It seems that he is desperate to protect the city. In fact, it was just that Li Feng wanted to meet Thanos, so he rushed in. Tony, listen to me. I don't feel like I'm a hero, I just did it to vent my anger. You'd better not send this video, I don't want too many people to pay attention to my life. Li Feng said to Tony lightly. He naturally believed that Tony still had this integrity. Tony nodded when he heard the words, but misunderstood Li Feng's meaning in his heart. He felt more and more that Li Feng was more noble than he imagined. In fact, Li Feng was just out of trouble. If this video is released, how many people in the world will disturb him? Do I still want to live a life without shame with my 2 wives? As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong, and that's just the reason. Have to say, this was a wonderful misunderstanding. The thoughts of 2 people are not on the same channel at all. Even if Li Feng knew that Tony would misunderstand him, he didn't bother to explain too much. After the 2 chatted about other things, Tony left the villa very sensibly. He is satisfied to meet Li Feng and express his thoughts. At the same time, Li Feng, who was sitting in the villa talking to Tony, didn't know that General Ross had already launched an operation against his target. He is using his own efforts to convince a top military executive. The purpose, of course, is for Li Feng. General, I want you to think about it seriously. Although this is not a wise decision, it will even cost us an anonymous superhero. But if successful, we, the United States, will no longer fear any country, not even foreign invaders. In the room, General Ross bent over and said to an old general who had lived for nearly 90 years. This old general can be said to be the highest-ranking military member in the entire United States. His every move, every word, can affect the current direction of the United States. Therefore, Ross approached him directly and suggested that the military issue an arrest order to capture Li Feng and hand him over to him. Even if you do so, you may encounter fierce resistance from Li Feng. But who cares? Li Feng is powerful, but does he dare to make a move against fellow human beings? Everyone knows that superhero dare not go against the government. Otherwise, all the fishing boats in the world will definitely make Li Feng's life worse than death. No, Rose, you haven't thought it through yet. This move is too risky. You may detonate a super nuclear bomb at any time. If he resists fiercely, we simply cannot afford the consequences. Do you think it will be useful if I agree to send you a battalion of troops? Don't be too arrogant, it's useless. Wrinkles formed on the general's face and his tone was dry and indifferent. Obviously, he did not agree with General Ross's risky idea. What are you kidding? How could he try to P***s off a real hero who saved that war? Crazy? Still stupid. However, General Ross didn't think so. On the contrary, he was full of confidence. Because after overnight research, his think tank formulated a plan that he thought was good. The current Li Feng is still living on the Earth, and he is half of the United States. As long as he has a family and responsibilities, whether he is a superhero or not, he can only be determined by the government. Because such a person definitely does not want their life to be destroyed, so they will naturally choose to surrender. It may sound ironic, but it is true. The only weakness of superhero is their weakness, their bottom line. This world is a rotten world. Whoever is more rotten and has no bottom line wins. Is General Ross going to trouble Li Feng when he knows that Li Feng can easily cause damage comparable to a nuclear explosion level 2.8? Is he out of his mind? No. General Ross is sure that Li Feng is an earthling with self-moral restraints and will not take action against their kind. Otherwise, what is his reason for protecting the Earth? Even if he can resist, he will definitely control the strength of the resistance so as not to cause too serious consequences. To put it bluntly, General Ross' purpose is to use Li Feng's inner bottom line to restrain himself. You can call General Ross mean, but it actually works. Because this is not the first time Ross has used such despicable means. To deal with other superheroes, the military even only needs to find a seemingly just crime, arrest them, and fabricate some fishing boats to make ordinary citizens resist the existence of these heroes, and everything will naturally become reasonable. The only difference is whether it's worth it or not. For example, Hulk in the early days was not always chased by General Ross. Does Hulk have no ability to deal with the military? Definitely not. If Hulk wanted to, he could even rush into the military area, kill Ross, the old wolf, and get out of the way. However, Dr. Banner in Hulk's body kept subconsciously telling him not to be an enemy of any political leader who has the power of a country, because they control people's hearts and have full credibility. As a result, Hulk was chased by the military and had no choice but to flee. To put it bluntly, isn't this an example of being bound by inner morality? But if the object is changed to abomination, what can the military do? There's no moral constraint in hating this guy. When he transformed, didn't he destroy the Research Institute and almost killed General Ross? Therefore, abomination is more difficult to deal with in the eyes of the military than Hulk. This 7 guy not only doesn't get in, but also doesn't have any bottom line at all. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. It's as simple as that. The life of the military is not life. Who dares to mess with this guy? The same is true for Li Feng. The military only needs a seemingly righteous crime to completely control Li Feng, leaving him no room to play. As long as Li Feng still has a bottom line in his heart, and he still cares about his family, the law, and the country, then Li Feng has no choice but to go and get caught. Unless he wants to live a life like Hulk, who is wanted by the whole country and is worse than a sewer rat. What is the price the military needs to pay? Just some useless morals. General Ross knew that there was no need for such things as morality. He was a lunatic, and he was also a lunatic who survived the war, so he only cared about his own goals. As long as the purpose can be achieved, even if some unimportant things are sacrificed, he doesn't care. So after listening to General Ross tell his whole plan, the general who was 90 years old was actually wavered and agreed. From the perspective of human psychology, General Ross's plan is undoubtedly perfect. Even if he really fell out with Li Feng in the end, he probably wouldn't have to pay too much. At most, because there are a few scapegoats. Definitely, the premise of all this is that Li Feng is a very moral and noble superhero. Otherwise, all the above have to be voided directly. As for Li Feng's character, judging from the military's analysis, it should be pretty good. After all, Li Feng once acted selflessly in the capital of the United States and broke into space alone, blocking the Chitauri Legion from the atmosphere and saving countless lives. Without this incident, it would be impossible for General Ross to come up with such a risky plan. Go ahead and do it, Ross. I have a hunch that my time is running out. If you can take him down, then you are the future of the United States military. In this way, you are qualified to sit in my position. I wish you success. In the end, the general waved his hand at Ross and said in a moderate tone, "Definitely, please rest assured, I will definitely make the United States military great again. I will definitely make the United States military the most powerful existence in the world." General Ross nodded vigorously, his eyes full of madness. He was confident, totally confident. As long as he can get Li Feng's serum, he can create warriors 100 times stronger than the abomination. When the time comes, what is the Chitauri Legion? What is Asgard? After receiving the support of this respected old general, General Ross quickly left the military. All the conditions have been arranged in advance. As long as he says a word, he can act immediately and close the net. As for Li Feng's wishes, who cares? It's too bad to lower the point requirement Song needs to draw 10 points of blood. Anyway, this kind of thing is nothing to General Ross. He can climb to this position. He has long been shameless. The next day, Li Feng, who struggled to get up from the arms of the two goddesses, received a call from Marvel Co. Limited. The content of the phone call is very simple. X for Vendetta has been filmed, and it has been discussed with the theaters and the screening has begun. This news caused a crisp sound in Li Feng's brain. Congratulations to the host for successfully releasing X for Vendetta and opening a new chapter DC. Get a special reward, the 12 main gods of Olympus, Zeus's personal weapon, the Lost Spear. As soon as the words fell, Li Feng felt a holy light appearing in his hand, and then a half-human tall divine spear floated in front of him. Bathed in the holy light of gold like a flowing liquid, it is very divine. At the tip of the spear there was a sacred meaning of killing in the sharpness. Although it looked ordinary, it gave Li Feng a feeling of palpitation. System, explain the use of this divine spear. Li Feng tried to caress the spear body, as if his whole body was infected by the holy light, and he had a sacred mission in his heart to judge life and death at will. Ding. This spear is called the Lost Spear of God, also known as the Eternal Spear. It is a weapon used by Zeus, one of the 12 main gods in DC. 100% hit and pierce any target, no matter how far apart, no matter which galaxy 90 comes from. Definitely, the premise is to know the coordinates of the target, except for creatures in unknown galaxies. It means that as long as he uses his ability to trigger, select a target, and use all his strength to throw the spear, then the target will definitely be pierced. The explanation of the system is very clear, and Li Feng can understand it in a flash. It is worth mentioning that the damage of this divine spear is based on the user's strength, and now Li Feng's strength can almost be regarded as the best existence in the entire galaxy system. If he throws the divine spear with all his strength, wouldn't he want to kill someone? Just kill who? Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, weighed it in his hand, and threw it directly into the system's space after thinking about finding a bad luck guy to try it out. Just when he was about to get up and take a shower, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. He picked it up and looked helplessly. It was Tony calling. I said, Tony, call me early in the morning. Is there anything urgent? As soon as the voice fell, there was an extremely urgent voice from the other end of the phone. Li Feng, are you still at the villa? Go. The military has sent a battalion of troops to your house. They look like they're going to attack you. I also just received the news, so I will notify you as soon as possible. When Li Feng heard this, he couldn't help frowning and asked, the military targeting me? Why? But before the words fell, there were bursts of noisy noises coming from outside. Outside this villa, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters, already there are densely packed troops, and the entire area is blocked with live ammunition. Then a group of advance team directly broke through the gate of the villa and broke in, making a lot of noise. Judging from the news delivered by Tony, apparently the military has arrived. Li Feng's complexion immediately darkened. He is too tired of trouble. I hate it even more when someone breaks into my villa. Seeing that Li Feng didn't speak, Tony on the other end of the phone became anxious and immediately began to put on the mark armor, hoping to rush to Li Feng's manor. In fact, General Ross wanted to do something to Li Feng, but he didn't tell anyone lower than him. And Tony just found out, so he notified Li Feng immediately. He is not afraid of Li Feng's loss. He knows Li Feng's strength very well. He is afraid that his impulsiveness will cause an irreversible situation. That's why he was so anxious. He just wanted to avoid conflicts as much as possible, who knew it was still a step too late. At the same time, Tony was also yelling at General Ross for being an idiot. This old guy, if he wants to die, he can just find a place to jump off. Why should he provoke Li Feng? As a person who has dealt with the military all the year round, Tony understands the habits of the military very well. From the older generation to his generation, everyone knows that they are a group of unreasonable hooligans. If Li Feng was annoyed, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. Besides, Tony doesn't want Li Feng to suffer. Such a noble superhero, why bother with him? Soon, Tony put on the armor and flew directly in the direction of Li Feng's manor. Meanwhile, while on the road, Tony informed S.H.I.E.L.D of the news. He needs Nick Fury's help now, needs S.H.I.E.L.D to come forward. At the moment, inside Li Feng's villa, he had already walked out of the living room and met this group of unexpected guests, headed by General Ross. Li Feng remembered the old man's face very clearly. When Dr. Banner was taken in last time, the two had met once. General Ross at the moment looked at Li Feng with a victorious smile on his face. Behind him, hundreds of military personnel have surrounded the villa. After seeing Li Feng coming out, General Ross also stepped forward, stood in front of Li Feng and said lightly, "Li Feng, right? I am General Ross, the current Deputy Secretary of Defense of the United States, and you should know who I am. After investigation by our military, we seriously suspect that you possess some kind of terrorist weapon that will destroy the United States. From a constitutional point of view, you have violated international law against humanity. To prove your innocence, Mr. Li Feng, please cooperate with us, otherwise we have the right to forcibly take you away." General Ross said to Li Feng in a superior tone. Looking at this posture, it seems that Li Feng is determined. This made Li Feng frown and his eyes became cold. He knows exactly what kind of person General Ross is in the Marvel Universe, ambitious but also like to play tricks. He came to the door suddenly, needless to say, he knew what this old guy wanted to do. "What if I say no?" Li Feng responded lightly. To be honest, he really didn't understand why this old guy didn't come sooner or later, but why he came to die at this time. Judging from what Tony said to him yesterday, it is not difficult to guess that the video of him killing some Chitauri over the capital of the United States has been controlled by the military. Then, logically speaking, the military should be more afraid of themselves. General Ross raised the corners of his mouth and sneered as if he had expected it long ago and said, "Definitely you can refuse to cooperate. This is the right of every citizen, but I'm sorry, the military order has come down and we will enforce it. Even if you escape from here, the military will issue your arrest warrant to the whole world, and there will be no place for you in this world. So, I still suggest that you cooperate honestly." General Ross said with confidence in his victory, as if he wasn't worried about Li Feng's runaway. The main confidence is that Li Feng seems to be a superhero. If it was a super criminal, General Ross would never dare to trouble Li Feng. In his opinion, even if Li Feng resisted in the end, at most he wounded a few soldiers and fled, just like the old Hulk. "By the way, I would like to remind you that you'd better cooperate with our military's actions, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. You don't want to see yourself ruined, do you? As a talented director who has gone from being unknown to being well-known all over the world, you don't want your work to become the trash that everyone despises, right?" Uemo felt that it was not safe enough, so General Ross said one more sentence, reminding Li Feng of the consequences of his resistance. "This makes the intention obvious. I just want to threaten you, Li Feng, to either cooperate obediently or be tough. If you resist, you will directly become a criminal and lose all glory. If you don't resist, you'll be fine." It can be said that there is almost no solution to General Ross's conspiracy. If Li Feng was really an indecisive superhero like Dr. Banner, he might really have succumbed to General Ross' words at this moment. Using social fishing reels as a threat to challenge the superhero's inner moral bottom line is a dead end for those real superheroes. But unfortunately, General Ross didn't know that the person standing in front of him was not a superhero at all. Li Feng didn't even feel angry. Good Money Zhao just felt that General Ross in front of him was a funny joker, doing an ugly, stupid show. Looking at the silent Li Feng, General Ross smiled triumphantly and relaxed. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Li Feng." He raised his hand and waved to the soldiers behind him. "Come on, arrest this talented director and bring him back for interrogation." Several soldiers with guns came up and surrounded Li Feng, but then Li Feng grabbed a soldier by the neck like lightning and lifted him up. The poor soldier had his neck broken and died in midair. This scene. It directly changed the form on the field, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The soldiers all around raised their guns one after another, and countless infrared rays stayed on Li Feng's body. General Ross' face changed even more. He didn't expect Li Feng to resist so simply. Thinking of the terrifying power possessed by Li Feng, his body that had just relaxed tensed up again. But he is worthy of being an honored general who has experienced wars, and he still remained calm at this moment, berating in a cold voice. "Li Feng. What you up to? Do you want to make an enemy of the military? Are you going to betray this country? You think about the consequences. If you kill someone, there will be no place for you on the whole earth. Besides, what you have in your hands are soldiers defending the land of the United States. Are you capable of bearing the consequences? Think carefully." General Ross's tone became more urgent and louder, and Jin Ping was roaring. He tried to use this reaction to cover up his inner panic, because among all the soldiers present, he was the only one who knew how powerful Li Feng was. However, Li Feng's eyes were still indifferent, which made General Ross gradually become uneasy. 2 seconds later. Li Feng spoke indifferently. His voice was like ice. Why do you think that if you bring a bunch of soldiers with live ammunition to surround me, I will submit? These words caused a little cold sweat to ooze from General Ross's back. His conspiracy seems unsolvable, but there is an important premise. That is, Li Feng's own status, reputation, and bottom line are very important. Also, he must want to be a superhero. Only in 940 can General Ross eat Li Feng to death. But assuming Li Feng originally was a super criminal, his threats would be ridiculous. Just when the atmosphere reached the freezing point, Tony landed in the villa like a jet of air. At a glance, he saw the unlucky guy whose neck was being held by Li Feng, and at the same time saw Jai Feng with indifferent eyes. Li Feng, calm down, Li Feng. If you have something to say, you can talk about it. We are all friends. Why did the flood wash over the Dragon King Temple? Tony was really panicked. He was afraid that Li Feng would accidentally twist the neck of that hapless guy. At the same time, he was extremely angry. General Ross' methods were too low. It is indeed the easiest way to use moral standards to deal with superheroes, because the military doesn't need such a thing as morality. The atmosphere on the field became more and more oppressive, and both Tony and General Ross locked their eyes on Li Feng. What Tony is most worried about now is that Li Feng will directly use his own power to kill all the soldiers here. In this case, the contradiction between the two parties will be completely intensified and everything will be irreparable. Brother, calm down. Leave it to me here and I will deal with it. Tony's voice came, even with a little pleading. However, after listening to Tony's words, Li Feng's eyes became even colder. He didn't take Tony seriously at all, let alone listen to him. Because the person who caused the trouble was not him. Afterwards, Li Feng looked at General Ross at the side, sneered and said, "General Ross, are you happy playing with people's hearts? Do you think you are smart? It is indeed a good idea to use the moral standards in human hearts and let them tie their hands and feet, so that they can only choose to submit. If I were a superhero like Tony next to you, who needed to care about morality and everything, then your purpose might be successful. Unfortunately, I am not." These few words made General Ross's face completely gloomy, and his face turned blue and white for a while. He knew that the worst had already come. What's even more frightening is that Li Feng understood his plan at a glance, which made the feeling of controlling everything in General Ross completely disappear. Looking at the speechless General Ross, Li Feng smiled disdainfully and turned his gaze to General Ross again. A scarlet light flashed in his eyes and invisible killing intent instantly emerged, enveloping the latter. General Ross shuddered. Seeing this, Tony quickly stood in front of General Ross, gritted his teeth and said, "Li Feng, I beg you can't kill him. He is an honorary general of the United States. Killing him will make your situation very bad." Even though Tony wanted General Ross to die, he couldn't just sit back and watch it happen. The identity of General Ross meant that he could not die in Li Feng's hands. Otherwise, Li Feng will be completely against the United States. Li Feng was completely indifferent, his eyes were still firm and did not waver in the slightest. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. That's Li Feng's bottom line. He never needs to emphasize the second half of the sentence, but to prove it with facts. Go away, Tony. Li Feng gave Tony a cold look and said, "I'm now very angry." Tony trembled all over and cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. The invisible killing intent floating around seemed to make the surrounding temperature a bit colder. But at this critical moment, a phone call suddenly entered the JARVIS system. It was Nick Fury. "Tony, how is the situation on your side?" Nick Fury's voice was very anxious. When the Chitauri Legion invaded Earth, Nick Fury didn't have this anxious attitude. "Very bad, Chief. Li Feng has broken a soldier's neck and now wants to kill General Ross, and I'm stopping him." Tony reported the truth, and he was also thinking crazily in his heart how to stop Yi Bai. Strength? He can't be Li Feng's opponent. Persuade? It's even useless. In addition, how to exonerate Li Feng is also a big problem. Tony definitely knows that Li Feng is not the one who started the trouble, so the only thing he thinks about now is to keep Li Feng and not fall out with the United States. That's why he reported this to Nick Fury. "Tony, listen to me," Nick Fury's voice came again, and Zhang Jianchu split. "Don't stop him, let him do it. No matter what, we can't stop Li Feng. General Ross, that bloody B*********, is simply too far beyond his control. The only thing you have to do now is to cooperate with Li Feng and kill that B********, General Ross. Let me kill him." When it came to the last sentence, Nick Fury almost roared out. This made Tony almost stay on the spot and even thought he was hallucinating. "Did I hear you right? S.H.I.E.L.D Director asked me to kill General Ross." Although Tony knows that General Ross and Nick Fury are very difficult to deal with, but there is no need to be so ruthless. Execute the order, execute the order. Whatever the consequences, Nick Fury, will bear them for you. Nick Fury seemed to have guessed that Tony would be puzzled by this and emphasized very resolutely. Although Tony was at a loss, he could only follow through. Originally, he was very upset with General Ross and he dared to touch his idol. It's just that he has been restraining himself because he is concerned about the identity of the other party's high-level military. But now that S.H.I.E.L.D Director is taking care of it, I'm still afraid of it. Brothers. Tony suddenly opened the mask, walked up to Li Feng, looked at General Ross with resentment and said, "I changed my mind, let's kill this old guy together." The attitude changed so quickly that no one present could react. General Ross's face changed even more. What is this scenario? How dare Iron Man be so rebellious? Before this thought came to an end, a dazzling light suddenly came from above his head, and Iron Man directly aimed the laser cannon in his hand at General Ross. This scene made the soldiers surrounded outside the villa confused. Think about it, Tony. I am a general. If you dare to attack me, you will be the enemy of the United States. I'm catching criminals. General Ross' face twitched and he yelled at Li Feng and Tony directly. First Li Feng, then Tony. These two guys didn't take themselves seriously at all. As for whether the goal can be achieved, General Ross has given up extravagant hopes. I know who you are, General Ross, and you don't need to emphasize it. But I'm sorry, I just got orders from S.H.I.E.L.D Director Nick Fury to kill you straight away. If you have doubts, ask Nick Fury when he's in hell too, Tony said carelessly to General Ross without any respect at all. This is the original character of Iron Man. Seeing this scene, Li Feng didn't show any superfluous expressions. As long as Tony doesn't stop him, we will still be good friends. Only General Ross was still wondering why Nick Fury wanted Tony to kill him. Now the situation has changed. Before General Ross came, he was full of confidence and felt that he could control all the situations. But in the blink of an eye, he fell into a deadlock. After seeing that his identity as a general could not stop Tony and Li Feng from killing him, General Ross panicked. But the next second he gritted his teeth, took out a reagent tube containing a red amber-like liquid from his pocket, and poured it into his mouth. This is the research result of Ross using all military resources these days. Based on the serum of the Abomination and the serum of the Hulk, a super soldier potion was developed. He originally didn't plan to drink it so early. He also wanted to wait for a higher-level serum to be researched with Li Feng's blood before taking it. But now it's too late. He has no choice. Not long after drinking the serum potion, General Ross felt a sharp pain. It seems that the cells in the whole body are constantly dividing and regenerating at this moment. This is a pain that is more terrible than a broken bone. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold on but failed and could only let out a beast-like wail. At the same time, his body is constantly inflating and expanding, like an inflated balloon. His muscles began to bulge, his skin began to swell and gradually turned dark red. I rely on, what is this? Looking at the scene in front of him, Tony couldn't help exclaiming. He never expected that General Ross would become what he is now. Who knows what General Ross drank? But obviously this old man's genes began to mutate. Li Feng looked at General Ross with great interest and did not choose to stop him. He wanted to see what kind of existence General Ross would become in the end. However, the venue is not here. This is my home, and I should change to a more open place. Thinking of this, Li Feng raised his hand and rushed to General Ross at an extremely fast speed, grabbed him, and flew directly into the sky. Then he threw it directly to the sea outside the villa. General Ross obviously does not have the ability to resist gravity, and after being lifted and dropped by Li Feng, he can only fall freely. With a loud bang, General Ross slammed into the water. There is no difference between falling into the water at this height and falling on the concrete floor. If it was the original General Ross, this free fall would have been enough to end his life. But now, obviously not. Without making Li Feng wait too long, the mutation of General Ross was completed. I saw a big guy with dark red skin, countless scales, and the same appearance as a Hulk, standing on the ground and roaring angrily at Li Feng. Is seeking flowers. Seeing this scene, Jai Feng couldn't help being taken aback. This is a red giant. Before he could recover, General Ross, who had transformed into a red giant, roared directly at Li Feng, beating his chest and stamping his feet, as if in a demonstration his face was full of madness. Obviously, after becoming the red giant, General Ross's thinking has become a little confused. However, he clearly remembered his hatred for Li Feng. Next second, the red giant squatted down slightly and shot towards Li Feng like a fired shell. It's not flight, it's pure jumping power. General Ross directly and easily jumped to a height of 300 meters, kicking the ground out of a pothole. Such terrible power and Hulk are almost the same. It's a pity that the Red Giant's life was not good and he met the monster Li Feng. The Red Giant is very powerful, but what is it in front of the even more powerful Li Feng? Seeing the Red Giant shooting towards him, Li Feng showed disdain and stomped on it. Boom! The Red Giant was stepped on the ground directly, smashing a big hole again. But soon he climbed up from the pit, without any scars on his body, and came to kill again. In fact, the strength of the Red Giant is not weaker than Hulk. In the original Marvel universe, he even killed abominations. So in a sense, the Red Giant is Hulk's lifelong enemy. It's a pity that the scene where the Hulk fights the Red Giant will never happen again. I think hell must like a pervert like you. Seeing the figure of the Red Giant gradually approaching him, Li Feng smiled faintly. Next second, he raised one hand and casually grabbed the air beside him. At once the originally pitch-black sky flashed with a scarlet light like a crescent moon, completely illuminating the entire sea area. At the same time, in this new moon, there is an incomparably huge figure wearing a silver-white armor and holding a giant axe gradually solidified. Below one looking at this scene, Tony and others were instantly dumbfounded. What happened? Is this also Li Feng's power? Why have I never seen it? Before he could recover, the giant axe slowly fell and penetrated the Red Giant's body. In an instant, the Red Giant's body split into tens of millions of blood clots, scattered in midair. A bewitching scarlet flame rose up, burning these blood clots into ashes. So far, the Red Giant has fallen. Even with the identity of General Ross, he completely disappeared in the Marvel Universe. Inside and outside the villa, there was a dead silence. Those soldiers with guns, even if they want to fire, they don't have this ability. Just because of the aura that Li Feng had erupted earlier, they made the crap out of them. Under Tony's complicated eyes, Li Feng walked slowly through the air and came to him. Go back and tell Nick Fury I don't want to see anything like this happen again. I don't need them to respect me, but they should learn to fear me. Finished. Li Feng turned around and walked into the room without giving Tony a chance to speak. As for the words 3, it was also Li Feng who once again expressed his attitude to Nick Fury. He doesn't need Nick Fury's respect, and he doesn't need Nick Fury to see himself as a superhero who can save the world. He just needs to make people fear him and be in awe of him. Only fear can restrain you. This is the attitude that human beings should have towards God. When Li Feng is in a good mood, he can occasionally help human beings and save the world. But this does not mean that he has the responsibility to protect the Earth. I believe that after the Red Giant incident, those human organizations should learn how to treat him. Just like DC Next Door Superman in DC is like that. Human beings treat Superman with respect and fear. It is also this fear that makes humans know how to respect Superman. If not, just think about what the Avengers face in the future. The human side even promulgated an agreement to regulate superheroes. This also led directly to the Civil War. This is human nature. You can't make them fearful, they will be greedy for more. What Li Feng said after he left was deeply imprinted in Tony's mind. Let human beings learn to fear. Do you want to become a god over all living beings, Jai Feng? Tony thought to himself. He naturally recognized Li Feng's voiceover. But soon he said to Jarvis, how is the battle data collection going? Sir, the data has been collected, you can check it at any time. Jarvis responded, I see, it will be passed on to my laboratory later. I want to make one anti-god armor. Li Feng, are you ready? Excitement flashed across Tony's face and his tone was full of madness. If he wasn't crazy, how could he have started the idea of challenging God? Anti-Hulk armor in the front and anti-Li Feng armor in the rear. This is Tony Stark's ambition. He knew he had to have checks and balances. If Li Feng, the god of the world, was offended by those stupid humans, and he couldn't comfort him, it would be an unsolvable disaster. He had to be prepared for this. The probability of this happening to Bai was almost zero. At the moment. The United States, inside the White House. After Nick Fury learned that General Ross was dead, he immediately turned the car around and met the President of the United States, Trump, who is known as the King of Twitter. The first thing he came in, Nick Fury explained Li Feng's identity to the President of the United States. After hearing that Li Feng's wife is Hela, the god king of Asgard, the President of the United States, who had been killed by Li Feng and then resurrected, almost fainted from fright. No matter how courageous he is, he cannot remain calm. But soon Nick Fury told him that General Ross was dead, and the matter calmed down smoothly. Great, that guy died, well, now I'm relieved. Immediately rule the military and support the new minister. Banish all of General Ross' henchmen. After hearing the news, the President of the United States immediately issued an order to Nick Fury, his eyes filled with joy. Nick Fury didn't say much either. He has always looked down on the president, and he just came here to report to avoid political conflicts. After he's gone, the President of the United States puts his feet on the table, mutters to himself. It's a pity that such a big secret cannot be tweeted, otherwise many people will like it. 11. After solving the matter of the Red Giant, Li Feng also returned to the manor. The soldiers who followed General Ross have also received the highest order from Nick Fury to evacuate. Everything is equal to nothing happened. As for Hela and White Queen, they both tacitly didn't ask anything. They didn't care what trouble Li Feng was in. On the Earth, unless there are those alien creatures coming to invade, there is no need to be afraid of anything at all. In the following period of time, Li Feng's life returned to normal. The death of General Ross was concealed. After all, the death of a general still had a great impact on the United States, but with the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D, there is no need to worry about any secrets related to politics being leaked. So, Li Feng took advantage of this time to go to the set to plan a new movie. After much deliberation, he decided to make a Joker to compete for the next Oscar. Now his Marvel Films Co. Limited has entered the stage of financing and listing, so Li Feng's reputation has continued to rise during this period, and he has almost caught up with the world's second-tier directors, but he is short of qualifications and more good works. In order to sit on the throne of the top director, and in his previous life, Joker, the movie known as the Enlightenment of the DC Universe, can be said to have caused a frenzy. Therefore, making this movie will definitely make the company more famous. It's even possible. Caused an unimaginable sensation. Li Feng has always been a person who does what he says, so as soon as the idea came out, he started casting and arranging the shooting. This time he decided to be the director himself, shooting all the details of Little 33 Ugly. As for whether this will lead to the collapse of the DC universe, he is not worried. The movie Joker is not specifically used to tell about personal experience, nor is it a character's life record, but to reflect the dark side of society and resonate. There is no Joker in this world, or everyone is a Joker. Come on, everything is ready. On the set, Li Feng was wearing an Armani jacket, shouting and waving. Crowd acting is especially important in this scene, don't mess with me. Wait a minute, when the protagonist enters the subway, you all put on the mask for me. As crazy as I am, I will act as crazy as I am, and the money is indispensable to you. Good performance, I personally reward $10,000. It has to be said that the current Li Feng is simply rich and powerful. The actors on the scene also entered the state as if they were inspired. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng's eyes, and then the lost spear that was collected in the system space suddenly drilled out of his body and flew towards a certain city in the distance. This scene instantly plunged the entire studio into dead silence. Li Feng frowned, not understanding what happened. However, he did not lose his composure but beckoned to the assistant director beside him, asked him to continue shooting, then turned and left. Theoretically speaking, since the lost spear is a reward from the system, it should be under my control. Why did you run away suddenly? When Li Feng was puzzled, he spread the god's telekinesis. 2 seconds later, he caught a dazzling golden light. The god's telekinesis goes down the verse again. Soon, Li Feng understood something. A playful expression appeared on his face and he murmured with a half-smile, interesting, and then his figure flickered away from the spot. 7 at the same time. The United States, Washington, an airport terminal. With long braids, a woman named Diana was sitting in a corner seat, fiddling with the laptop in front of her with a calm expression. On the computer, there was a man named Bruce who had forwarded her an email, the content of which was basically about various superhero fragments hidden among the people. Just as she was watching with gusto, a spear surrounded by golden light burst out from above her head, and the terrifying power directly pierced through the ceiling of the airport and finally hovered in front of Diana. What? Diana was taken aback, and the innocent people around her moved away. As if meeting a master connected by blood, the spear turned around twice in place, and then leaned in front of Diana, rubbing her face. Diana frowned, as if she understood something in her heart. She subconsciously reached out to touch the spear. But at this moment, don't touch it, it will hurt. A soft voice sounded, and then a figure in casual clothes appeared beside her like a ghost, leaning on the back of the chair with his legs crossed, looking very leisurely. Diana, who has a strong and keen intuition, immediately noticed the abnormality. She tilted her body slightly, her wrists were tense, she dimmed the laptop screen and turned her head to see the man's face clearly. After seeing the face of the visitor clearly, Diana covered her mouth lightly. You know me. Li Feng smiled and at the same time waved his hand casually, holding the lost spear in his hand. You are The man who saved the war in the capital of the United States. Diana frowned slightly and said, "It seems that your name is." Li Feng. "Oh, you also saw the video?" Li Feng asked in surprise. "It was sent to me by a friend named Bruce." Diana smiled gently and said, "If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have seen that thrilling battle. Originally, I wanted to find a chance to get to know you. How do you?" She didn't continue, but pointed to the spear in Li Feng's hand with her finger. Li Feng naturally knew in his heart that what he was talking about was Batman Bruce. After all, it was not surprising that the famous master knew these things. He smiled and said, "Don't mention these past events. Are you free? I'll buy you a drink." "No, I have to wait for the next flight." Diana spread her hands helplessly and said, "Go to Dayton and interview for my new job. How about this?" Li Feng pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly said, "I'll give you a new job. How about you cancel this trip?" "What?" Diana was taken aback, then shook her head and refused and said, "Mr. Li Feng, I want to say that we are not very familiar with each other. I don't know your identity and origin, so I can't trust you." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly trembled all over and her whole body froze in place as if hit by a bolt from the blue. "What's wrong with you?" Li Feng asked, puzzled upon seeing this. "Something went wrong," Diana said with a pale face. She hurriedly stood up from the chair, put the laptop into her backpack, and walked towards the gate of the airport resolutely. "What are you going to do?" Li Feng asked. "Back to the Amazons." Diana responded subconsciously, but quickly realized that she stopped, looked at Li Feng and said, "Sorry, Director Li Feng, we will talk again when we are free." After speaking, he turned and left directly. "Wait," Li Feng stretched out his hand to grab her arm and said softly, "Diana, I know who you are, the princess of the Amazons, right?" Boom. Diana's mind went blank for a moment and she looked at Li Feng defensively. "This guy. How do you know your identity?" "Go, it's too late to explain, I'll take you to the Amazons." Li Feng didn't explain that much to her, just took her hand, led her to a corner where no one saw, tore open a space passage and walked in. Diana took a deep breath, suppressed the doubts in her heart and walked in with him. The Amazons are a race of half-gods and half-humans. Readers who are familiar with DC may know that the place where they live is called Paradise Island, which is located in the only piece of pure land in the world. The protective power is protected, and all Amazons can live forever. And this is also the reason why Diana was able to survive from the First World War to the present 593. She has the purest demigod blood, purer than any of the same kind on the island. Paradise Island is a veritable huge island, surrounded by endless ocean. Only a densely built city is located on the island. When the two of Li Feng appeared, the island was already full of gunpowder smoke, and there was even a black wolf smoke that shot straight into the sky, implying that something was ominous. "This is beacon fire," Diana said with a face full of disbelief. "This thing has not been lit for hundreds of years, and once it appears, it represents Yamato." She didn't finish speaking but let out a roar. Her whole body exploded with momentum, and the clothes outside her body exploded, revealing the battle suit she was wearing inside. The place shot away. Li Feng squinted his eyes. His originally majestic the god's telekinesis completely covered the entire island in an instant, saw a group of people fighting, and didn't understand what happened. So he followed Diana's footsteps and rushed into the main city. Considering that the Marvel Universe plots may have been boring for everyone, so the Wonder Woman plot is deliberately inserted. Not to open a new chapter of DC, the plot of the Marvel Universe is still in progress. If you have any questions or don't like to watch, you can leave a message in the comment area. I hope you will subscribe and support more. The central area of the main city is where the wolf smoke is the most intense. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and in less than half a minute they came to this land of gunpowder. All the buildings were destroyed, even the castle where the queen of the family lived was destroyed out of shape. Under those ruins, all the corpses of the Amazons were buried, and they seemed to have suffered heavy injuries that could not be recovered. This is unacceptable to the half-human, half-divine Amazons. When Diana saw this kind of scene, that touching face was almost extremely cold, making the surrounding air almost freeze. In the end, what happened? Diana took a deep breath and landed on the flat ground under the castle together with Li Feng. To be precise, the vicinity of the Amazon castle is a plain, and except for the layered buildings, it is basically an area suitable for fighting. This is also the nature of the Amazon family. What are these? Li Feng's eyes suddenly focused, and he looked at the crimson mound at his feet. This kind of mound even has a hot burning sensation, and fragmentary sparks shine in it, revealing an ominous atmosphere. There are at least hundreds of such mounds around, and most of them are close to the buried Amazon corpses. This is The corpse of the Dark Lord Darkseid. Diana was attracted by Li Feng's words, and when she saw the pile of red soil, her face was as cold as ice. Darkseid, Li Feng narrowed his eyes. Come with me to the god room. A trace of worry flashed in Diana's eyes. She directly grabbed Li Feng's wrist and rushed towards the ruined palace. She moved forward all the way. Her body was like a meat shield. She smashed away the ruins effortlessly and created a path alive. This made Li Feng feel ashamed. The end of the road seems to be the most hidden place of the palace. The shrine is a sacred place used by the Amazons to worship the gods. Usually, only people who have been approved by the god box can enter. Diana pointed to a square arch not far in front of her and said, "Strange symbols are engraved on the door, as well as portraits of some ancient figures, revealing a sacred atmosphere everywhere containing a lot of power of faith." The two walked in quickly. Behind the door is an altar surrounded by steps, and in the middle of the altar will be a half-person high pillar with some simple and mysterious symbols engraved on it. It's just that these symbols made Li Feng doubtful. He recognized the pillar in an instant, something from Justice League. There should have been a box on it. At this time, suddenly, a crisp reminder sounded in my head. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the side mission. Slaughter the 12 main gods in DC. Complete the task to get a reward, Lord God's Bloodline X1. Slaughtering the 12 Lord Gods, Li Feng couldn't help frowning. Before she had time to think, Diana's voice sounded. "Too bad, the mother box is gone." Diana said, staring at the pillar, "I'm coming back now. It's too late, they've got their way." They. Li Feng asked curiously, "Who?" Darkseid, our ancestors called him the Terminator of the world. He was born to conquer all races. Millions of creatures have died in his hands, and these dead creatures will produce genetic mutations. Resurrection to become his subordinates demon-like. Diana explained, "It is a creature that feeds on fear and can parasitize on any host. The piles of red soil you saw earlier are probably the same. The demonoids that were wiped out by my people. Isn't this equivalent to having your own legion anytime, anywhere?" Li Feng was surprised. "As long as you kill the opponent, you can use it for yourself. It's a pretty good ability." "Not bad." Diana smiled with hatred in her eyes and said, "Every time Darkseid appears, it means that millions of creatures will be slaughtered. And these creatures are likely to be you and my relatives. When the critical moment came, we had to kill them with our own hands in exchange for peace. Because at that time, they were nothing more than monsters who only knew how to kill." Hearing what she said, Li Feng understood that she might have really experienced such a thing. That's why her tone was so hateful. "Snatch the box, what can I get?" Li Feng asked curiously. "Power." "There is no power inside the box. The original of the box is power." Diana shook her head and explained, "I don't know the origin of the 3 boxes, but I can be very sure that it is not a product of this world. When these 3 boxes appeared concentratedly on the earth, a strange vision of heaven and earth occurred, as if chaos had descended. And my mother told me that when the 3 boxes are integrated together, a power of unity will be formed. That kind of powerful energy can not only easily destroy a planet, but also destroy the planet's interior, turned into a devastated shell. Countless vegetation, buildings, oceans, mountains, and even the air will cease to exist, just like Darkseid's hometown. He once ruthlessly used the power of the Mother Box to destroy his own kind and all loved ones. According to what you're saying, he once got the Mother Box." Li Feng asked in surprise. "I didn't get it before. To be precise, the Mother Box actually came to the earth with Darkseid." Diana pointed to the murals around the altar and said, "When he came for the first time, he said openly that he would use the power of unity to destroy this beautiful planet. In order not to let the earth fall, the Amazons, Atlantis, and all human races united together and fought side by side, and the Jew clan Zhao Zhao's and his legion resisted. Among them are not only the legendary warriors of our clan, but also allies from other foreign spaces, and even the ancient gods who only exist in mythology have appeared in concert. They did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to repel Tiankexiang and his army. It is said that Darkseid became furious after the defeat because he had never been so embarrassed before. He made a poisonous oath to return to this place one day in the future, defeat the Earth Alliance, and bring darkness. He ran away." Li Feng asked, "Why don't you just keep him to avoid future troubles?" "It's too difficult." Diana looked at Li Feng seriously and said, "When Darkseid came to Earth, human beings were not what they are now. They had advanced technology, and even their fighting methods were very ancient. And the mothership that Light Darkseid rides on is countless times more powerful than the weapons on land. Although our ancestors were able to defeat it, they couldn't leave him completely, they just destroyed his legion." "I see." Li Feng nodded and said, "Then what happened later?" "Oh, that's right. Diana said he was too busy to escape, so he left the mother box here, and it was controlled by the ancestors. The power of 3 mother boxes integrating together at the same time is too dangerous. The ancestors have seen it all. Diana's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled. She sighed and said, in order to avoid this danger, the allies from the foreign space help us integrate it separated, and entrusted one of them to the Amazon family, the guardian of the family, and entrusted the other to the Atlantis family. Sealed underground in the deepest sea area in the world, it will never be able to reappear in the light. And the last one was given to the human camp. They buried the mother box in a secret place, and those who knew its true location had already died of old age. Only in this way, any ethnic group will not be able to use the power of the mother box to attack each other, and no race will be able to obtain its power. Defending the enemy together and creating peace, there were really heroes in that era. Li Feng clicked his lips and said, it turns out that human beings are not the only creatures that survive on the earth. It's just, Diana said, I'm afraid the grand scene like that back then can't be realized today. Human beings have been fighting for hundreds of years. Tees was forced to live under the sea, but the Amazons could only stay in this island and be protected by the divine power. They could not leave, and could no longer cooperate among the 3 tribes as before. I have never had any expectations for human beings. Li Feng sneered. The mistakes made by General Ross are still vivid in his memory. He said lightly, look at those powerful nuclear weapons. Isn't this self-destruction of the homeland? If it's not that they realize it, it's just a matter of time until the end. Hearing Li Feng's words, Diana glanced at him in surprise and said, it's rare to have a thorough understanding. But one thing to note is that our relatives and loved ones depend on this place for survival. Li Feng chuckled and said, so we have to do our best to protect this land, right? It's a pity that the mother box has disappeared now. Even the location of the Amazons has been found, and the remaining 2 are probably, Diana said with a sigh. Li Feng looked at her pale face and was about to say a few words of comfort, but Abba turned his eyes to the steps of the altar and said coldly, who, come out. Hearing this, Diana also looked over for a moment. It was a defective staircase backed by the shadow as if something was moving. Following Li Feng's icy voice, the object in the shadow paused and tremblingly climbed out along the wall. She is a young Amazonian girl. Her face was full of horror, and she was so frightened that tears rolled in her eyes, and there were many bruises all over her body, as if she had been hiding here long ago. Don't kill me. She hid her hands behind her back and said in a trembling voice, it seems to be from your tribe. Li Feng felt relieved after realizing that she was not in any danger and said to Diana. Diana blinked her beautiful eyes, walked towards the little girl squatted in front of her and said, you are an Amazon, do you know me? Hearing what she said, the little girl paused, stretched out her immature hand to wipe away the tears in her eyes, tilted her head to look at Diana and whispered, you are, Her Royal Highness Princess Diana. Yes. Diana nodded repeatedly, stroked the hair on the former's forehead and asked, tell me what's your name? My name is Desola. The little girl showed her white teeth without the fear she had before and whispered, Desola, are you the only one who survived? What about the queen and her legendary warriors? Diana hurriedly asked, tell me, where did they go? They. Desola seemed a little afraid of Diana, took 2 steps back, pointed to the towering mountain above her head and said, they hid in the ancestral land above. I can't climb up. As she said that, tears welled up in her eyes again and the tears fell like beans. Mom died in battle. I'm so scared. Seeing this, Diana's eyes were full of distress. She picked him up and put her arms in her arms and said, go, I'll take you up. After finishing speaking, she nodded to Li Feng behind her and immediately took off on the spot. Her figure was like a finch. Soaring into the air, she crossed the cliff of the mountain peak in one fell swoop and jumped twice in succession to use her strength to reach the peak. Mountain top. Li Feng was not so exaggerated, but stepped on his footsteps slightly, as if he was dragged by some kind of force, and caught up with the former's pace in an instant. The 2 quickly rushed into the forest on the top of the mountain, and were led by Diana to go deep in a direction. At the foot of this mountain is the main city of the Amazons, but there are no buildings around it. Instead, all kinds of weeds are overgrown, like a no-man's land. Soon, Diana stopped, got out of the forest and trees, and came to an area in the middle of the mountain. In this area, there is actually a sunken slope surrounded by a circle. In the slope, there are a total of 12 2-meter-high statues, standing in 12 directions in the slope, exuding a faint sacred power, forming a transparent cover that only Jijiao can see. And at the bottom of the slope, there are more than 30 remnants of the Amazon tribe sitting and resting. They are all women. The battle suits they wear have long been damaged, and their exposed skin is full of scars. In the middle of the crowd, a delicate woman wearing a crown and thick clothes was praying for something. She is the queen of the Amazons, Hippolyta. When Diana saw this scene, her face was full of excitement. She jumped into the slope and rushed towards her mother and the clansmen desperately. Then all the clansmen looked at her with surprised expressions. "Diana, why are you back?" Hippolyta hugged Diana, who was running towards her, with tears streaming down her eyes. "Mum, it's good to see you're all right." Diana also sobbed a little, but her tone was more excited, and she said, "I can feel in my heart that something happened to the Amazons, so I rushed over immediately." Alas, Hippolyta sighed repeatedly and said Darkseid's subordinates are too powerful. "They snatched the magic box and slaughtered our people. We can't compete with him if it weren't for the protection of the ancestral land. With the power of the 12 main gods, I'm afraid what you saw was just a lifeless, uninhabited island." "Mother, I know everything. It's not your fault." Diana let go of her hand and said seriously, "We all know how powerful Darkseid is. As long as you and the rest of the clan are still alive, the Amazon clan will never be destroyed." Hippolyta was about to say something, but suddenly saw Li Feng behind Diana and asked defensively, "Diana, who is this? Men are not allowed to land on Amazon islands." "Mother, let me introduce you." Diana waved to Li Feng helplessly and said, "This is a friend of mine outside. How should I put it? He has the power to travel through space. God, are you a god?" Hippolyta looked at Li Feng in casual clothes with his hands in his pockets in surprise and said. Li Feng smiled lightly and said, "I'm just an ordinary person." Hippolyta took a deep look at Li Feng. Years of tradition made her not interested in the existence of men. But since she was Diana's friend, she didn't have too many opinions, but turned her head to Diana. Said, "Diana, you have the strongest bloodline of the main god of the Amazons. You must recover the whereabouts of the god box, and you must not let Darkseid collect all the god boxes. But I don't know where he is hiding now." Diana shook her head and said, "It's too difficult to do it with my own strength, Tilda. I believe in you, Diana." Hippolyta stood up, looked at the 12 statues around and said, "The 12 gods also believe in you. They are waiting for you and will guide you direction." "The 12 gods," Diana said with a surprised expression, "are they still alive?" "Diana, this is definitely." Hippolyta said with great respect on his face, "The 12 Lord gods are the most powerful gods in this world. They have endless lifespan, so they will not die. They just retreated to their own space and lived a peaceful life undisturbed by war. Since they still exist, why didn't they appear when the Amazons were invaded?" Diana asked, puzzled. "Just watch our tribesmen being slaughtered like this, silly boy." Hippolyta stroked her hair and said, "The Amazons are just one of the many people of the Lord gods, and they will only come out when the world is in a catastrophe. Appear. Then what's the difference between this and a cold-blooded animal?" Diana sneered, resentful in her heart, and said, "If the 12 main gods all appear, I don't believe it will be impossible to stop Darkseid from taking the magic box. They are just too lazy to do it. Just stand by and watch." As soon as the voice fell, the 12 statues around them erupted with a strange holy light, which made the land tremble, as if a powerful coercion descended on the top of their heads and made the other clansmen couldn't help but kneel down. The urge to come down. "Oops, you offended the 12 main gods. Kneel down and apologize to them, daughter." Hippolyta turned pale and quickly took Diana's arm, saying, "If there were no Lord God, there would be no Amazons today. You must not desecrate them." Diana gritted her teeth, her eyes full of unwillingness, but she never refuted her mother's orders. Her legs softened slightly, and she wanted to kneel on the ground and pray for forgiveness. At this time, that powerful coercion suddenly disappeared without a trace, and everything calmed down. The Amazons on the slope were taken aback and looked around in confusion. Li Feng on the side had no expression on his face, secretly put away his crooked fingers, and said like a normal person, "Diana, we have to go to the outside world as soon as possible. Take back the mother box." Hearing this, Diana gritted her teeth and nodded and said to Hippolyta in front of her, "Mother, I must leave here as soon as possible. The outside world needs me." Hearing this, Hippolyta shook her head and said, "Diana, you can't just leave alone. You can't fight Darkseid by yourself. Believe me, the 12 gods will help you. As long as you go to their world with faith, everything will be known." 0. Seeking flowers, go to their world. Diana frowned and said, "Why don't you go there yourself, Mother? You have been the queen of the Amazons for so many years." "Diana, there is one thing I have been keeping from you." Hippolyta said with a look of unbearable heart, "Actually, your father abandoned the Amazons a long time ago." 27. What? Diana's complexion sank instantly. She clenched her fists and asked in confusion, "Didn't you tell me that he was just an ordinary person from the Caucasus tribe and had already died?" No, he's not dead, dear. Hippolyta shook his head to Diana and said, he is the most powerful existence among the 12 main gods, the king of gods, Zeus. What? Diana froze in place. She couldn't accept it and said, how? How is it possible? Diana, the reason why you have such a powerful bloodline is all because of your father. Hippolyta sighed and said, it's my fault that I didn't tell you, I just don't want you to be sad when you know. Since he is the king of God, why did he abandon the Amazons? Diana said with a slightly dull eyes, since he is my father, why has he never met me? Because you are just me and his illegitimate daughter. Hippolyta revealed a secret hidden in her heart with an apologetic face. B********* D daughter. Hearing this word, Diana was stimulated again. Even Li Feng at the side couldn't bear it anymore. He definitely knows why Diana is an illegitimate daughter, because he knows too well what kind of person the king of gods Zeus in DC is. Why? Demanded Diana, why didn't you tell me? Diana, you need to calm down. Hippolyta patted her on the shoulder and said, when Darkseid first came to Earth, Zeus led his brothers and sisters to the battlefield. He fought together and developed affection, so you were born. But I didn't know that, as the main god, he had already had 8 powerful wives by his side. They were all the best women in the main god group without exception. Their beauty was like the stars in the sky, which was beyond my reach. Later, after the war ended, Zeus chose the current island for the Amazons and gave them a shelter and immortality. The outside world could not enter, and we could not contact them so that the Amazons could survive. It is precisely because of this that Zeus and I met for the last time and bid farewell to leave. I haven't seen him since, and he hasn't returned to the Amazons. 8 wives. Diana took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down and said, he is a complete jerk, didn't he intend to stay in the Amazon family? 030, that being the case, why did you give birth to me in the first place? Diana, you must know that he is the king of God and you have his blood. Hippolyta looked at Diana and said, for the Amazons, this is a supreme honor. I can't hurt you, I just want you to live in this world safely, what's wrong with that? But I just want to have a father, even if he is an ordinary person. Diana shook her head slowly and said, everything he does is just a matter of effort for me, for you and me, but the whole life. I won't blame him and I don't want you to blame him, Diana. Hippolyta didn't seem to want to continue this topic. She sat on the ground and said, the most important thing for us now is to face the Darkseid who left the God box, those past things, let it pass, okay? I understand. Diana pondered for a few seconds, nodded and said seriously, I will go to the space of the main gods and tell me where the passage is, mother. The passage is right under your and my feet. Hippolyta pointed to the surrounding statues and said, these statues are the entrances to the space of the 12 main gods. According to classical records, if you want to enter the space of the 12 main gods must have pure god bloodline. I think this should not be a problem for you. As long as you successfully enter, the eyes will guide you. I'll try it, Diana said. Which one? The 12th god, the god of Hermes. Hippolyta pointed to the statue behind Li Feng and said, he will be your first destination, you only need to summon the power of faith piously. Enter. Diana nodded slightly, straightened her collar, walked to the statue behind Li Feng and slowly closed her eyes. At this time, Li Feng put his hand on her shoulder and said, can I go with you, Diana? Diana froze for a moment, turned her head to look at Li Feng and said, just now, Mother said that only people with God bloodline can enter. You don't forget, I have the power to control the space. Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth and said, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, let's enter together, maybe there will be a support, you say. Diana hesitated for a while, finally nodded, did not refuse, but made room for Li Feng and said, just pray, that will generate the power of faith. Hearing this, Li Feng walked to her side, put his hands on his chest and closed his eyes lightly. Definitely he doesn't really pray. In this world, nothing is enough for him to pray. To be precise, he does not need to pray, nor does he need to have faith because he is faith himself. Behind him, Hippolyta looked at this scene and did not stop it, but shook his head while looking at Li Feng's back. She doesn't believe that outsiders like Li Feng can enter the space of the 12 Lord Gods, which can only be touched by God bloodline people. Maybe Li Feng really has the power to control the space, but it doesn't mean that he can get the gods' recognition. However, the next scene made her change her mind almost instantly. The statue in front of Diana emitted a jet-black light with a burst of divine power sucking Li Gu and her in. The 2 living figures just disappeared before the eyes of the Amazons. Oh my god, that guy really went in, Hippolyta murmured in disbelief. After being sucked into the statue, both Li Feng and Diana are briefly plunged into darkness. When the 2 reacted, they found that they had left the ancestral land and arrived at an unknown area. This is an extremely dark passage, and there is a faint light at the end of the passage. It seems that you can cross this space when you reach the end. The length cannot be measured with the naked eye. Li Feng, follow me closely. Diana grabbed Li Feng's wrist behind her again and said, "This place is very weird." Li Feng had a helpless expression, but he didn't resist. Instead, he felt the tenderness of the skin on his wrist, thinking that Wonder Woman's sensuality was indeed much softer than imagined. Faint footsteps and the sound of the two people's breathing echoed in this dark passage, and the light seemed to be approaching and amplifying, but it seemed unusually slow. No matter how fast the two people increased their speed, it was the same. It's really strange. Diana wrinkled her nose and said to herself, "Actually, in order to avoid embarrassment, Li Feng couldn't help but said, Zeus not only has 8 wives." What? Diana was taken aback for a moment, looked back at Li Feng and said, "What did you say?" Li Feng said, "According to the records of human beings on Earth, Zeus also had S*X with 9 human women and allowed them to give birth to many children, and even she also ed his own daughter. 3. 5. So to be precise, Zeus is a veritable old pervert." Diana's melodious laughter was particularly melodious, and the corners of her mouth curled up as she said, "How do you know this?" "It's no secret that I know astronomy first and geography second." Li Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, "Could it be? Don't you get angry when you hear that." "Why should I be angry?" Diana shook her head and said, "I just felt unworthy of my mother with that expression just now. Instead, I think the word old pervert is very appropriate. Even my own daughter is on it. It's really not as good as a beast." "Haha, is that right?" Li Feng scratched the back of his head and said, "The so-called the King of God is actually just a false name in my eyes. This is not funny." Diana said seriously, "Even if he is an old pervert, his status is extraordinary. The God who can bear the title of the King of God is definitely not something that you and I can blaspheme and contend against at will." The presence. "If he can be asked to come out to help this time, there may be more chances of winning in dealing with Darkseid." Li Feng smiled and did not continue to explain anything. The so-called the King of God is indeed not in his eyes. But he also wanted to take a good look at what kind of power these ancient gods from the earth possessed. After nearly half an hour, "I'm going out soon, pay attention." Diana's tense voice came. In front of him, the faint light has been completely magnified. Ran is a circular opening, filled with light, unable to see any scene clearly. Diana raised her head and exchanged a glance with Li Feng. Both of them nodded and went straight out. Buzz buzz. The light enveloped the body and all feelings disappeared at this moment. After a few breaths, the two landed on the ground, and 7 successfully passed through the passage. A dry heat instantly enveloped the whole body, and then the eyesight gradually recovered. The desert, the endless desert, the dazzling sun shining down, makes people feel a sense of thirst from the inside out. Li Feng and Diana were holding hands, standing in the desert looking at each other. They both saw doubts in their eyes. Hermes, among the 12 main gods, is the god of commerce, travelers, thieves, and animal husbandry, and also serves as the messenger of the gods. Diana opened her mouth and said inexplicably, "The space he was in, it's just a desert." No, look over there." At this time, Li Feng pointed to a scene not far away and said suddenly. Diana looked quickly and saw that there was a pool of water about 20 meters away and a tall tree. Under the tree, there was a woodcutter carrying an axe. He was very thirsty, so he walked to the side of the pool, bent down, and wanted to scoop up the pool water with his hands to drink, but the axe on his shoulder did not move. Carefully slipped into the pool of water. Seeing this scene, the woodcutter quickly lay down on the edge of the pool, reaching down to retrieve the axe. At this moment, a naked man emerged from the pool and hovered in front of the woodcutter. He wears long hair, and his body is no different from that of a human being, except that he has a pair of palm file-sized wings on his feet, a sleeping lamb on his shoulder, and a snake-like cane hanging from his waist. And in his 2 hands, one was holding a golden axe, the other was holding a silver axe, and he held them up in front of the woodcutter at the same time and said with a smile, "Young woodcutter, this is the one you dropped. The golden axe or this silver axe?" The woodcutter shook his head again and again, pointed to the pool and said, "What I dropped was an iron axe and you are neither." Hearing this, the man who came out of the water nodded with a satisfied smile. Threw the axe in his hand onto the bank in front of the woodcutter, took out his iron axe from the water, and said, "Young man woodcutter, you are very honest, so these 2 axes are given to you." Hearing this, the woodcutter raised his brows, raised his axe, and nodded his thanks again and again. Then, his body miraculously turned into grains of yellow sand and merged with the desert without even making a sound. And the man on the pool saw this scene, nodded in satisfaction, and sank into the pool again. Go and have a look. Seeing this, Li Feng squinted his eyes, took the initiative to hold Diana's hand, and walked towards the pool of water. Diana's face turned red, but she was quickly driven away by Li Feng running. In front of the pool, the shade of the trees blocked the sunlight above the head, making it very cool. Why is it so peaceful? Diana looked at the pool in surprise and said, could it be that the thing lives down there like Atlantis? If my guess is correct, this guy should be one of the main gods you are looking for. Li Feng touched his chin and said, Hermes. He. Diana said with an awe and said, no way, do you have something like an axe on you? How about we throw it down and try? Li Feng nodded approvingly and asked, what am I doing with that thing? Diana said, shaking her head, I'm not a woodcutter. Then do you have anything on you that you can throw in? Li Feng shrugged and said, I think if you don't throw something, this guy might not come out. Let me see. Diana touched her pocket and took out an iPhone XS, handed it to Li Feng and said, here, this is the only one, bought it at a press conference. Okay, I'll give you 10 more when I get out. Li Feng took it with a smile and threw it directly into the water. Pachai, the iPhone XS sank directly into the pool of water and the water splashed. Sure enough, as Li Feng expected, the pool water gradually became turbulent, and the strange man who had handed the axe earlier came out again. He held an iPhone 6 in his left hand and an iPhone 7 in his right hand, and slowly floated up, staring at Li Feng and Diana with a smile and said, young lovers, what you lost is this iPhone 6 or this iPhone 7. Diana blushed slightly when she heard this, and looked at Li Feng in confusion, spreading her hands as if to say, the one I just took was indeed an IPH 590 Orn XS. Li Feng's face was full of black lines and he said to the man in front of him, my friend, did you make a mistake? What's wrong? What's wrong? The latter smiled slightly and repeated, young lovers, did you lose this iPhone 6 or this iPhone 7? Answer me quickly. First, we are not a couple yet. Li Feng stared at the man expressionlessly and said, second, what we just dropped into was an iPhone XS, which is more expensive than the two things in your hand. Young lovers, I haven't seen any iPhone XS in the pond. The latter raised his head slightly, flapped the wings on his feet, moved closer to Li Feng's face and said, if neither of these two yours and I'll disappear hungry. I'll go. Li Feng looked helpless, stroked his forehead and said, aren't you a deceitful guy? Young lovers, why don't you just pick one? The latter still pushed out both hands. That's enough, stop making trouble. At this moment, Diana stood up, her beautiful eyes wrinkled. She stared at him and said, Hermes, is that you? Hearing this, the man didn't have any unnecessary reaction. Instead, he looked at her and said, choose one. I am a princess from the Amazon island. My name is Diana, and my mother is Hippolyta. Diana didn't want to talk nonsense with him too much. She snorted coldly and said, if this is Herm, if you don't have the space of C, then let Hermes come out to meet me. Choose one, shall we? The man still maintained his original posture with a smile on his face, pretending to be a ghost. Diana sneered and pulled out a thick hemp rope from her body. The rope was wrapped in golden light and wrapped around the man like a poisonous snake. This is the fetish that the 12 main gods once left in Amazon, named Lasso of Mantra. However, what is surprising is that the mantra lasso passed directly through his body and swung it in vain. What? Diana was taken aback, took back the mantra lasso, squinted at the guy in front of her and said, are you just an illusion? The latter still did not respond, maintaining the original action. Yes or no, don't you know with your hands? Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth, stepped forward, bent and lifted his fingers, and shot a white light towards his body, shooting away with arrogance. When the latter saw this beam of light, his whole face changed instantly, and his body began to gradually disintegrate, and even the surrounding desert was shattered like a shattered illusion. Careful. Seeing this, Diana quickly hugged Li Feng to her side and protected him in her arms. Li Feng didn't react at all, and felt his body entered into a soft and warm embrace, which made him stunned. Then everything around the two of them underwent an indescribable change. All the yellow sand disappeared completely, and the pool in front of him and the willow tree behind him disappeared without a trace. After dozens of seconds of jet black light enveloped the place, it suddenly changed into another scene. This is a street in ancient Greece surrounded by slave merchants, hand people who wholesale silk and satin, and one shop after another, selling all kinds of pottery with camels and horses tied in front of the door. The bustling crowd wore strange and eccentric costumes, which looked very old-fashioned. Here seems to be the birthplace of ancient Greek civilization more than 2,000 years ago. Diana tightly hugged Li Feng's arm and forgot to let go. She froze on the spot, looked around and said, I once heard from my mother that this is the place where the 12 main gods appeared for the first time. They hide their names, there are various identities. It seems that our guess is right, that guy just now is undoubtedly Hermes. Li Feng nodded slightly and said. He turned his head and his gaze suddenly stayed on the shop behind him, where a male boss with a gray turban on his head, an orange satin and a precious bronze ware was standing there smiling at him. Diana, come with me. Li Feng grabbed Diana's hand with his backhand and walked towards the shop. There are ancient Greek characters engraved on the outside of the shop, which roughly means statue store, and there are basically some exquisitely carved stone statues placed inside. Even there are statues of the 12 main gods placed in the corner which are not noticeable. Do you two need to buy a statue? The owner of the shop smiled and bowed to greet him. Just take a look. Li Feng opened his mouth and walked into the store. Before Diana could react, she tried to pull her arm out of Li Feng's hand, but found that Li Feng's strength was even stronger than her own, which made her blush slightly. But she couldn't help being even more surprised. You know, what she possesses in her body is innate divine power, which is by no means comparable to the strength of ordinary people. In the store, the lifelike statues are portrayed one by one, as if they have a charm very delicate. Even Li Feng couldn't help showing an expression of admiration. You must know that this kind of craftsmanship may not be possible even in his era. If you take one or two back, you will definitely be auctioned for a high price. However, he is not short of such a little money. At this time, the 3 statues placed in the corner caught his attention. 2 of these 3 statues are exactly the same as Li Feng and Diana, carved out of the same mold. The remaining one is a faceless statue with only outlines but no facial features. The 2 also discovered this at the same time, and Diana opened her mouth slightly with puzzlement in her eyes. Li Feng didn't panic but waved to the shop owner behind him, pointed at the statue of Diana and said, "How much is this statue worth?" "A silver dollar." The store owner bent down and replied. Then Li Feng pointed to his own statue and asked, "What about this one, this statue?" The shop owner said with a smile, "If you bought the one just now, this one will be given to you for nothing as a rouse head." "Free gift," Li Feng said. "Did I hear you right?" "Yes, sir, you heard me right. This statue is given to you for nothing," the store owner repeated. Psst. Diana on the side couldn't help laughing. "Oh, what about this faceless statue?" Li Feng pouted helplessly, pointed at the last statue and asked, "Is it also a free gift?" "Sorry, this is not for sale in the store." The store owner shook his head and said, "Not for sale." Li Feng narrowed his eyes, stepped forward to look at it and said, "Instead of asking you to put this not for sale in the corner, how about you sell it to me at a price?" "Sorry, I can't agree." The shop owner lowered his eyes slightly, his tone was slightly colder and said, "The 2 of you can look at other things. What if I insist on buying this?" Li Feng put his hands on the head of the faceless statue, turned his head, stared at the shop owner with a radiance in his eyes and said, "Hermes," paid bang. The moment Li Feng's voice fell, the door of the shop seemed to be blown by a gust of wind, and it was closed tightly. And the owner of the famous shop also changed back to his previous appearance in the pool, with a lamb on his shoulder, a snake staff hanging on his waist, and 2 pairs of wings growing on his feet. A jet-black divine light radiated from him, carrying an uncomfortable power of faith, replacing all the light sources in the room. Only when the gods appear there is such a strange sight. It really is you. Li Feng raised the corner of his mouth, confirming what he thought. "Hermes." Diana called, taking a step forward. Hermes didn't continue to pretend. He scratched his hair in annoyance, leaned against the statue beside him, and glanced at Diana for a long time before beckoning to her. He waved and said, "Come here, my sister, let me take a good look at you." "Sister?" Diana and Li Feng were both taken aback. "The child born to Zeus and humans is really different from us gods. You have a smell that attracts me very much." Hermes licked his lips greedily and said, "Could it be, you don't even know my brother? My mother never mentioned you." Diana shook her head and said, "Your mother, it's just one of Zeus's playthings in the world." Hermes said with disdain, "The sons of great gods and humans are no different from livestock in the eyes of the main gods. Definitely, my sister, you have the blood of Zeus and you cannot be confused with these guys. What did you say?" Anger ignited in Diana's eyes. She stared at this guy tightly, clenched her fists and said, "A plaything. That's right." Hermes nodded deeply and said with a look of pride on his face, "For example, I am the son of Zeus and Maia, the daughter of Atlas, the Titan god. I have a double god's blood, not your half-human, half-god blood, is several times nobler than you in terms of status. Do you understand what I mean?" Diana's face sank and she frowned tightly as if trying to restrain the anger in her heart. Psst. At this time, Li Feng on the side couldn't help but sneered. He held 530. Diana's fist faced Hermes and said, "So your gods are also racist, right?" Hearing this, Hermes looked at Li Feng. His eyes were covered with jet black light scanning Li Feng's body. A few seconds later, he shook his head with a light smile and said, "It turned out that he was just an ordinary human being, and he didn't even have the qualifications to talk to me." As he said that, he looked at Diana again. Sure enough, there are such children as there are mothers, and even such an important thing as choosing a partner is so disgusting. Since you have the blood of a demigod, if you combine with a human being, you will only make yourself more inferior. Give it to me. Shut up. Diana took a deep breath, stretched out her hand and grabbed the pendant at her waist, and a holy sword containing divine flame appeared in her hand. Pointing directly at Hermes, he said coldly, "It turns out that the so-called 12 main gods disgust me so much." "Stupid sister, do you want to fight against your supreme brother?" Hermes said with frivolous eyes. "You have to know that you are just a human with the blood of a demigod. In my eyes, it's no different from those nuking outside." Hearing these exaggerated words, Diana finally couldn't help it, let out a low growl, moved her light footsteps and flawless legs, raised the holy sword in her hand and rushed towards Hermes with anger. Passed. "That's right, is this sword the weapon that Hephaestus, the god of fire, left behind in the Amazon?" Hermes clicked his lips, took out the staff from his waist and waved it casually. Said, "Unfortunately, its power is determined by the person who uses it." After finishing speaking, he opened his mouth wide and thrust the snake stick in his hand upright into his throat. A jet-black light appeared dazzlingly. Then Diana's body was entwined by jet-black light, tightly bound her hands and feet, and even snatched away the holy sword in her hand. In an instant, she was restrained by Hermes, causing her to be suspended in midair and hang upside down. The black light gradually dimmed. Hermes walked up to Diana, stared at her beautiful eyes, sighed and said, "It's a pity you have human blood, otherwise I can apply for Zeus to reward you. Give it to me to enjoy." "You're dreaming." Diana struggled and roared angrily, "You should be called the god of evil." No, 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 I don't dare to bear such a powerful title." Hermes shook his head again and again, then squatted down, trying to pick up the holy sword on the ground. However, he found odd that the holy sword was being firmly trampled by one foot, unable to move an inch. He raised his head and found that ordinary human being was looking down at him with a look of disdain, with incomparable contempt. "Get your dirty feet away." Hermes' eyes were filled with killing intent and his tone was cold. "What if I don't?" Li Feng smiled with the corners of his mouth open, tilted his head and said, "Will you, a good-for-nothing god who only bullies women, kill me?" Li Feng, leave quickly, you are no match for him. Seeing Li Feng standing up, Diana hurriedly worried, "If you leave the space of the Lord God, he will have no way to chase you. There is no way between humans and gods. Come and go. Escape." Hermes sneered, stood up, and said to Li Feng, "Even if you have thousands of legs on your body now, it is impossible to escape." "Who told you that I'm going to run away?" Li Feng said with a flat glance at him. "Let him go, Hermes, he's just a human." Diana gritted her teeth and said, "Gods are not allowed to attack humans at will. It is clearly recorded in the classics of the 12 Lord gods. Chew, the classics of the 12 main gods." Hermes sneered and said, "That thing is just fabricated by you humans. Do you really think that the great main gods will abide by it?" As he spoke, he waved his hand and popped a black light. "Shut up, idiot." Diana's lips were instantly sealed. But this move of Hermes made Li Feng in front of him icy cold. "Originally, for Diana's sake, I only intended to teach you a lesson, and by the way, let you see what power beyond the gods is." Li Feng stared at Hermes with indifferent eyes and said, "But now it seems there is no need for you to exist." After the last word fell, a towering divine tree flashed behind him, and then a terrifying aura erupted from all over his body, instantly shaking the statues in the entire shop into powder, and even the houses above his head were shattered. The power of invisible broke through the hole. Then he hooked his fingers towards Hermes, and the corners of his mouth slightly opened like a divine order, "Come here." Hermes' complexion changed instantly. There was deep fear in his pupils. Before he could react, he found that his body was flying towards Li Feng uncontrollably. Click. Li Feng's tender white fingers strangled his neck tightly and twisted it off. However, Hermes is the body of a god. This kind of injury can't destroy his body, but it also made him even more terrified. "Aren't you curious why a human being can easily break the neck of a god?" Li Feng stared at him coldly and said, "Didn't you just say that I couldn't escape? Now do you think I have what about this qualification?" "Yes." "Yes?" Hermes trembled his lips with a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes and said, do you let me go? I will let you have endless money." "Money? Are you looking down on me?" Li Feng sneered and said, "Stupid." Before the words fell, the lamb lying on Hermes' shoulder suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Li Feng's neck. The smell of blood was extremely strong till a crack. However, an incredible scene appeared. The lamb's sharp and slender teeth did not cause any damage to Li Feng's neck at all, but made him scream as if he had bitten on a hard rock. Then, Li Feng glanced at it whoosh. The lamb instantly turned into a pool of ashes and scattered on the ground. How is it possible? Hermes was terrified and tremblingly said, You are not human. No one told you that I'm human, it's just your arrogance that killed you. Li Feng, expressionless, raised his other hand, snapped his fingers in front of his eyes and murmured, Actually, I am very curious about a question. When ordinary human beings encounter danger, they will ask God for help. When God is in trouble, who will he ask for help? Pat the sound of snapping fingers fell. He is one of the 12 main gods, the messenger of the gods and hells. With unprecedented panic, he turned into a pool of ashes, drifted in the wind, and disappeared into the air. A god has fallen. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Linen Mat Island, cracks like spider webs appeared in the statue depicting Hermes, and the divine essence in his body disappeared completely. Not far away, Hippolyta didn't seem to notice this scene. She closed her eyes and meditated, as if she was taking a rest. In Zeus's empty space of the Lord God, a spiritual ball depicting the soul of Hermes split into two halves with a click, and no one knew about it. Buzz. Congratulations to the host for instantly killing Hermes, one of the 12 main gods, and the number of lucky draws will be rewarded by X1. Why only once? Li Feng felt quite helpless. He showed no mercy, as if he had trampled an ant to death. Raising his hand again, he waved at Diana, who was hanging in the air, and the latter slowly fell to the ground and regained his freedom. Oh my God. Diana, who watched all this happen with her own eyes, was stunned for a long time with various expressions on her face before she recovered and realized what had happened. Sitting on the ground with her limbs weak, she looked up at Li Feng and said, You actually killed a main god. Why do you want to avenge him? Li Feng asked with a serious look. Definitely not. Diana shook her head repeatedly, bit her lower lip and said, It's unforgivable that guy insulted my mother so much just now. If possible, I would kill him with my own hands. Don't be so nervous. Li Feng smiled softly, picked up the holy sword on the ground and handed it to her and said, I think these gods are all extremely arrogant and they don't treat human beings seriously at all. Do you want to continue? Li Feng, I know you are much stronger than I imagined. Diana stood up, patted the dust off her buttocks, looked at Li Feng seriously, and said, But Hermes is just among the 12 main gods. The god who attacked ability is the weakest. And there are more powerful existences above. I need their help. I don't believe that all gods are like him, arrogant. The implication is that, although Li Feng is powerful, he is still not as good as a higher-level god. Li Feng didn't feel uncomfortable because of her words, but nodded slightly and said, I will walk down with you, Diana. Hearing this, Diana paused, and her moving eyes met Li Feng's dark eyes. 3 seconds later, she blushed slightly, put the holy sword in the pendant around her waist, and said, We must find a way to return to the ancestral land before we can enter the 11th main god space, but Mother has not told me what to do. With a smile on his face, Li Feng looked at Diana's curvy back, stood beside her and said, Leave it to me. Diana nodded, seeking flowers. Then Li Feng directly drew a space crack in front of him and led her into it together. In just over a dozen seconds, the two left the space of Hermes, returned to the ancestral land, and appeared in front of a crowd of Amazons. My God, isn't this too fast? Diana looked behind her and said in surprise, I would have used your space ability if I knew it earlier. You didn't mention it just now. Li Feng shrugged. At this time, Hippolyta stood up quickly and walked over. She was about to ask something, but her face suddenly turned pale as if a pimple was stuck in her throat. What's the matter, Mother? Diana asked. The statue of the Lord Hermes, broken. Hippolyta raised her finger, pointed behind the two of them, and said tremblingly, This. Diana was a little helpless and looked back as if asking Li Feng how to explain. Li Feng gave her a comforting look, expressing his casualness. Diana sorted out her thoughts and talked about Li Feng's killing of Hermes and got out of trouble. Definitely, except for some insulting words. When Hippolyta listened to all the process, the whole person was speechless in surprise. She scanned Li Feng deeply. Not only did she not blame him at all, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. Then she waved to Diana and said, Come with me, I have something to tell you. Diana nodded slightly, motioned Li Feng to wait a moment, and followed her mother to a corner beside her. Diana, do you know how powerful an existence that can instantly slaughter one of the 12 main gods has? Hippolyta said to Diana in a lively manner. This also means that he can become a main god anytime, anywhere. Do you understand? Mother, what exactly do you want to say? Diana said rather helplessly, It's fine to just say it and you don't need to be so generous. Daughter, you must take good care of him. Hippolyta put her arms around Diana's shoulders very seriously and said in her ear, if such a powerful human being can integrate with your blood, it will definitely it is possible to create a new powerful god and even lead the Amazons into the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods, what is that place? Diana asked puzzled. She never heard her mother mention it. That is a place where only the gods live. Hippolyta said with fascination, the space of the 12 main gods is separated from there. According to ancient records, once the Amazons can enter the realm of the gods, all tribes people can be promoted to gods. It is no exaggeration to say that that place is a place where gods are bred. Mother, I actually don't understand. Are gods really so attractive to us? Diana shook her head, recalling Hermes' sarcasm to her and said with a frown, like we used to in that way, staying on the island to live a peaceful life, free from external disturbances, isn't this what the Amazons should pursue? The Amazons advocate fighting, and we are a famous clan fighting in 87. Hippolyta said, Diana, although the training of legendary warriors has not slackened over the years, they still cannot defeat the invaders. Darkseid, this is the evil of a peaceful life, do you understand? Only when the tribe is strong can they be free from real troubles, like the 12 main gods, staying in the realm of the gods, and their tongues will last forever. As she spoke, her tone was firm, her eyes fixed on Diana. Trust me, child, hold him, don't let him escape from your side. Mother, he is not Zeus, and I am not you back then. Diana shook her head and refused and said, I have lived outside for hundreds of years, and the concept of free love among human beings has long been deeply ingrained. Need to build emotional foundation, not blindly choose. Hearing this, Hippolyta felt a tingle in her eyes. She lowered her eyes and nodded and said, Diana, I support your choice. I'm sorry, Mother. Diana looked back at Li Feng and felt that her words were too straightforward, so she said, maybe. I will try to establish an inner communication with him. Hearing this, Hippolyta showed a slight smile, changed the subject, and said, next, you should go to the 10th space of the main god, right? That is the space of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmen. According to classical records, his temper is very hot, so be careful. Moreover, he is much stronger than Hermes. Why do I feel that you are not worried about these main gods being slaughtered? Diana said speechlessly. Since he has the ability to kill the main gods, he also has the possibility to threaten Darkseid. Hippolyta said, I haven't been to this ancestral land for nearly 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the Amazons are at stake, and I don't come here to plead with them in faith. I understand. Diana nodded slightly, hugged Hippolyta, turned around and walked towards Li Feng. Li Feng on the side was leaning on the tree trunk beside him, smiling all the time, without any unnecessary movements. Due to his strong physique, he basically heard all the conversations between Diana and Hippolyta clearly. Not to mention the short distance between meters, even if it is hundreds of meters or thousands of meters away. As long as Li Feng moves his ears, he can capture all of them. Definitely, just now he didn't want to take the initiative to eavesdrop, but his ears automatically received it. It's time to go to the 11th space. Diana said to Li Feng with a serious face, that guy is called Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman who is stronger than Hermes. 7, it's okay, it's not worth mentioning to me, Li Feng said with a light smile. Diana nodded slightly, and the two walked towards the 11th statue at the same time. Then, the two were swallowed by a crimson flame. Under the effect of Li Feng's space ability, he appeared in the so-called 11th main god space almost instantly. Here is a piece of dangerous mountains, the sky is shrouded in dark red, there is no so-called sun, and even the clouds are condensed by flames. The mountains are fiery red, and the red cliffs highlight the extraordinary. What was even more surprising was that Li Feng and Diana actually appeared beside a crater. The scorching temperature almost made the latter sweat profusely. The temperature here is too high, be careful. Li Feng stretched out his hand and placed it on Diana's shoulder. A gust of icy cold air penetrated into her body, causing her to let out a comfortable soft hum and evaporated all the sweat. Diana let out a long breath, thanked Li Feng, and said, it is recorded in the classics that this place is called the Mountain of Earth and Fire, and it is the main god space of Hephaestus. Fire forges weapons for the gods. If ordinary people enter this place, I'm afraid they will be roasted alive in a short time. Li Feng squinted and looked around, said, according to his preliminary estimate, the temperature here is at least 1,000 degrees, which is not a place for people to stay at all. Since it is the main god space, where is that guy? After Diana finished speaking, she looked at the crater under her feet, showing a horrified expression. In the deep red and yellow magma, there was a huge floating boulder, and above the boulder was an iron furnace. In front of the furnace stood a red-haired red flame man with his upper body naked. He held a strangely shaped shield in his hand, and a forging hammer was suspended above the shield. This hammer was actually condensed from magma, held in the hands of the Cayenne man. His spirit was radiant and captivating. At this time, Hephaestus, who was forging weapons and tools in front of the furnace, slowly raised his head as if he had noticed something. The outline of his face is full of thick beard, but his figure is very strong, and the arm that swings the magma hammer is very powerful. But when Diana and Li Feng looked at him at 3:8, he suddenly stopped what he was doing, holding the shield in one hand and the magma hammer in the other, stepping on the surrounding magma, walking barefoot from the crater step by step. Up. Diana and Li Feng couldn't help being surprised by such heart-pounding scenes. Walking recklessly on the magma out of thin air, as if turning a blind eye to the temperature, as if stepping on one's own land, it is very normal. It's just that the only shortcoming is that his legs, as if broken, can only move with a limp. Even so, his speed is very fast. In about half a minute, Hephaestus walked in front of the two of them. He stuck the shield on the ground, opened his interfering mouth with burning eyes and said slowly, "My sister, come here, gone, sister." Diana was taken aback again, puzzled. Why does this Hephaestus also call himself sister? Let me guess, what's your name? Hephaestus exhaled hot air and said in a thick voice, "Diana, right? The 9th daughter of Zeus and the Amazon woman, I know you. What do you want from me when you come to me? Daxade is coming to the world again, and the main gods can't turn a blind eye." Diana met his eyes without fear and said calmly, "I think back then the 12 main gods appeared at the same time to drive him away with all the tribes. Now he prepared for everything, the earth is at stake. Oh, it's none of my business." Hephaestus said indifferently with an unexpected tone, "Aren't you one of the 12 main gods?" Diana asked in confusion. "For several years, gods like me have had their own space." Hephaestus said with indifference on his face, "Human world, it's just an old abandoned residence. Protect it, but it's nothing to worry about now. I didn't expect that you gods are so indifferent." Diana took a deep breath and said, "Even if you have your own space now, isn't the human world where you used to live? What you said, in my opinion, is all nonsense." Hephaestus waved his hand impatiently and said, "Diana, go back to your home. If you let Zeus know that you are here, if a human comes in, he'll be furious. You are also a descendant of Zeus, right?" Diana asked suddenly, "For a guy who can become the 12 gods, what kind of god is your mother?" "My mother is Hera, the queen of heaven, Zeus' sister and 7th wife." Hephaestus said this sentence in a flat tone with the same pride as Hermes in his eyes and said, "The rest you are not qualified to know." "Hera, the second main god." Diana was shocked and said, "She is still the sister of Zeus." "It seems that our king of God is not only an old pervert, but also an old pervert who likes to be promiscuous." Li Feng, who was on the side, smiled and interjected. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the magma from the crater instantly spread all over his feet, tightly wrapping his feet. The extremely terrifying high temperature didn't make him feel any discomfort, it was like invisible. Slap the mouth. Hephaestus' complexion sank, he raised his hand at Li Feng, formed a palm out of thin air and slapped it down out of thin air. Whoosh whoosh, flame condensed in the magma, and it smashed towards Li Feng's face like a palm. "Stop." Diana screamed and stood in front of Li Feng, stretched out her two arms, crossed each other, and blocked the flames with the bracelets on her arms. "Is this a patron saint bracelet made from pieces of Aegis, the Aegis of Zeus?" Hephaestus frowned slightly, showing a greedy expression, and said, "Interesting, why do you have this thing? Are you okay?" Diana quickly turned her head to look at Li Feng and asked, "Don't worry about me, I can handle it." Li Feng smiled, raised his steps casually, and evaporated the magma under his feet. This action was noticed by Hephaestus. He was not surprised but moved closer to Diana, and the blazing heat was burning all over her. With an orderly tone, he said, "Diana, give me what's on your wrist." "Dream." Diana took a few steps back with a defensive face and said, "This is a fetish of our Amazons and only Amazons can use it. With me, any weapon can be forged." Hephaestus said with a proud smile, "How about this? I will give you a choice. You can choose something from me to exchange. How about it?" "What?" Diana asked. "This is it." Hephaestus rolled his eyes, picked up a volcanic rock from the ground, threw it in front of Diana and said in a rather hasty tone, "This is the stone of disaster. It is for forging the best material. Hurry up and exchange it." "Take a broken stone and want to exchange the patron saint bracelet from me? Do you think I'm a fool?" Diana said coldly, "Since you refuse to help, forget it. I will go to the 10th space to find other main gods." After all, she was about to turn around and let Li Feng open the passage to leave, but found that the ground under her feet had been covered by magma before long, restricting her way of leaving. Come if you want, leave if you want. Do you think this is the dilapidated world? Hephaestus grinned and said, don't forget, this is my main god's space. If you want to leave, you have to pass by me. Agreed. After that, he roared, raised the magma hammer in his hand, and slammed it down on Diana's bracelet without any strength left. Boom! The two powerful fetishes collided together, and Diana let out a piercing scream. Her face was flushed, her arms were wrapped in a layer of coquettish hot magma, and even her meridians seemed to be burned. Hiss! Diana gasped. She tried to struggle, but found that even the pore was densely covered with magma, which affected her every move. This thing is mine now. 567. Hephaestus licked his tongue greedily, approached Diana and raised the sharp shield, intending to cut off Diana's arm and remove the patron saint bracelet. But at this moment his figure suddenly stopped, his whole body was wrapped in a black flame and he fell into the crater. This black flame continued to burn on his body, causing him to let out a terrified roar full of disbelief. Why? What kind of flame is this? Why can't I control? He fluttered in the magma, trying to assimilate the black flame on his body, but found that not only had no effect, even the magma in the volcano seemed to be infected and was swallowed and assimilated instead. In just 10 seconds, there was no longer any trace of red and yellow magma in the entire crater, and everything was assimilated into dark black flames. Hephaestus rolled and turned inside, and his body began to grow so large that it occupied the entire crater. The so-called Vulcan is just a waste. A cold voice descended from the sky, causing Hephaestus to raise his head. Li Feng, who was wearing casual clothes, was hugging Diana's waist, helping her expel all the flames and looking down at the crater with indifferent eyes. Let me go. Diana blushed slightly and whispered in Li Feng's ear, I don't feel the heat anymore. Li Feng quickly let go of his hand and smiled. Are you emitting these black flames? Hephaestus yelled angrily, enduring the pain. What kind of god are you? How dare you hurt me? God, is it noble? Li Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, squatted down, looked at the crater and said, if you disagree with a word, you strike. What kind of thing are you? Stupid guy, you don't know what kind of existence you have provoked. I advise you to let me go. Hephaestus couldn't bear the burning sensation of the black flame more and more. His painful breathing with a growl mixed in, he said, otherwise, I will let you taste the pain of exercising. As the god of Vulcan, he never thought that there would be such a day that 11 would be burned in pain by the flames. This is not only a great insult, but also a blow to his inner pride. He lost his mind and completely exploded all the divine power in his body, and the divine fire was so overwhelming that the entire space of the main god was shaken. Even the black flames on his body began to fade little by little. Hephaestus noticed this change, roared harder, and released his divine power. However, this state did not last for a few minutes before it disappeared completely. As a result, the black flame not only did not subside, but instead exploded one after another, forming a dragon that supported the sky, roaring and sending out a deafening roar. Killing he, the divine power emanating from Hephaestus was firmly suppressed. Diana, who broke free from the shackles, saw this scene. Her whole face was filled with disbelief. Her thoughts were in a mess. She looked at the black flame dragon above her head. Her mouth was open and she couldn't speak. She had never seen such a magnificent and powerful scene. You know, this is one of the 12 main gods, the space of the main god of Hephaestus. This is not the world of mortals, nor is it an island on the ocean. This is the space that only gods can occupy, and they can drive all their own divine power. As for Li Feng, just by moving his fingers and thinking, he can manipulate visions and suppress divine power. There are only 4 words to describe: arrogant, domineering. I give up. I give up. I implore the great gods to let me go. Hephaestus finally couldn't bear such endless torture. He looked at the black flame dragon circling around, filled with fear in his heart. He could only shout loudly. Not to mention that Li Feng didn't even emit the aura in his body. Just this black flame surpassed what Hephaestus had seen and heard in hundreds of thousands of years. He is the god of fire and craftsmen, and the ability to control flames is a unique existence among the 12 main gods. It is not that he has never encountered a unique black flame, but it is the first time he has encountered such a black flame that cannot be controlled and immune. I deprived you of the ability to control the flames in your body. You definitely can't control these flames. Li Feng seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said with a sarcasm, however, it is indeed beyond my ability that you can resist for so long unexpectedly. It seems that the physique of the gods is indeed much better than that of humans. How is this possible? Only the king of gods Zeus can deprive the divine power. God, I am willing to bow down to you and I am willing to worship as your mistress. Please let me go. I just have one question. Li Feng stretched out his finger and asked curiously, isn't there a god who doesn't look down on people? I don't know, maybe not. Hephaestus shook his head again and again. The burning sensation on his body made him feel extreme pain. His face, the meat on it, was twisted together. Even though he is a god, after being deprived of his divine power by Li Feng, the pain he can bear is at most a little stronger than that of ordinary people. Forget it, you'd better die. Li Feng's eyes were still indifferent. He turned around and snapped his fingers. Slap. The sea of flames transformed by the black flame, the dragon soaring in the sky, and the huge body of Hephaestus were all turned into a pool of ashes within a few breaths, and buried in the crater the boulder fell, and the dark red sky began to gradually shatter. The main god space also collapsed. Li Feng didn't turn his head back without any mercy. He put one hand in his pocket, and the other grabbed Diana's tender wrist behind him, who couldn't recover for a long time, and stepped into the space crack that appeared in front of him. The two figures gradually shrunk and left the space of the main god without looking back. So far, there is one less of the 12 main gods. Amazon family, ancestral land. Hippolyta looked at the two figures that appeared, as well as the broken statue again, and finally did not say anything to interrupt them. Then, without stopping, Li Feng and Diana passed through the entrance of the statue and entered the 10th space of the main god. Space for Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, goddess of sexuality. Goddess Aphrodite ranked 10th among the 12 main gods. She was born in the waves of the sea. She has white porcelain skin and is a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She has the perfect figure and appearance of ancient Greek women, a symbol of love and feminine beauty, and is considered the highest symbol of female physical beauty, a mixture of elegance and charm. At the same time, she is also the wife of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, although this is not the love she wants. She was forced to marry Hephaestus by her mother, Hera, and conflicts often occurred between the two, while Aphrodite was originally unfaithful to her husband. He has made good friends with other gods many times. Among them, Hermes, who was massacred by Li Feng, is one of them. Yes, it is one of you did not mishear Zhao Qian X. So I not only killed her husband but also killed her mistress. Li Feng clicked his tongue and said helplessly, this is too coincidental. That's what my mother told me when I was young. And it is said that she was also born on the earth, but she was not conceived by humans. Diana also said helplessly, I didn't expect that the relationship between the gods, the relationship was so chaotic. It was comparable to the high society in ancient Europe. After the words fell, the two walked out of the passage leading to the 10th main god space. A blue ocean appeared in front of my eyes, and the fresh mist drifted around, suddenly adding a little quietness, which was much more soothing than the previous two times in the main god space. On the far side of the ocean, there are towering green mountains, and on both sides of the near side, there are silver-gray olive trees, which is extremely quiet and unique. Miraculously, Li Feng could step on the water at will, move forward without any restraint, without any pressure. At this time, a green boat appeared in front of the two of them. The boat was covered with gauze, and a beautiful figure with bare limbs and skin was lying on it, supporting its head with one hand and paddling the water with the other. Is this Aphrodite? She really has the appearance of a god, and she is more tempting than imagined. Li Feng looked at her figure, glanced unscrupulously, and shook his head in his heart. It's a pity, compared to Hela and Emma, it's far worse. At this time, the graceful figure on the boat slowly turned his head as if he had sensed something, and set his eyes on Li Feng and Diana. Then, she steered the boat and slowly floated in front of Li Feng. The tool on her body covered her private parts. She stood up directly from the boat, stepped on the sea with her white feet, and reached out to hook Li Feng. Feng's neck. The hot breath hit his face, causing Zhai Feng to take a deep breath. The temptation from an ancient Greek goddess can be described as full of charm. It's been a long time since I've seen such a young human being. Aphrodite sniffed her nose, her beautiful eyes 847 were extremely moving, and said, the smell of a young man. Cough, the corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched, his face covered with black lines, and he said, I'm not a P***C, I've let you down. The P***C in my eyes is the kind of P***C who has never had S**X with a god, do you understand? Aphrodite showed a charming smile, almost with a charming attribute. Fortunately, Li Feng's concentration is very good. For this kind of strange woman, he will not casually arouse his thoughts. Aphrodite, we have come to your main god space. We have something important to do. Diana finally couldn't stand it any longer. She bit her lower lip and said, the ancient Darkseid is coming again. In the human world, he took away one of the god boxes located in the Amazon tribe, and the human tribes are likely to be in danger. Only the 12 main gods can resist the enemy again. Are you willing to help the tribes? Aren't you kidding? Aphrodite raised her eyes and glanced at Diana and said, I am the god of beauty. You want me to go outside and fight those mortals? Do you know who I am? Diana asked suddenly. Diana Prince, the 9th child of Zeus with half human and half god blood, your name is unknown. Aphrodite was not surprised, but he said lightly, besides, you should call me God's wife. I don't have any relatives from the main god's space. Diana said coldly, to tell you the truth, your partner and your lover have all died one after another, so you are now a widow. Who did it? Aphrodite's face instantly became indifferent. It's me. How? Li Feng took a step forward, stood in front of Diana and said calmly, why do you want revenge? No, thank you so much. The indifference on Aphrodite's face disappeared completely and she said excitedly, kill that guy who made me sick. It is the most correct thing you have done in your life. I decided to give you a reward. What reward? Li Feng asked with interest. Reward you become my slave. Aphrodite smiled seductively, took off the tool, twisted her body and said, I can let you stay by my side for 100 years, enjoy the dimethylate of the gods, enjoy goddess favor. Hearing this, Diana took a deep breath and turned to stare at Li Feng, as if waiting for his answer. You know, the one standing in front of her is the only goddess of S*X and desire among the 12 main gods, and most importantly, she represents the beauty in the ocean. I'm afraid even a normal man would not refuse it. Well. Li Feng rolled his eyes, put his hand on Aphrodite's shoulder, narrowed his eyes and said, actually, I can consider just a moment. You come closer. Hearing this, Aphrodite raised the corners of her mouth in satisfaction and approached Li Feng step by step. When Diana heard this answer, her heart twitched inexplicably and an imperceptible disappointment flashed across her face. She shook her head and sighed, trying to turn around and leave. But at this moment, an astonishing scene appeared. In front of her face, Li Feng raised his right foot expressionlessly, kicked Aphrodite's abdomen forcefully and stepped hard into the bottom of the water. The tyrannical strength makes Aphrodite have no power to parry. She is not a god suitable for fighting. The only outstanding thing is her peerless beauty and figure. Can it hold Li Feng's foot? Plop! Aphrodite groaned with disbelief on her face, staring at Li Feng's disdainful face and slowly sank into the water. Go next. Then Li Feng patted his thigh, waved to Diana quite coolly and said, what are you still doing? Seeing that she was unmoved, Li Feng asked curiously. It's okay. Diana smiled and asked, she is so beautiful, why don't you stay? I don't like to talk about personal relationships when I'm doing business. Li Feng pretended to be serious and said, besides, I already have such a perfect existence around me, how can this kind of thing attract me? Aphrodite, such a thing. Diana said, feeling speechless, do you know how important her beauty is among the 12 gods? And before she finished speaking, she realized what Li Feng was referring to. A blush flashed across her face and her voice stopped abruptly. Hey. Li Feng didn't turn his head back, he still held her hand and walked into the space crack. This time, Diana did not resist and followed along very naturally. The 9th main god space is the space occupied by the god of war in ancient Greek mythology. He is regarded as the incarnation of the martial spirit and is a symptom of the king of gods Zeus and Hela. And he has a well-known title and name, God of War Aries. Among the 12 main gods, Aries is the god of war, battle, courage, civil order, and riot. He was once described by the people of faith in ancient Greece as a bloodthirsty murderer and conqueror of a fortified castle. 0. He is a symbol of strength and power, bloodthirsty, bloody, and the phenomenon of peace and disaster. His heroism is portrayed as a young man wearing a domineering helmet and holding a godly spear that can pierce everything. It is worth noting that it was rumored that his spear could even break through the flesh of the king of gods Zeus, enough to show his great strength. Definitely, he also inherited his father's character, likes to hang out with other goddesses. For example, Aphrodite ranked 10th among the 12 main gods. The two had a tryst in the main god space and were captured by Hephaestus' tricks. Therefore, the things that Aries likes to mess around have become a laughingstock in the god realm. Although his status has not fallen, his character is not respected by others. In ancient Greece, the worship of him by the people of faith was not popular, and there were almost no places dedicated to worshipping him, which was enough to show how unpopular he was. But even so, his strength is so strong that he has to make a special mention. After all, the existence of being able to take on the title of God of War is not some kind of gangster boss. Aphrodite has a deep relationship with Aries, and their jokes in the god world have been revealed in the legends of the world. Diana and Li Feng beside him said, "Once this guy knows you killing the other gods, even humiliating Aphrodite will definitely be furious." "Why are you worried about me?" Li Feng replied with a smile. "Don't be kidding, Li Feng, this is no joke." Diana said with a serious expression, her beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled. "The guy we are going to face is Aries, the main god who is most proficient in combat abilities among the 12 main gods. Isn't he what, street punks? My mother told me that when he fought against Darkseid, he ruled a small battlefield by himself, without relying on any allies, which caused heavy losses to Darkseid's men. Such a record, if placed on the current battlefield, would definitely be a great hero. If we can ask him to help, maybe we will have a chance to catch Darkseid. Don't worry so much." Li Feng gave her a comforting look and said, "You know, we are here to find someone, not to fight, right?" Diana was very speechless in her heart, but she knew how terrifying this guy in front of him was when he was domineering. Definitely, she would not blame Li Feng for acting recklessly, because those gods are a group of guys who like to look down on others at every turn. She originally didn't like it either. Soon, the two walked out of the space passage and formally stepped into the space of the ninth Lord God. This is a desolate place surrounded by old buildings, with dark clouds above the head and dim light. It seems to be in a chaotic big city. The place is deserted and the streets are full of gunpowder smoke. The windows of the surrounding houses were broken and the gates were blown to pieces. Even, rotten corpses were lying on the ground being eaten by passing mice making sizzling noises. When Li Feng saw the surrounding environment clearly, the whole person reacted instantly. This is Washington, the United States during World War I. Moreover, it was Hua Washington after being tortured by the war. A sudden gust of cold wind blew away the smell of blood on the street and also moved Diana's face. At the moment, her face was pale and she froze in place, staring blankly at the street ahead, unable to speak a word. She seemed to be trapped in memories, her elbows trembled slightly and she couldn't recover for a long time. Seeing her like this, Li Feng couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Diana lived for more than 100 years and fought with the United States troops during World War I. She was very familiar with such scenes, and it was inevitable that she would feel emotionally attached to them. It was an era when even the world was shrouded in darkness. The people were born in misery and could not see the future. However, what can make Diana like this is not the loneliness and sadness brought about by the war, but the Air Force captain who brought her out of the Amazon island. The two had an inexplicable relationship during the First World War and were never really together. Later, Diana watched him die in front of her own eyes, and she inevitably left an indelible scar in her heart. "Diana, are you okay?" Li Feng patted her on the shoulder lightly and said in a gentle tone, "This is just a fictional space of the main god, not the era you experienced." "I know." Diana's eyes became slightly clearer. She came back to her senses, her face recovered, and she wrinkled her beautiful eyes and looked around everything, muttered, "Why? Aries' main god space, will it be the Flower Washington of World War I? Seeking flowers. There seems to be some movement in front." Li Feng pointed to the vertical streets not far away and said, "But it is impossible for a city to be deserted, right? Logically speaking, these gods should stay in their own main god space. As long as we find him, all problems can be easily solved." "Could it be that someone broke into his main god space, wouldn't he know?" Diana asked curiously, rubbing her chin. The two walked the other way for a while and found the surviving residents in the city. They clustered together, with the fear after the war, rolling in the mud, rummaging for the remaining food and robbing each other. Such a scene is very chaotic. People are densely crowded together, and beside them are buildings that have been bombed by shells like a body without a support. It looks very empty. "I remember this place," Diana said with a flash of memory in her eyes. "These people are the local residents who survived Washington, and the Air Force and Army probably just left here and went to the more frontline areas. There is no special aura here." Li Feng frowned slightly and said, "All humans are ordinary. I'm afraid Aries won't be staying in this kind of place." Diana squinted her eyes and said, "We can go to the station headquarters to see if the world here is really the same as what I have experienced. Just ask them and you'll know." Li Feng pointed to the figure that was passing by in front of him, waved his hand, and was about to grab him for questioning. But at this moment, a noisy whistling sound of wings suddenly crossed the sky. A missile with huge amounts of power drew a beautiful arc and fell from the fighter jet flying in the air. Immediately, all the surviving humans raised their heads and looked at the missile with despair and fear in their eyes. They fled in all directions, shouting for help, but to no avail. Boom, the speed of the missile falling was too fast and it hit a tall building, instantly exploding the soldier. Bang, 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 bang. A chain reaction broke out, the surrounding buildings collapsed, and the human body was blown up and flying without even a scream. It became the remains, limbs, blood, and flesh under the shells. On the ground, there is a huge circular pit with a width of more than 10 meters. The huge pit is pitch black, and countless charred corpses fell down radioactively. On the ground are the blood residues infected by the filth, and further outside there are still burning corpses, and further outside more corpses have fallen, and the heat wave after the missile explosion melted all the clothes on the corpses. Net. All the dead human beings collapsed on the ground like burnt prawns, scorched and extremely black. The air was filled with the pungent corpse and the stench of burning. At that moment everything came and went quickly, and 463 fell silent with the gunpowder smoke. Perhaps it was shocked by the sudden collapse of these row upon row of high-rise buildings. Like a body without a support, the sudden collapse did not give these people any time to breathe. They just thought that they had escaped the aftermath of the war and could satisfy their appetites. Huge rubble formed barren ruins one by one. The downtown area of Washington, which was still partially preserved, completely lost its original brilliance and magnificence, leaving only a black blank. Lives were devastated and property was destroyed. Even sorrow can't grow, and silence is like the multitude of rubble, filling the entire city that has receded its luxurious coat and filling the desperate soul. Number. Diana's face was full of pain, looking at the corpse pit in the distance. Her eyes were flushed. As early as the moment the missile landed, Li Feng carried her away from the area in an instant, retreating to a safe place, and the devastating aftermath did not harm any of them. But those human beings are not in such a good situation. Calm down. Seeing Diana sobbing, Li Feng quickly comforted him. This is just an illusion. Everything is over, Diana. Why? Why do you remind me of these painful memories? Diana gritted her teeth, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "It has been more than 100 years. Those who fell in a pool of blood, I have never forgotten the figure in the film. Those comrades who fought with me on the battlefield. It's okay, it's all in the past tense." Li Feng closed his eyes, put her in his arms, stroked the back of her head lightly, and whispered in her ear, "Calm down, we're going to kill you. Aries, are you okay?" After a long time, Diana calmed down slowly. She broke away from Li Feng's arms, walked towards the pile of corpses silently, turned over the soil and buried them. Seeing this, Li Feng also went to help, and he piled up the mound bit by bit, filling up the big hole. The city became even more silent, not even a fly appeared, but the figures of the two of them added a touch of color to the black and white air. "We are going to the pre-war headquarters, which is about 10 kilometers away." Diana turned her head and said to Li Feng seriously, "Since Aries regards this place as the space of the main god, then he must be hiding in a corner inside. Okay, I'll take you there." Seeing that she had recovered a lot, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and directly raised his hand to open a space passage in front of him, saying, "Let's go." The two quickly got in and disappeared among the ruins of the city. The pre-war headquarters was located opposite Washington, and it was the front line of the war. Most of the officers were in charge of commanding and arranging their subordinates to perform tasks or support other cities. No mistakes can be made in the chaotic war, and the existence of the dark room is especially important. This is a wasteland surrounded by forests. Countless camps have been set up. The roar of vehicles and the noise of troops are accompanied by the depressive echoes in the invisible. When she saw these camps, Diana's eyes stinged slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. She took the initiative to bring Li Feng into the camp. Since the location where the two appeared was very hidden, no one noticed that they broke in. "Wait, you might encounter trouble if you go in like this." Li Feng turned his eyes slightly, stopped Diana and said, "I have a good idea, do you want to try it?" "What way?" Diana was taken aback. Then she saw a flash of white light in Li Feng's eyes, glanced at her body, and replaced the clothes on her body with the uniform of the United States high-level officer, with 5-star emblems inlaid on the shoulder straps, head wearing a heroic beret. It looks very serious. The casual clothes on Li Feng were also replaced by the uniform of an ordinary soldier, which seemed quite low-key. Awesome, these are the epaulets and uniform that only 5-star generals can have. Diana was surprised and sincerely praised. She never thought that Li Feng would have such an ability. It shouldn't be a big problem. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction, put his hands in his pockets, followed behind Diana and said, Go in and have a look." Along the way, when all the soldiers saw Diana, they would look serious, show very respectful eyes, and stand at attention to salute her. No one dared to neglect. Why? Because the epaulets on her uniform are 5 stars. The Congress of the United States stipulates that the rank of 5-star general can only be awarded during wartime, and it is the highest rank in the army, which is equivalent to the status of the head of state of some Western countries. Only soldiers who have played a huge role in the war during the war can obtain this rank. What's more, Diana is still a female general. She is beautiful and heroic, which is rare in the military camp. These camps are set up together. We have to find out which one is the commander's office. Li Feng 4-0 followed behind her and said, "Find a soldier to ask and you'll know." Diana seemed to be familiar with the road. She looked serious and beckoned to an army not far away who was carrying weapons. The latter suddenly stopped, tensed all over, threw the weapon in his hand on the ground, quickly ran towards Diana, stood at attention and saluted and said, "General, what are your orders?" "Soldier, tell me where the commander's barracks is." Diana ordered with a cold face. "Yes." "Please follow me." A trace of doubt flashed in the soldier's eyes, but he didn't have any objections. He trotted with Li Feng and the two towards the barracks not far away. There were two soldiers standing guard in front of the barracks. They held weapons in their hands and straightened their chests. The military camp was blocked, so it was not clear what kind of scene it was inside. "Okay, go down." Diana waved to the soldiers leading the way and said. The latter stood at attention again and saluted before slowly retreating away. At this time, the two non-commissioned officers in front of the barracks also saw the uniform on Diana's body. Their expressions became tense, and they hurriedly saluted. "I'm going to go in and find the division commander here." Diana glanced at the two guys and said, "Get out of the way." "Sorry, General, the commander is starting an important meeting right now, and he told us not to let anyone in." One of the non-commissioned officers held his head high and said in a serious tone, asking the general to wait in another tent for now. "Once the commander ends the meeting, I will pass." "Are you going to disobey a general's order, soldier?" Diana snorted coldly, stepped forward slightly, looked at him condescendingly and said, "I came to the commander to discuss something important. If any responsibility occurs during this period, countless lives will be lost. Can you afford it, General?" The soldier took a deep breath and panic flashed across his face. "I'll say it again." Diana raised her two hands and waved her hands, exuding a sense of coercion all over her body, and said in a cold voice, "Get out of the way." "Yes." Cold sweat broke out on the soldier's forehead, and finally he couldn't resist and stepped aside. Diana looked back at Li Feng and the two walked in together. "General, junior non-commissioned officers cannot enter." At this time, another guarding soldier saw Li Feng, showed puzzled eyes and said, "He's my subordinate, what's the problem?" Diana snorted coldly without stopping. The soldier didn't want to make further rebuttals, so he just took a few more glances at Li Feng and put him in. In the tent, there is a wide table with a bunch of chemical instruments on it, and the smell of various chemical liquids floating in the air is very pungent. Behind the table, there are two figures standing. One is a middle-aged woman in a white coat wearing a mask, fiddling with chemical instruments in her hand. Frowning, the man who will be subdued has gray temples and stares at the former with a serious face as if he is reprimanding something. He was the pre-war commander, General Ludendorff, who was temporarily awarded the rank of 5-star general by the president, responsible for all matters on the front line. When he realized that someone had broken into the barracks, Ludendorff's voice stopped abruptly, with anger on his face, and he scolded without raising his head. "Didn't I tell you that no one will be able to do so without my order? Will you let it in?" There was deep surprise in Diana's eyes. Not only did she know the guy in front of her, but she was very familiar with him. It was this general who was in charge of commanding her team back then. She collected her thoughts, took a few steps forward and said, "General Ludendorff, since when did you become so angry?" Hearing this, Ludendorff was taken aback and turned his head to look at Diana. When he saw the military rank on the latter's shoulder, he quickly turned around, faced her, and said doubtfully, "The superior didn't tell me that there are two generals in charge of this military camp." "General Ludendorff, I would like to introduce myself formally to you." Diana puffed her chest out, trembling slightly, and said with a serious expression, "My name is Diana, has fought 8 small wars, 16 breakouts, and been in charge of nearly 6 pre-war commands. That's it." Ludendorff squinted his eyes when he heard the words, and the flesh on his face was tensed together, making it impossible to see what he was thinking in his heart. He nodded slightly and pointing to the chair beside him. He said, "Sit down." "Did the president send you here to support?" "Probably." Diana gave an ambiguous answer and sat down. Li Feng at the side also sat casually on the chair beside her. But this action was noticed by Ludendorff. With an angry face, he pointed at Li Feng and said, "Get out, who let you in?" Hearing this, Li Feng raised his eyes slightly but did not speak. "General Ludendorff, he is my younger brother and my bodyguard. I let him follow me. Is there any problem?" Diana responded softly, "Really?" Ludendorff turned his head away, snorted coldly, and said with doubts on his face, "You are really generous, just let a non-commissioned officer with the lowest rank be your guard." "I don't think this is the important topic of our meeting." Diana didn't explain too much, but changed the topic and said, "I need to know something I want to know." "Information?" Ludendorff asked. "That's right." Diana thought for a while and said, "I want to know if there were some unrealistic things happened on the recent battlefield. For example, certain unnecessary, overwhelming defeats." "What do you mean?" Ludendorff's face gradually turned cold and he said to Diana, "Are you questioning my ability?" "You misunderstood." Diana responded calmly and said without panic, "You don't know the seriousness of what I said. 500 some unnecessary, overwhelming defeat." Ludendorff flashed a speculative look in his eyes and said, "You mean, on the battlefield there are many uncontrollable factors. For example, in a war I personally commanded, the opponent was the semi-elite troops of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, while I controlled the top troops of the country, and their execution ability was very strong. With the latest equipment, it is very easy to defeat the enemy." Diana pretended to be very serious and said, "But when we let down our vigilance, a super soldier suddenly appeared in their camp. Crush a tank all by yourself. Do you know what that means? Crush the tank by yourself." Ludendorff was surprised, but it didn't last long. He frowned and said, "Is there really such a miraculous thing? We lost that war and we lost it completely." Diana pretended to be sorry, sighed, and said, "We lost a lot of troops and equipment, and the higher-ups were very angry, so let me figure it out in advance this time, avoid big trouble. Why have I never heard of such a thing happening?" Ludendorff rubbed his chin with a puzzled face. A trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes and asked, "You didn't make it up to lie to me, did you? General, is it good for you and me if I lie to you?" Diana asked in an old-fashioned way, "You have to know, if such weird things spread in the barracks, countless soldiers will lose their fighting spirit. Would be a devastating blunder in any wartime. Do you think I'm lying to you? If I announce the truth, will you be responsible?" "Well," Ludendorff's eyes were like hawks, as if he was thinking about something. He nodded after a long time and said, "I think. If I meet this kind of person on my battlefield, this kind of existence is not impossible to deal with." "What do you mean?" Diana frowned. Li Feng on the side couldn't help raising his eyebrows, but his eyes suddenly fell on the middle-aged woman who was refining the potion. "This is Isabel Maru, a biochemist I captured on the enemy's battlefield 5 years ago and has now surrendered to my country." Ludendorff pointed to the person beside him and said, "She used to be in charge of research destructive and powerful biological and chemical weapons for the German army. He is an excellent chemist and has deep research on poisons, toxins, and spreading plagues." As soon as these words came out, both Diana and Li Feng showed surprised eyes. You must know that in addition to soldiers and supplies on the battlefield, such inhumane methods can also decide the battle situation. However, such existence is usually rejected by people and cannot be accepted. "General Ludendorff, I finally understand why you were only temporarily awarded the rank of general," Diana said in a cold voice with a grim expression. "If such a chemist appears on the battlefield, it will not only bring victory, it will even destroy our soldiers, which is an act of killing 1,000 enemies and self-defeating 800. "I definitely know what you said." Ludendorff shook his head indifferently and said, "But Diana, you have to understand that war is cruel and terrifying, and there is no pure existence. You and I, the belief that war can bring about peace is only the difference between the means used. If it were me, I would never hire such a cruel guy." Diana couldn't help standing up, walked to the table, put her hands on it, and at the same time looked closely at the middle-aged woman wearing a mask. He watched her closely. The latter slowly raised his head, and the left half of his eyes was actually covered with a layer of coating, which covered most of his face, making him appear rather intrusive. Diana narrowed her eyes and asked, "How many people have you killed on the battlefield using the things you researched?" "A total of 80,000 people." Isabel Maru twitched the corners of her mouth and said a number that shocked both Li Feng and Diana. "You know, according to statistics, there were more than 10 million people who died on the battlefield in the First World War, and this Isabel Maru used the chemicals he researched to kill 80,000 people. How can this be?" Moreover, when this guy mentioned this number, it was as if he was talking about a very glorious thing without any guilt at all, and he was obviously bloodthirsty. A total of 80,000. Diana took a deep breath and said with an incredulous face, "This is impossible. Nothing is impossible." Ludendorff interjected, "She is just the one who made the poison, and the one who chooses how to use it is the culprit. Don't look so naive, this is something you and I both know." Diana was very angry in her heart, but at the moment she could only calm down and said like a normal person, "So you were referring to her just now? Let her be your secret weapon." Yes, Ludendorff turned to look at Isabel Maru with a hint of madness in his eyes and said, "Tell them, how is the latest research progress?" After saying that, both Diana and Li Feng looked at Isabel Wan. The latter nodded slightly, took out a gas mask from a side cabinet and placed it in front of them. At the same time, he picked up a container containing a green liquid, dipped a drop of liquid with a dropper, and slowly moved to the mouth of the gas mask. Then a miraculous scene appeared. The drop of green liquid actually directly penetrated the mouth of the gas mask and gradually flowed into the inside, evaporating a little water. This liquid is called HBE3, and its function is to make gas masks ineffective. Isabel Maru said with excitement on her face, "As long as I find out a way to convert it into gas, your fighter planes will put it in large areas. Go to the battlefield and corrode all those anti-gas masks." In this way, dichloroethyl sulfide can exert its full lethality and instantly dominate the battle situation. As he spoke, he took a deep breath, looked wildly at Diana and Ludendorff. "The peace you want will come soon." Dichloroethyl sulfide, also known as mustard gas. It is named for its volatile nature and mustard-like taste. It is mainly used in organic synthesis, medicine. It can be used to treat some hyperproliferative diseases, and in the manufacture of military poisons, and is notorious for its widespread use in poisons. It is a representative of erosive poisons. As long as it is contaminated with the skin, it can cause terrible chemical reactions, including but not limited to edema, erosion, skin necrosis, and other secondary infection wounds. If it is inhaled into the mouth and nose and enters the lungs and the body, it can instantly cause absorption and poisoning throughout the body, and it will be impossible to save it. Mustard gas can be used in artillery shells, rockets, mines, and aerial or ground dispensers, so it is an extremely lethal poison gas on the battlefield. At the same time, it is by far the most produced, stockpiled, and even used chemical weapon, and its lethality accounts for more than 80% of the known chemical warfare casualties. Moreover, it has another title, King of Poisons. It can be seen from the above description that this is such a powerful chemical weapon. Once it is used on the battlefield, no one will be able to block its harmfulness. Gas mask, maybe. But now Isabel Maru is about to develop a new type of agent that destroys the gas mask, and I am afraid it is only a matter of time before it is officially used. So, General Diana, Ludendorff nodded in satisfaction and said, "Your ignorance does not represent everything. The so-called existence of crushing a tank by itself, if you encounter such a horrible, how much do you think it is possible for him to survive the poisonous gas? So you don't have to worry too much. Go back and tell Mr. President, everything is left to me." As he spoke, he raised the corner of his mouth. "I believe that it won't be long before this military rank will become an official existence that will always be remembered by my subordinates." Hearing this, a trace of hatred flashed in Diana's eyes. When she ran amok in the First World War because her rank was not enough, she had no contact with this type of generals, and she didn't know what kind of generals they were secretly studying. Weapons. Now it seems that everything is clear. Her first reaction was to prevent such poisonous gas from leaking out, preventing it from harming human beings. Although this thing can bring victory to their country, it is an irresistible and destructive existence for all creatures. Everyone is fighting for peace, but the upper-level officers are also thinking about how to end this war by any means. Although the starting point is the same, the way is wrong. Big mistake. I will not support such poisonous air flowing into the battlefield. Diana said what was in her heart, and her inner character did not allow her to be timid, but boldly replied, "This is so inhumane, you guys should cancel immediately." Li Feng at the side couldn't help but feel dizzy when he heard this. 827 Diana may have forgotten their purpose, to find Aries, and immersed herself in this space of the main god that is close to reality. After all, the world of World War I was the first world Diana faced after coming out of the Amazons, and she was absolutely familiar with and cared about the impression here. Definitely, Li Feng wasn't worried in his heart. He just treated the current scene as a nonsense at most. If there is any threat, he will not stand by and watch, not to mention that in his eyes, this so-called main god space can be crushed with a snap of his fingers. The reason why he was able to sit and wait so patiently was precisely because of Diana's kind character and attractive figure. Isn't this a great opportunity that God bestows on Li Feng? You know, the things experienced in the First World War are the pain that Diana has never been able to erase in her heart. She had comrades in arms and fought on the battlefield. Those people also died before her eyes. If Li Feng can heal the wound in her heart, needless to say the rest, support. When Ludendorff heard Diana's resentful words, he couldn't help but sneered, showing her your innocent expression, and said, "General Diana, do you think that with 5 stars on your epaulets you can make decisions instead of the president? In the final analysis, this battlefield is a war between the leaders of the allied countries. You and I are just victims one by one, so we must recognize our own status. Also, there is only one thing we have to do. How can I bring out all my value and make those guys unexpected know what I mean? Who doesn't want peace? You still talk to me about humanitarianism in this situation. Do you know how many people in this country have lost their families and loved ones to war? True peace can only be brought about by any means." Ludendorff's tone was calm, but very determined and resolute. He didn't give Diana any chance to refute and explained all aspects clearly at once, even standing on the commanding heights of morality. "You are a good general, but you are not a good person." Diana also calmed down. She sat back in her seat and said, "Ludendorff, you will go to hell for this. Who cares?" Ludendorff was not angry, but laughed and said, "If possible, I would like to chat with the generals in hell to see if they are as naive as you. Enough is enough. I don't want to hear your words to cleanse yourself of your sins." Diana said coldly, "You haven't answered me. Has there been such an existence on the battlefield? Maybe you want to know, but I won't tell you easily." Ludendorff raised his head, walked up to Diana and said, "Unless you are willing to promise me something." "What?" Diana asked. "In the afternoon, generals from other countries and I will go to London to hold an alliance meeting. The purpose is to discuss the transfer of Isabel's research results." Ludendorff smiled and said, "Although we have expressed neutrality, some countries are eyeing our cities with undying ambitions. If they don't give them some pain, this war will be far away, making them even more unscrupulous. And after the meeting, there will be a 3-hour dance party, which will specially invite some upper-class figures from all over the world. I hope you can participate and be my partner." Hearing these 2 words, Li Feng couldn't help but twitch his brows. It seems that this guy named Ludendorff has some special thoughts about Diana. It's a pity that with him here, I'm afraid he won't be able to fulfill his wish. Diana, who received the invitation, did not immediately agree, but turned to look at Li Feng as if asking for his opinion. Seeing this, Ludendorff also gave Li Feng a slight look, frowning slightly as if he was looking at something. Li Feng was also very satisfied with Diana's actions. He nodded slightly towards her, indicating that he could go. Diana then turned her head, looked at Ludendorff, pointed to Isabel Maru and said, "I can participate, but she also has to go with her." Hearing this, Ludendorff and Isabel were taken aback. The former looked at the latter and said, "Doctor, are you free?" "No problem." Isabel raised half of her mouth, looked at Diana with a complicated look and said, "It just so happens that I can take the potion there and explain it to them. Then it's all right. Now that we have reached an agreement, please wait outside. I will arrange a vehicle to take us there later." Ludendorff pointed to the door of the tent and said, without hesitation, Diana stood up with Li Feng and walked out. Looking at the disappearing figures of the two, Ludendorff narrowed his eyes, his gaze was deep, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Outside the camp, Diana took Li Feng's arm directly, walked to a corner and asked puzzledly, "Why do you want me to go to this ball?" According to the records in the real world, it was impossible for this kind of chemical agent that could easily penetrate the gas mask to appear during World War I, Li Feng explained with deep eyes. But Isabel Maru was able to research it. Someone is running it all. "You mean?" Diana frowned and said in a surprised tone, "Aries." "Yes." Li Feng stared at her beautiful eyes and said, "Since this is his main god space, then the existence of all these must have a meaning. Maybe it is the source of his power. He needs to promote the war and needs to guide everything to happen, which means that he must be the person behind the scenes and secretly ignite the lead wire. So we can guess who is the thread that is lit. Isabel Maru." Diana shrank her pupils suddenly and said, "I understand what you mean. You mean the existence of this guy is a pawn played by Aries, right?" "That's it." Li Feng nodded. "You're so smart." Diana slammed Li Feng's chest hard and said, "You guessed it all. Aren't you afraid of killing me with one punch?" Li Feng glanced at her faintly, stroked his chest and said, "You are so strong, how could you be beaten to death?" Diana smiled, as if remembering something, and said suddenly, "It's just, why isn't Aries like the previous main gods, but instead are you avoiding us? I'm afraid only he knows." Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's go, get ready, we're going to the dance. Also, I have to remind you that our identities may be found out." "Do you need to say that?" Diana cast a comforting look and said, "Don't worry, I have everything." As soon as the words fell, several soldiers drove a private car outside the camp, which was Ludendorff's special car. Then, Li Feng and the others got into the car together, and under the protection of several military vehicles, they drove to London. At the moment, London is still in a state of armistice, and all legitimate citizens can come here to avoid the war, and it is a temporary peaceful area. And the place where the meeting was held was in the most famous building in central London, the Elizabeth Tower. As for the ball area, after entering from the entrance, take the stairs to the third floor. After getting off the car, Li Feng and Diana, surrounded by Ludendorff soldiers, walked on the street, attracting attention. There were countless nostalgia in Diana's eyes. She looked at everything around her and said in Li Feng's ear, "I remember when I first came here, everything was more unexpected than I imagined. Even seeing a baby would surprise me for a long time, because that is not seen in our clan." "Don't worry, you will definitely have one in the future." Li Feng responded, were you teasing me just now?" Diana was slightly taken aback, then smiled and asked, "Probably." Seeing that she didn't care, Li Feng nodded casually and said, "My genes are very powerful. If you like it, maybe we can give it a try. Go and daydream." Diana rolled his eyes at him, snorted softly, and continued to look around. Then a tall tower appeared in front of everyone. Ludendorff ordered all the soldiers to stand by outside, turned his head and said to Diana and the others, "Come on, you go into the conference hall with me." I think they should have started to express their self-righteous opinions excitedly. After all, he took off his gloves and stepped into the building. Li Feng and Diana looked at each other, their faces were serious, and they followed together. The door of the conference hall was open, and several agents in casual clothes were wandering around. When they saw Ludendorff and Diana approaching, they moved out of the way with great respect on their faces. Those who were able to come here were not only Ludendorff's men, but also generals from other allied countries. Obviously, they also brought a lot of guards to follow secretly. However, it is rare for someone like Ludendorff to come here in military uniform without any low profile at all. In the hall, there were more than 20 generals crowded together, sitting at the round table with serious expressions and having a heated discussion. When the four of them walked in, a fierce voice pierced into their ears. "Our country is a very proud country. I don't think they will surrender. The opinions you put forward are full of loopholes." A middle-aged man with white hair and wearing a suit stood up from his chair, grabbed the right to speak, and said to everyone, "In my opinion, the only thing that can end this war is to make the world peaceful. The best way is to negotiate an armistice agreement. But this armistice agreement cannot be announced by you people. It will be considered an act of forced surrender, but should be made by a neutral party, that is." As he said that, he suddenly stopped and looked at Li Feng and the others who appeared at the door. Seeking flowers. As his gaze changed, everyone in the conference hall looked at Ludendorff and Diana beside him. "It's up to me to initiate the armistice agreement." Ludendorff looked serious, walked to the empty seat, looked at everyone and said, "I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time, so there is no need for me to introduce myself. You said that you want to initiate an armistice agreement. What if those guys don't agree at all?" At this moment, a general asked with contempt in his eyes, "I want them to surrender in front of humanity, just like daydreaming. What's the difference?" "Definitely there is a difference." Ludendorff smiled lightly and said, "If you give them a little bit of trouble and let them know that there is only one way to go besides agreeing to defeat, it will be easy to promote the armistice agreement." As soon as these words came out, all the generals in the conference hall were taken aback for a moment, and then laughed uncontrollably. Obviously, what Ludendorff said in their eyes was a very stupid performance. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier knocked on the table and said, "General Ludendorff, I think you should come up with something practical so that everyone will not waste time. Sir Patrick, it's up to you to say that." Ludendorff raised the corner of his mouth, beckoned to Isabel Maru who was standing behind him and said, "Come here, show them your invention." Isabel Maru was prepared. She lifted the lockbox in her hand, placed it on the table and opened it. Inside the box was a gas mask and a bottle of green liquid, the same things Li Feng and Diana had seen before. Then, she repeatedly demonstrated how the green liquid passed through the gas mask and explained how this would bring great benefits. When all the generals finished listening, they all showed incomparably surprised eyes. They looked at each other and nodded. "Now, none of you doubt my words." Ludendorff laughed out loud and said, "As long as we have this thing, it is only a matter of time before we end the war. It's not that important anymore." "What do you mean by that?" a general asked after hearing the hidden meaning in Ludendorff's words. "My point is very simple. If any of you want to object, you can raise it in front of me. However, when it comes to the armistice agreement, don't blame me for being rude." Ludendorff's tone was obviously more murderous. The faces of the generals present twitched a few times when they heard these words. Apparently, this isn't the first time Ludendorff has threatened them. After dozens of meters, no one dared to speak. Since there is no objection then, come with this general. Ludendorff picked up the empty wine glass on the table and slammed it on the ground. He looked at everyone with a ferocious face and said word by word, "I want you to see what a real weapon of war is. No one can stop our steps." Afterwards, everyone was taken to a certain Air Force 660 military base. All the generals who attended the conference of the Confederate States were present here. They watched with their own eyes that the shells loaded with mustard gas were loaded into the fighter planes ready to go. And those who can enter this Air Force base, except for the flight crew and various generals, no one else can get in touch. In the office of a sentry tower, Ludendorff led all the generals of the Allied powers and sat on a chair, looking excitedly at the fighter plane not far away with a touch of madness in his eyes. After today, I will be remembered by everyone. He thought so in his heart. The other generals all looked serious, as if on a pilgrimage, staring at all the changes in the outside world with the light of reverence. At such a critical juncture, they must watch all the changes every minute and every second without any distraction. But at this moment, the iron gate of the sentry tower was suddenly pushed open. Two familiar figures attracted the attention of everyone in the room, Diana and Li Feng. The former was still wearing the general uniform with a tense face. The latter had already changed back to modern casual clothes with his hands in his pockets, his expression casual and indifferent. "Excuse me, everyone." Diana stepped forward, put her hands on the table and said, "This is the end of today's meeting. I announce that all fighter planes and poison gas bombs will be completely destroyed. Let everyone wish failed sorry." As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes changed instantly. "Diana, what are you talking about?" Ludendorff stepped forward, staring at Diana like a hawk and said, "Aren't you awake yet?" "General Ludendorff, I think what I just said is very clear." Diana said with firm eyes and a cold face, "I said destroy all the fighter planes and poison gas bombs, do you understand? If you don't understand, I can repeat it again. You get out of here." Ludendorff's eyes flashed with sternness. He pointed to the door and said, "This is not a place for you to run wild, get out of your military area. You are asked to destroy poison, gas bombs, and fighter planes. Don't you understand people's language?" Immediately afterwards, an extremely cold voice echoed throughout the room. The person who said this was Li Feng, who stood in front of Diana. "What are you? You're just a low-level soldier. You don't even have the qualifications to stand here and speak." Ludendorff sneered, as if he didn't look directly at Li Feng. He just sneered and said, "Do you know who are the people sitting here? It is a status that you will never be able to touch in your life. Now I order you to take her out immediately. If you dare to come in, I will send her directly to the military court disposal." "What if I don't?" Li Feng raised his eyes and said lightly, "Stupid thing." Ludendorff sneered and pulled the trigger mercilessly. "Then you can go to hell." Boom! The sound of the bullet being fired rang in the ears of all the generals. None of them thought that Ludendorff would actually shoot. They all screamed and retreated to a safe position. A general gasped and hissed, "This is a military base, not a battlefield, you are crazy." However, before he could finish speaking, his expression was as if he had eaten shit. He opened his mouth wide, dumbstruck. At the same time, all the generals in the room were dead silent like him. That metal bullet was directly caught in Li Feng's hand with 2 fingers. With such a distance of only 2 centimeters, the gunpowder smoke from the muzzle had not completely dissipated, but the bullet did not cause any damage to him at all. How can this not be surprising? But in the next second, an even more incredible scene appeared again. In front of everyone, Li Feng stretched out an extra finger, touched the muzzle of the black hole and pressed it down slowly. Ka. The hard shell of the pistol, like a ball of paper, was crushed into a ball of scrap iron by fingers. "Oh my God, my God." Ludendorff was terrified. His hands trembled violently. He threw the scrap iron in his hands under his feet. He stepped back several times all over his body and fell down on the table beside him. Catch bullets with bare hands and crush guns with fingers. Is this something humans can do? Generals, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please go back. Seeing Li Feng taking the initiative to attack, Diana knew that the situation was going to be out of control. So she turned her head and said indifferently to the stunned generals who were huddled in the corner. However, no one listened to her but shifted their eyes to Li Feng and scanned him. "Let you go, can't the mother hear you?" Seeing this, Li Feng sneered, raised his finger, and instantly crushed the table in front of him. At the same time, a coercion emanated from his body, almost causing the temperature in the room to drop by a few points. Such a terrifying aura instantly frightened the generals who had fought desperately on the battlefield. Diana took the initiative to open the iron gate and pointed to the door with her head. A few seconds later, all the generals were surrounded one by one, leaving the sentry tower 4-5 away. There are only 3 of us now, General Ludendorff. Li Feng stepped on the chair with his right foot, looked condescendingly at the guy in front of him and said, "You heard what Diana said just now, you know what to do, right? You, who are you?" Ludendorff regained his composure, frowning and asked, "Who am I? You have no right to know." Li Feng said flatly, "I don't want to talk nonsense a second time. You want me to destroy all the poison and gas bombs outside." Ludendorff twitched the corners of his mouth, calmed down a bit, leaned back on the chair, tidied his clothes, and said, "I have to say your mind is too simple. Don't say whether I will agree or not, even if I agree. How do you want to destroy so many mustard gas? Huh, how to destroy it is your business." Li Feng said with a cold tone, "And I just need you to obey. You can kill me." Ludendorff didn't panic but said confidently, "But without my order, those soldiers would still drive away the fighter plane and launch it according to the agreed time." "Are you threatening me?" Li Feng asked. "You can think so." Ludendorff spread his hands and said, "So now that I have a bargaining chip to save my life, I conclude that you dare not kill me." "Really?" Li Feng smiled lightly, raised his finger and said without the slightest emotion, "Then you can die." Slap. Ludendorff's face was pale and he was frozen in this moment. Then his body turned into a pool of ashes, slowly floating on the ground like yellow sand. He never imagined that Li Feng really dared to act so decisively. However, he never had a chance to ask questions again. "You really killed him?" Diana on the side was also quite shocked. Seven rubbed her eyes and said, "A big living person just disappeared. Who said he's gone? Isn't this still there?" Li Feng casually grabbed a handful of ashes and spilled them out of the window and said with a smile, "Besides, isn't this what you want to see?" "That's what I said, but have you ever thought about what to do with those poisonous gas bombs outside?" Diana said worriedly, "Do you really think that if I don't kill him, he will fulfill your request?" Li Feng said, "Don't worry, as long as I think about it, all the flight crews above will obey my orders." "So amazing," Diana was taken aback. At this time, the light bulb above the room suddenly dimmed. The light suddenly disappeared but returned to normal in an instant. "Diana, what happened? Who?" As soon as the words fell, a hunched figure appeared in the corner at some point. He was leaning on crutches, wearing a gentleman's black suit and a peaked cap. His temples were gray, and his face could not be seen clearly. He sat on a chair, motionless like a sculpture. Li Feng noticed that there was an extra person in the room almost instantly. He turned his eyes, squinted, and murmured, "It's you. See, it's not a pity for human beings to die like this." The figure in the corner spoke slowly, raised his head, looked at Diana and said, "Diana, they don't deserve our help, they only deserve to be destroyed, do you think so?" Diana's pupils narrowed slightly and her tone was full of disbelief and she said, "Sir Patrick, maybe you shouldn't call me that." The latter took off his hat, smiled, and opened his hands, saying, "My sister, I miss you very much." "Boj," Diana took a deep breath, tensing up all over. "It's me, but I'm not the Aries you remember." Sir Patrick opened his mouth slowly and said, "Don't show me this expression, it makes me feel strange. I'm not your enemy, Diana. Since you can enter my main god space, it means that you have met your brothers and sisters, right? I came to you because I want you to go to the mortal world and fight Darkseid again." Diana said, "He has already snatched one of the 3 magic boxes from the Amazons. If he makes a comeback, with that we simply cannot resist. Isn't what you've just seen enough to make you understand that human beings are simply irreparable?" Sir Patrick, no, it should be said that he is Aries, the god of war, slowly stood up, leaned in front of Diana, and said, "You see, even if everyone is looking forward to peace, there are still some people who are unwilling to see the status quo. They yearn for war, look forward to war, and will eventually die in the hands of war. You don't want to help, do you?" Diana's face gradually turned cold and she said, "Just say it straight, don't beat around the bush with me." Beating around the bush. Aries smiled, stretched out his bloodless left hand, stroked Diana's face and said, Look at my withered wrist, do you know how it came from? Now you let me go out and fight for those stupid humans? Diana, stop dreaming, they are not worth your efforts. Differences do not conspire with each other. Since you don't want to make a move, then at most I made a trip in vain and I have nothing to lose," Diana said with a cold expression. It is rumored that among the 12 main gods, Aries, the god of war, is the most hated existence. He was once described by the mortal crowd as a bloodthirsty murderer. Although he is a symbol of strength and power, bloodthirsty, bloody, and the embodiment of human disasters, he is also a complete unfilial son in the age of the awakening of the gods. Ares' power almost surpassed that of his father, the king of god Zeus. He is arrogant, defiant, and likes to fight with powerful gods, and even challenged Zeus beyond his control, and took the title of the King of God as a reward for victory. He wanted to stand at the head of the 12 main gods and stand out from the crowd. However, this move successfully angered Zeus. He was worried that his son would really grow up and threaten his status. The chain locked him in the space of the main god, constantly weakening his power. Therefore, Aries at this time is no longer as powerful as it was back then. He needs to constantly absorb bloodthirsty and killing by creating wars, so as to enhance his own strength. It is worth mentioning that he once escaped from the space of the main god and came to the mortal world of the earth trying to spark a war, but found that the earth had long since ceased war, and it was a scene of prosperity and peace. He was very angry, so he had no choice but to return to the space of the main god and use his divine power to continuously simulate the wars that took place on the earth according to his own memory, so as to bring tiny power and absorb it to himself. And this kind of Aries only possesses 30% of the power at its peak, so it can only be regarded as a demigod at best. If it wasn't for our damn father, I wouldn't have come to where I am now. Aries squeezed his withered palm, showing a touch of unwillingness, and said calmly, "Now you let me go out and fight for those stupid humans." Diana, stop dreaming, they are not worth your efforts. Differences do not conspire with each other. Since you don't want to make a move, at most I made a trip in vain and there is no loss. Diana said coldly, "I'm going to the next main god space. I don't believe all the Lord gods are all like you, able to watch the mortal world be destroyed with their own eyes, and that is the home you once stayed in." Diana, don't be so naive. Aries sighed and said, "Do you know how comfortable the life of the main gods has been since they arrived in the space of the main gods? They don't have to fight for territory, and they don't have to fight for food fighting due to uneven distribution without even having to suffer for the sake of strength. They are like humans on Earth now, and they no longer have the will to fight in their hearts. So listen to my brother's persuasion, don't expect anything from them anymore." Hearing this, Diana bit her lip and said, "Will Zeus, the king of God, ignore the earth? No, I can't guarantee that that damn old guy will do that." Aries sneered, staring at Diana's beautiful eyes, and said, "But based on what I know about him, I think that old man, I'm sure he won't even bother to see you. After all, there are still many goddesses waiting for him to visit him, and he doesn't have much time to worry about these troublesome trivial matters. Enough." Diana's chest rose and fell slightly, her face was unwilling, and she said, "You can't speak for them, get out of here, I'm leaving." No, I have a very good idea, do you want to hear it?" Aries suddenly changed the subject, glanced at Li Feng casually, and said to Diana, "Maybe this is for you will bring no small help. Say something quickly, don't waste my time." Diana frowned and said, "Don't worry, I'll show you something first." Aries smiled on his wrinkled face. He took Diana's arm without authorization, walked to the window, and pointed to the ship outside. A fighter plane responsible for dropping poison and gas bombs said, "I have spent more than 10 years laying out the current scene. In my eyes, the war during World War I is the most nostalgic, because the weapons made by humans are not perfect enough. Enough to get me in on the action and secretly give them a little tip. For example, the mustard gas contained in this cannonball, I just gave them some inspiration and the destructive and powerful gas bomb was born, and no item can completely ruin them. J.I. After all, 2 beams of golden light suddenly burst out from his eyes, and a dusty aura burst out, causing violent fluctuations in the entire space of the main god, and the surroundings collapsed except for one after another black vortexes." Diana let out an exclamation. She subconsciously looked back at Li Feng and found that the latter was also frowning. "I saw that these 2 golden lights turned into 2 dragon shadows and shot towards that fighter plane suspiciously like lightning. Bang, 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 zizzy, zizzy. In just 2 breaths, all the fighters melted into puddles of turquoise gas as if they had been strongly corroded, and were swallowed by the surrounding soil, leaving the entire field empty." And Aries took a deep breath, raised the corners of his mouth, and his pupils had already turned into 2 golden eyeballs. He slowly turned his head, looked affectionately at Diana beside him, and said, "Look, this is my strength. It took me 3,000 years to recover to 99% of the progress. It's just the last bit, and I will be able to return to my peak state. At that time, I will be able to leave this ghostly place that I have long hated with you and slaughter all the foreign enemies who invaded my homeland. How about not staying?" "What?" Diana was really surprised. She said, "Since the difference is only 1%, it doesn't matter if there is any." No. When I have not recovered to the absolute peak strength, no matter how much I have, it will only be like a balloon filled with water, which can be punctured at will." Aries smiled and shook his head, reaching out to caress Diana on the forehead. He said, but once I have that 1%, all the power will return to the original, and I can destroy the Order God chain, left by Zeus in one fell swoop, break through the barriers and release myself. Diana took 2 steps back in disgust, shook her hand away from her head and said, I warn you, you'd better not touch me or I will crush your finger bones one by one. Oh no, my sister. Aries showed a sad expression, grinned and showed his yellow teeth and smiled. It's normal for you to resist me. After all, in the world you grew up in, you have never seen someone as powerful as me, the gods, right? Tell me, don't you want to know how can I restore all my peak strength? Hearing this, Diana's heart that wanted to sarcastically refute was calmed down. She was always concerned about the safety of human beings, so she asked without thinking, how should I make an outline? It's actually very simple. You just need to promise me one thing. Aries showed a satisfied look. He glanced at Diana and said, do you know that in the world of the main god, there is a relationship between gods and gods? The combination of human beings is known as a supreme blessing. We never choose to mate with lower-level humans or creatures, which will not only consume our divine power, but also gradually reduce our divinity, and eventually fall into the mortal world, become livestock. It is precisely because of this that we all choose to have S*X with goddesses who have the same status as us. When the 2 divine powers integrate with each other, not only will the original power be increased, but both parties will be born with divine power crystals. From the aspect of divinity alone, it can be enhanced by more than thousands of times. It is conceivable that this is such a move that even God feels tempted. Otherwise, why do you think Zeus visited those goddesses, even demigods? Because this will not only provide him with fresh power, but also make him stronger, constantly absorbing all the things in the world. So, what do you want to say? The smart Diana instantly understood the meaning of Aries' words. Not only did she have disgust on her face, she also became a little more indifferent, and she said word by word, don't you? Do you want to tell me that my brothers and sisters disregarded the blood relationship just to gain stronger power? You are so smart, Diana. Aries nodded very seriously and said, although you are only a demigod, your body contains the blood of Zeus. Will bring unprecedented changes, not only the god genes in our body, but also any other aspects will grow tens of thousands of times in a straight line. Until the end, shape us into a true all-god body beyond the many limitations of this world. As he spoke, he moved closer to Diana, who was huddled in the corner again. I think you must be tempted by such an incredible temptation. As long as you promise me, you will become the wife of my Aries and be the wife of me, the crystallization of the birth god. I will accompany you to the world and protect the homeland. You. Diana showed a little hesitation. She took a deep breath, raised her finger and put it on the pendant at her waist with a light touch. A sharp sword appeared on her chest and hand, exuding the breath of a flame dragon. The cold light radiates in all directions. Then she opened the corner of her mouth, showing the most touching smile in the world, raised the sharp sword in her hand and swung it out, accompanied by a soft roar after being humiliated. Go to hell and dream. Laugh, clang. The blade of the sharp sword reached Aries' chest in an instant, piercing through his body easily like cutting a strip of cloth, piercing straight into the heart, and a terrifying golden-red flame erupted. However, the unbelievable thing is, this sharp sword did not cause any harm to Aries at all, but seemed to be nourishing him, and there was a faint feeling of being separated from Diana's hands. The Vulcan sword. Aries smiled kindly and said cordially, that's great, Zeus actually left my former old partner to you. He must be counting on you to use this sharp sword to defend himself, right? It's a pity that he didn't expect such a day to come. After the last word fell, Aries raised his arm lightly and waved at Diana's wrist. Whoosh! The sharp sword flew into his hand as if he had been summoned by his master and let out a faint dragon cry. Then Aries shook his wrist violently, opened his mouth and took a deep breath, taking the breath of the flame dragon into his body, making it disappear completely and no longer float on the surface. At this point, the true face of Li Jian was completely revealed. On the hilt of the sword, the heads of 2 western dragons are engraved on it. The body of the dragon is the body of the sword, and the scale of the dragon is the edge of the sword. It contains a dazzling golden red light as if an ancient giant beast has awakened and its power is terrifying. What is this? How could this be? Diana couldn't believe it. She kept calling for the sword, but there was no response at all. She said, this is the Amazon's god. How can you tolerate you got your hands on it? Take your finger. Ares smiled, waved the sharp sword and said, listen, this is its original appearance. It is called the Sword of Killing God, which Zeus once personally forged a weapon that was rewarded to me. Unexpectedly, this old guy actually left it in the disgusting mortal world, and even covered it with a layer of disgusting wolf skin, poor. As if hearing his voice, the god-slaying sword in his hand let out bursts of roars which were heart-pounding. Since it's yours, it's better to return it to the original owner. Diana gritted her teeth and said, "It's just that I will never listen to your idea. I want to leave this illusory wish." After that, she turned around and grabbed Li Feng's arm. "Open your dimension door, let's go." Li Feng smiled lightly and nodded, put one arm around Diana's shoulder and at the same time gave Aries a cold look, stretched out his fingers to open the space crack and wanted to leave. At this moment, a sudden change happened. Aries snorted coldly and threw out the sharp sword in his hand, which turned into a beam of golden red light with a transformation like chill and shot directly at the center of Li Feng's eyebrows. Small tricks. Li Feng was not flustered, the corners of his mouth curled slightly and he blocked Diana behind him. At the same time, he stretched out a finger and easily touched the edge of the sharp sword. Seeing this, Aries not only was not surprised but showed a sarcastic expression. In the next second, the sharp sword split into two, turning into two dragon-shaped creatures with thick arms, and pierced into Li Feng's two ear holes. The body of the Sword of Killing God is two dragons from the realm of chaos. They can devour the divinity in any host to strengthen themselves. You are not a god, and you are a human body, so you must die. Aries sneered, "No matter how capable you are, no matter how hard you struggle, it's all in vain." However, before he finished speaking, his entire face suddenly changed color. At the same time, Li Feng's body gave out a sharp dragon roar, but without any domineering aura, there was a vague feeling of mourning everywhere. "Oh, really?" He scratched his ears casually, looked at Aries as if nothing happened, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I'm sorry, your dragon seems to be scared to death by me." "What did you say?" A chill appeared on Aries' face and he said, "The dragon of chaos is something only gods can touch. How can you scare them to death with a human body like you? Didn't you already feel it yourself?" Li Feng said indifferently, "What's wrong with it? If you're scared to death, you're scared to death. If you don't believe me, you can summon them and try. You." Aries' eyes glowed again, and he chanted a few spells silently at Li Feng, but there was no unnecessary reaction. Little did they know, those two divine dragons had already been shocked to death by the terrifying aura in Li Feng's body. They didn't even hurt a single fur of him, let alone put him to death. It really disappeared. Aries' tone was full of shock. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly looked at Diana and said, "Diana, come back to me quickly. This guy is not a good person. He has extremely powerful power in his body, but his appearance is just a human body. I guess there may be some gods residing in his body. When the time is right, possessing others' body will regenerate. If you stay in it all the time if he is around, I am afraid that life will not be guaranteed." Hearing this, Diana frowned tightly but soon let go. Recalling the help that Li Feng had given in her mind, she responded in a cold voice, "Stop sowing discord here. I know exactly what kind of person he is, and you are the one who plots evil. You." Aries pretended to be heartbroken, gritted his teeth and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. You can't even pretend to be deceitful. Don't be ashamed of yourself here." Li Feng interrupted him impatiently and said, "Don't waste time. If you still dare to stop me, I will kill you with one hand squeezed to death. Squeeze me to death, it's up to you." Aries' face was boiling with anger. He was very unhappy with Li Feng's frivolous words, and he shouted, "Do you think you can compete with the bright moon in the sky with some strength? It's just a tiny firefly. This is my main god space. What are you fighting with me?" After saying that, he tore the clothes on his body violently, and the muscles all over his body began to become deified. Gradually, two dark curved horns grew from the top of his head. All the pale hairs fell off, and the body was plated with black gold out of thin air. The rune armor showed a strong physique reaching a height of 8 meters, and even a banner with the skull of a god appeared faintly behind it, glowing with black light. Full of fighting spirit. This is the true body of the god of war, Aries. The next second he roared, and the terrifying aura crushed all the surrounding scenes into a pile of ruins, and the sky was no longer clear, but was covered with a layer of gray clouds. The whole world the entire main god space has suddenly changed. The scene of world war I was just fabricated by Aries as he wished. If he wanted to, even turning this place into a mountain of knives and frying pan would be fine. And any main god, as long as he stays in his own space, he can be blessed with power, not to mention Aries, who is known as the god of war. His divine breath has climbed to the peak, and everything in the space is therefore and bleak. Even Diana felt a trace of pressure from the blood. Only Li Feng could easily feel that this aura seemed to be missing something. Even though it was incomparably overbearing, it seemed to be blocked by barriers, unable to climb to the top. Aries can completely explode. I am afraid that he has used the entire space of the main god to bless himself, which is obviously not a wise choice, because the surrounding space already has a vague tendency to collapse. You are crazy, Aries. Diana also noticed something and she angrily said, "This is not a battlefield and we are not enemies. Surrender to me, you can perfect your demigod bloodline." Aries opened his mouth with a heavy divine voice echoing around, the horns on his head intertwined with golden light. He said to Diana word by word, "Resist in me, you will only have a dead end. You obsessive guy." Diana gritted her teeth, took off her military uniform jacket, revealing the silver combat uniform inside her body, and raised the guardian silver bracelets on both hands, roared, her feet crushed the floor and headed towards Aries, swooped down. Call out. Her body glowed with a faint, colorful divine light. Like a piece of silk and satin containing the power of destroying heaven and earth, it slammed on Aries' strong limbs. As an Amazonian, Diana's combat ability is outstanding, not to mention that she also has the blood from the same father as Aries. If her power is placed in the mortal world, it will definitely be at the abnormal level exist. However, in front of Aries, she seemed extremely vulnerable. She didn't even break the rune armor on Aries' body. "Diana, my dear sister," Aries' pupils glowed with golden light. He stretched out his hand, grabbed Diana's body, and tried to insert it into his arms. With greed in his heart, he said, "Your body is so mesmerizing, your fragrance is so, makes me intoxicated. If you can unite with me, I will use life beckons you. Go away, you lunatic." Diana struggled and put the patron saint bracelet in front of her body. A burst of silver light suddenly burst out, like a repelling magnet, repelling Aries away fiercely. Together with this sentry tower collapsed into ruins. Boom! In the sky, a roar suddenly descended. The bare land began to churn and the blood-red night emerged, and the surrounding forest turned into flesh and blood corpses at some point. They piled up together, forming a pile of flesh holding Aries' body like it is praising him with the last death. This power. Aries stabilized his body, stepped on the pile of people under his feet, looked down at the patron saint bracelet in Diana's hand, and said with a disgusted expression, "It turned out to be that old thing's Aegis fragment. What good thing did he leave for you?" Did he expect such a day to come? The roar of anger echoed in the sky and Aries' body grew a little more. His anger was churning like blood and his tall figure shot towards Diana like a gust of wind. A mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of Diana's mouth and her strong body was knocked away by Aries. The powerful inertia caused her body to slam down hard on the gravel on the ground like a cannonball. Zero, seeking flowers. At this moment, the always gentle wrist pressed against her back, and with some warm tension, it injected into Diana's body. In an instant, her injuries disappeared like a phantom, and her figure was easily stabilized. "Are you okay?" Li Feng whispered next to his ear softly. Diana took a few breaths, looked at Li Feng with a guilty face and said, "I'm really sorry I let you shoot every time. He is too powerful and I can't beat him. What do we talk about as a family?" Li Feng smiled and said, "Leave it to me, just sit aside and have a good rest." Diana's face was reddish. She turned around and was about to walk to the side of the ruins and sit down. Zero. But at this moment, a very loud shout came from her ear. "Damn the woman who dares to bully me, I'm going to court you." I saw the divine light radiating from Li Feng's feet. Like a white crane rushing to the sky with an ethereal aura, he came to Aries and sneered at him. The sound was like thunder, almost causing Diana to lose her balance and fall to the ground. With a shy face, she angrily raised her head and stared at Li Feng's back, and found that he didn't look at her at all, so she stomped her feet angrily, sat aside, and looked up. "When did Diana become your woman, an ant-like creature?" Aries sneered, playing with a light of Shen Yun in his hand, and said, "You dare to come forward at this time because you want to fight me? Who is going to fight with you? You think highly of yourself." Li Feng took out a hand in his pocket, stretched it out in front of him, pointed at Aries, and said, "Since you are called the god of war, I will be merciful and fight you with one hand if you can hurt me even a hair. I will surrender to you, how about it?" Innocent guy. Aries felt that his divinity had been insulted. He was so angry that he pinched a holy sword in his hand and held it high above his head. He waved bursts of flames and spread them all over Li Feng's body. He growled lowly, "Shen Su Yan Mai Sha De." A calm and prestige descended on Li Feng in all directions in an instant. He didn't rush, he just raised his index finger and drew a simple circle out of thin air. Then, this circle was endowed with white light, which spread out circle by circle, and all the flames turned into nothingness. One finger diffuse a blow. Seeing this, Aries stared at Li Feng's body with cold eyes. Murderous aura filled the air, and the chill was suddenly born without any concealment, as if he was regarded as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh. wishing to kill him immediately. Suddenly he grinned, licked the black light at the corner of his mouth and murmured, "It's been a long time. I haven't met such a powerful opponent." As the last word fell, his huge body burst into black light, his divine breath was full of blood, and he swooped forward holding the holy sword in his hand. Aries of at the moment. Really plated 990, with a layer of light and shadow on the armor of the god of war. The skeleton flag behind him became more and more obvious, unusually vigorous after chopping down the holy sword. It seemed that the sky would be cut open mouth. In the sword, fierceness lives, and even gods are fearless. Li Feng was still suspended in the original space, stretched out two fingers casually, twisted his arms slightly, and a pale white sacred tree flashed behind him. The light emitted from its body covered all the objects in this space for a moment. Breath. Then a scene that even made Aries unbelievable appeared. All the divine energy on the holy sword was completely suppressed, and the blade unexpectedly came between Li Feng's two fingers and was firmly clamped by him, causing no damage, and the divine radiance was weak small tricks. Li Feng's eyes were like stars and oceans. He laughed loudly, twisted his fingers lightly, and broke the holy sword like a grass root. You. Aries's pupils narrowed slightly, the golden light in his eyes flickered like a torch, and he said in surprise, "You actually destroyed my holy sword. I will not only destroy your holy sword but also slaughter your divinity." Li Feng sneered, his eyes looked down on everything. His cold expression made him seem like a different person, no longer so frivolous as if he had entered divine realm. He made a claw with one hand, concentrated half of the strength on his arm, and grabbed the pair of horned wolves above Aries' head. Suddenly the power poured out like a torrent, and Aries wanted to avoid it but found that his body seemed to be locked by the invisible power, unable to move at all. There was obvious panic on his face, and then he let out an uncontrollable scream. Click, click. Two crisp sounds came out. The dark horns on Aries' head, which symbolized the status of god of war, were snapped off by Li Feng with his fingers. Then his scalp began to fall off bit by bit. He held his head in pain, rolled and howled in the air, and the breath in his body began to slacken. The horns are where his divine power is concentrated. Li Feng could easily see through this when he first revealed his real body. What does a deflated ball look like? This is what Aries, the god of war, is like now. He was in pain, howling, and anger, but none of them increased his aura by a single bit. Instead, the divine power in his body became weaker and turned into golden photons that floated in the air. This is. Li Feng frowned and said, "God star particles from the King of God." As he said that, he quickly lowered his head and yelled at Diana, "Diana, this thing can help you perfect your blood. It is the purest power in Aries. Absorb it quickly." Diana froze for a moment, with a look of reluctance on her face, and before she could calm down to respond, the golden particles on the top of her head entered her body as if they had met their master. Then her two pupils suddenly glowed golden and her momentum soared. She didn't understand what happened at all. Numbers, don't. In the air, Aries saw this scene, and he roared even more frantically, trying to prevent the god star particles in his body from falling. However, at this moment, he could only watch helplessly and had no choice but to howl. Shang-Tsung particle is the essence in the body of every main god. Since the beginning of the formation of heaven and earth, it has appeared with the gods, and it has brought eternal life, powerful power, and rare beauty to the host. In short, this is the source of everything that becomes God. Once the god star particles leave the body, the host will become an ordinary human body. Everything will be drained and become a disabled person. After just a dozen seconds, all the god star particles separated from Aries' body penetrated into Diana's body, and they seemed to know a new master, and they were very happy. This made Aries spit out a mouthful of old blood angrily after seeing this scene. His body was as light as a feather, and the two horns on the top of his head were broken long ago, slowly flowing blood exuding a faint divine light, and fell to the ground at 10 or 10. The entire main god space also began to gradually collapse, because without the stability of the divine power, this place will also weaken accordingly. Li Feng also lowered his body. He glanced back at Diana and found that something in Diana's body was waking up, so he breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and walked towards the place where Aries fell. He squatted down and said lightly, "This is the second time you have lost your strength. Have you learned to keep a low profile? Number, possible, impossible." Aries braced his body, his face was full of disbelief, and he said weakly, "The horns are all over my body, the strongest places. You can't destroy them with just one hand. Even Zeus couldn't do it back then." "Who told you that if he can't do it, I can't do it?" Li Feng said with a sarcasm, "The so-called King of God is nothing more than an ant that can be destroyed by me." Creatures also like inexplicable displays of superiority, and things probably wouldn't have developed like this had you talked to me and Diana well in the first place. If you want to blame you for not knowing what is good or bad. As he said that, Li Feng raised two fingers and joined them together. No one can touch my woman and she can still live, so does God. At the moment when the sound of snapping fingers sounded as promised, a soul-stirring divine sound came to Li Feng's ears, making him feel refreshed. Stop. Li Feng squinted his eyes and exerted all his mental power but found that he couldn't see any figure at all. The next second, he suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. I saw there at some point a hunchbacked figure wearing a nightgown appeared, with pale silver hair hanging on the ground like a waterfall, and his bare feet floating up without any extra breath coming out of his body, just like the ground on the ground. Like a member of thousands of pebbles, unremarkable, Zeus, Li Feng asked, Your Excellency, Aries is my son and he is not guilty of death. I hope you can sell him some noodles and let him go. The hunched figure straightened his back a little and said with an unquestionable order in his tone, From now on, I, Zeus, have accepted your favor. How about it? Do you want to exchange a favor for a god's life? Li Feng smiled sarcastically without any fear. Instead, he approached him a few steps with great interest and said, Your favor is too worthless, isn't it? Your Excellency, don't push yourself too hard. The hunched figure stood motionless on the spot, with his mouth slightly open, his tone slightly colder. Do you know, I hate some creatures not using their real bodies to negotiate with me. I think it's an insult to me and extremely disrespectful to me. Said, and for people who don't respect me, I usually. As he spoke, he grinned, raised his finger again and pressed lightly. Click. Congratulations to host 7 for beheading Aries, one of the 12 main gods, and get the number of lucky draws x10. Aries, who was lying in front of him, had a face as dead ashes, and his whole body from head to toe turned into gray particles little by little and finally fell on the ruins. Aries, the god of war, died like a fly at Li Feng's hands. Even if Zeus, the king of God, came to make peace in person, he would not leave anything. This is equivalent to slaughtering someone's son in person in front of his father. How bad the nature is, needless to say. Okay, very good. The hunched figure smiled kindly, stared at Li Feng with sharp eyes like a falcon, and said, You little god, you dare to treat my son like this, you are really audacious gone. Since you have so many sons, it's okay to kill 1 or 2, right? Li Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Oh no, it seems that 3 of them came here anyway, it's not important, just how many more can you have? Hearing this, the smile on the hunchbacked figure's face gradually disappeared, and he slowly raised a very old-looking palm, aiming at Li Feng's feet. In an instant, the entire space of the main god was surging. The holy light surged, the void trembled. And tens of thousands of lightning runes, one after another, condensed from the top of the head, as if splitting the sky, and issued a deafening sharp thunder sound, just like the end of the world. Similar scenes filled the surroundings. All the thunder and lightning were intertwined together, turning into a vivid galaxy, and under the wave of the hunchback figure, they all descended. This kind of sacred and terrifying offensive method made Diana, who was watching the battle, almost suffocate. The instability of the space had already made her feel uncomfortable. She was originally a half-human, half-god body, and she couldn't resist at all at this scene. Li Feng, who was standing still, couldn't help showing a serious expression. He really saw that this long-haired old man just waved his palm, creating a vision of heaven and earth in the entire space, which surrounded him like a sea of order. Immediately afterwards, holy light radiated everywhere, and huge chains hundreds of meters long broke out from the ground, locking Li Feng's body tightly like a boa constrictor spewing out snake letters. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. At the same time, in this chain, there is a trace of strange power that can weaken his soul power, as if it wants to pull out the soul in the body. This is the Order God chain, which was originally used to block the existence of the peak power in Aries, but now that Aries is dead, it is naturally used to deal with Li Feng. The divine chain of order is a supernatural power that only the king of gods Zeus can display. He can easily slaughter gods, which is where he is so powerful. Li Feng, however, is not a god, he is an existence above God. Interesting. A voice with a slight fighting intent spread out from the tens of thousands of thunderbolts. The hunchbacked figure standing in place shrank his pupils slightly as if he had seen something extraordinary. Afterwards, the huge amounts of chains, like fragile willow leaves, all broke apart. Click, click, click. The breaking of the divine chain of order is like a flood covering a dam. It comes and goes quickly. The thunderbolts that struck Li Feng's body were all absorbed by his wide-open mouth. Any element in the world that can be used by him can be incorporated into his body, even without his hands. The tree of life can be passively absorbed. This is your method. Li Feng stepped out step by step, his hair fluttering and his handsome face showed a hint of war. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Sure enough, the king of God of DC is indeed it's not quite the same as I imagined. This kind of attack method is really quite peculiar." As he spoke, he shook his head sadly. "Unfortunately, you are also a coward." As soon as the words fell, Li Feng raised his fingers, pointed at the hunchbacked figure standing there and pressed down 5 fingers like claws. Boom, everything is silent. The Lord God's space, which was fluctuating heavily, also became quiet because of the snap of fingers. The hunchbacked figure with silver hair all over the floor was full of surprise on his face. Before 480 could react, he just watched him disappear. There were ruins all over the ground, and a ray of bright sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark clouds were dispelled and the light ushered in. Zeus duplication, the sun goes out. It's boring. Li Feng stretched lazily, yawned, and muttered, "It's hard to meet a master, but in the end I can't even hold a single move." As soon as the words fell, Diana walked over quickly. Her first action was to check if there were any signs of injury on Li Feng's body and asked, "Are you okay? After that person appeared just now, I felt a faint feeling of being pulled in my blood. He should be Zeus. Right? Yeah." Li Feng nodded slightly and said, "But it should be just his duplication. If his real body comes, this space may collapse." Duplication? Diana was slightly distracted. Seeing that Li Feng looked like a normal person, she felt relieved and said, "Did you just kill his duplication?" "Yeah." Li Feng nodded lightly and said, "Since he doesn't intend to keep his hands on me, then I don't need to keep anything. In addition, the ownership of the main god space is already mine, counting the previous 12th, 11th, a total of 3 spaces are given to you. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it." "Yes, why not?" Diana was startled, thought for a while and then said, "But that is the space of the main god, and creatures that have not reached the level of the main god cannot enter it. Is that so?" Li Feng pondered for a few seconds and said, "Then let's put it on hold for now." As he spoke, he patted his own palm. "Let's go, we should go to the next space." "No, I think." Diana said, standing still, "We don't have to go to the next one." "Why?" Li Feng was taken aback. "You are stronger than I imagined." Diana looked at Li Feng seriously and said, "I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with Darkseid together with me. Didn't you think before that only the appearance of the 12 gods can deal with him?" Li Feng looked at her with a half-smile and said, "Why do you think I can deal with him now? I misunderstood you before." Diana blushed slightly and said, "Sorry, don't be so serious." Li Feng smiled and said, "I would like to ask you something. When that old guy appeared just now, why didn't you go up to recognize relatives?" Recognizing a relative. Diana was taken aback, shook her head and said, "I have never accepted that I have such a father, even if he is the king of God." "How about this?" Li Feng casually put his arms around her shoulders and said, "I'll take you to the realm of the gods." "How?" "What?" Diana froze as if struck by lightning. Her voice was slightly trembling and said, Did I hear correctly? Even if you don't go now, you will go in the future." Li Feng looked at the bright sun above his head and said, "I can feel that Zeus is very angry because I killed his son. This matter cannot be resolved if it is not dealt with as soon as possible. I am afraid that the Amazons will eventually be implicated, which is not the result I want to see." "It's true." Diana lowered her head and said, "You are really thoughtful, but I'm still worried." "What are you worried about?" "Don't worry about anything." Li Feng smiled and said, "Don't forget your mother once expected you. She wanted you to lead the Amazons to become a true god race." "Ah?" Diana stared slightly and said, You heard everything. I don't want to, but my ears have their own ideas." Li Feng grinned and said, "It tells me I have to listen. You are really shameless." Diana said helplessly, "You really have a way to take me to the realm of the gods. According to ancient records, as long as you enter that place, you can instantly become a god. The people staying there must be existences at the level of gods. You are already a demigod, and you have absorbed the divine breath particles in Aries just now, and you are only one step away from the level of a god." Li Feng said with a serious face, "Besides, you have the blood of Zeus in your body. It shouldn't be difficult to find that place. Try using the divine breath in your body to sense it." Hearing this, Diana quickly closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. While exhaling, a tiny white gas appeared in her nasal cavity. This is the pure divine breath in her body. Only gods can possess it, and it also involves a long life. However, after going on like this for tens of minutes, Diana slowly opened her eyes. Her face paled a lot. She shook her head and said, "I only saw a piece of Asgard in the distance. It is surrounded by colorful fog." It seems to be very far away from me, and it seems that I can touch it as soon as I stretch out my hand. That is to say, although you can see it, you don't know how to get there, right? Li Feng touched his chin and asked. Diana nodded and said, it seems we can't go. Diana, Li Feng suddenly turned to her, staring at her beautiful eyes and said, do you mind if you hug me and interlock your fingers? Diana was really taken aback and said, why? Seeing that there was not much resistance in her eyes, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were clear. And he explained, don't forget that I have the power to control the space. As long as I do this, I can see the realm of God's domain with you and found its place. Good. Upon hearing this, Diana nodded without any hesitation, agreed to Li Feng's request, and closed her eyes. Li Feng didn't have much thought of taking advantage of him. He knew what he was, so he also spread his hands and gently hugged her into his arms, placing his hands on both sides of his shoulders so as not to be misunderstood. Then he leaned into Diana's ear and said, Diana, repeat the steps just now and open your heart to let me in. Listening to these rather strange words, Diana's heart was beating wildly. She had never been so close to any man face to face. Although Li Feng did not do anything indecent, it still made her a little embarrassed. However, she quickly adjusted, closed her beautiful eyes, and her breathing slowed down again. Who? PH. Diana's panting gradually rang in Li Feng's ears. He also closed his eyes, and a ray of divine light drilled into his thinking. Soon the two merged together. A sacred mountain suspended in the dark and boundless space appeared before Li Feng's eyes. On this holy mountain, there are Asgard carved out by divine power, one after another full of sacred, or a people can feel the oppressive force brought by the power of faith at a glance, as if as long as the filthy soul reaches it can be replaced by the holy light. And around Asgard there is a cloud of 7 colors like a god covering all the Chi machine Wang Zhao team. It's interesting, there seems to be some mystery in this place. Li Feng secretly looked at it in his heart. He can clearly feel that this is a real realm of the gods. As long as ordinary people can step on it, they can receive the baptism of the holy light, evolve instantly, transcend themselves, and be promoted to gods. This is a great opportunity. But for him, not only did it not have any attraction, but it was not interesting at all. Why do you say that? The so-called gods are nothing more than another level of biological evolution. Just like tadpoles grow into frogs, ordinary human beings have a godlike posture and thus can obtain high-level evolution. Sounds very simple, right? In fact, what Li Feng possesses now is also a different kind of evolution, and it is tens of thousands of times stronger than the so-called god. This kind of evolution belongs to the low level in his eyes, and he doesn't like it at all. However, for the Amazons, being able to enter the realm of the gods is an extremely sacred direction, and it is worth working hard for. How is it, Li Feng? A light voice came into Li Feng's heart, making him tremble. It's a heart-to-heart conversation, and Diana has mastered the art. It will be fine soon. Li Feng also responded, mobilizing the power in his body, and began to try to approach this so-called god's domain. Diana was also taken aback when she heard the response. She felt that Li Feng's voice was pulling her all the time like an inseparable existence deep in her heart. This wonderful feeling planted a seed in her heart. At this moment, a ray of rainbow bridge composed of 7 colored mist appeared in front of the two of them, carrying a sacred aura as if to lure them away. The sudden appearance made both Li Feng and Diana startled. It seems that someone is eager to see us. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, murmured, and took the initiative to hold Diana's hand. Diana also reacted, her heart gradually became serious, and she moved her steps. The two of them stepped onto the S.H.I.E.L.D with consciousness and turned into figures exactly like their real bodies. Like a couple of gods, they walked slowly towards the high mountain at the end. The realm of God's domain, which seemed to be very far away, appeared in front of the eyes of the two of them in only a few tens of seconds. In that magnificent scene, the golden sunlight is projected from the lingering clouds, and the purple sky is close to the world as if it is within reach. Li Feng turned his head and said to her, "Are you ready?" "Yeah," Diana nodded vigorously. So all 4 feet jumped down at the same time and got into the entrance of this mountain range. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D also disappeared with the two of them. Standing at the foot of this towering mountain, colorful mist wrapped around the two of them. Not far away, there was a towering sacred tree, which climbed up the cliff next to the boulder. The green branches and leaves were blown by the faint wind. Accompanied by the groaning of some fallen leaves, it echoed in my ears for a long time. Surrounded by a transparent blue sea, winding to the endless distance, the clear water reaches the sky, reflecting the figures of Li Feng and Diana lifelike. This mountain range actually stands above the water, with the highest peak piercing directly into the clouds. Is this the Mount Olympus recorded in the classics? Diana murmured as she looked at the magnificent scene. It is rumored that this is the home of all the gods, representing the palace of the king of God. On the top of the mountain, no one can see its true face except the real gods, and I actually came to this place. Looking at the divine splendor on Diana's face, Li Feng's heart froze slightly and he thought, not good. The sacred aura of this place will reshape thinking. After finishing speaking, he quickly raised his hand and placed it on Diana's neck. A dark green light containing endless vitality enveloped her. Immediately afterwards, wisps of holy light were pulled out by the dark green light and scattered around, refusing to disperse for a long time, just like the colorful mist. The so-called re-engineering thinking is to forcibly reshape a person's originally evolutionary level, inject new evolutionary understanding, and make the target originally appear in line with the established changes. These fogs are weird. Li Feng sensed something was wrong in an instant. He looked at Diana and found that the brilliance in Diana's eyes had disappeared, replaced by rational eyes. This place. Diana looked around and said in surprise, it makes me feel uncomfortable. This is the realm of God's domain. Li Feng looked around and said, we are going to the top of the mountain. It seems that only this tree has reached that height. You mean we're going to climb a tree? Diana said, looking at the tree trunk beside her. It's inevitable. Feel it carefully. Has your divine power increased in this place? Li Feng asked suddenly, what do you mean? Diana froze for a moment, subconsciously raised her wrist, her fingers squirmed, and a ray of pale golden divine light swirled in her palm. I feel that there is a power that does not belong to me that surrounds me and can be easily controlled by me. Diana was surprised. Could it be that I have become a real god? 11. What if I tell you that the so-called gods are just a scam? Li Feng looked at her suddenly and said, scam? Diana frowned, shaking her head. What does that mean? When Li Feng was about to explain something, a sacred and ethereal voice suddenly came from above his head, causing everything to echo and the clouds to ripple. Since you're here, come up and sit down. This voice was extremely abrupt, but it made both of them feel excited and piercing. As you wish. The corner of Li Feng's mouth curled up and he grabbed Diana's arm. The dark green light under his feet was rippling, and instantly brought the two of them to the top of the tree in front of them and saw the magnificent scene on the top of the mountain. There stands a huge Asgard shrouded in mist. On the grand exterior, there are several 100-foot giant pillars standing majestically. The golden coiled dragon patterns are engraved on the pillars. They are about to move like living creatures, spinning on the pillars as if they will rush out to look up to the sky at any time. Howling is general. Surrounded by dozens of pillars, there is a huge hall gate looming. Looking closely, the golden light of the gate is flowing, and the dazzling golden light is exuded in the clouds, which makes people feel like they are kneeling on their knees. Subdued the urge to worship, surrounding the palace, strange flowers and trees grow, as if they have life, and like rare and exotic animals, they make playful laughter, presenting a peaceful posture. It's really spectacular. Diana looked at this huge amounts of golden palace, her eyes full of disbelief. She can feel that wherever the clouds and mists go, they can change people's state of mind, especially the sense of emptiness. On the contrary, Li Feng could clearly feel that in that palace there were thousands of auras of different heights, almost all of them were gods. And among these thousands of breaths there is a very unique breath, like a pulse, pulling the entire realm of the gods. Li Feng squinted his eyes and said to Diana beside him, go in and have a look. The two moved forward together and came to the ruined palace. The sacred breath became more intense, and it was extremely aggressive to continuously drill into the bodies of the two of them. Li Feng was able to purify it easily, but Diana couldn't. She had a pious face, lowered her head and lowered her eyes, showing a very respectful attitude. If you want to step into the holy place, you need to have the bone of the gods and make a kowtow before you can be recognized by the gods. The rock-climbing dragon sculpture on the gate of the holy place actually made an indifferent sound without the slightest emotion at the moment, echoing around. Hearing this, Li Feng's eyes turned cold. He stood on the spot, looked up at the gate and said, "What are you? You are qualified to make me bow." Bold. The carved dragon on the gate of the hall actually roared, sending out deafening sound waves, turning into golden circles of light that spread out, dispelling the surrounding clouds and causing the coercion to erupt, intending to suppress Li Feng. Li Feng snorted coldly, opened his mouth as well and groaned faintly, "Get out." This whisper is much lower than the carved dragon on the gate of the hall, but its power is countless times more terrifying. They all closed their eyes as if they were silent and remained silent. That's it. With a sneer on his face, Li Feng stepped forward, raised his foot and tried to kick open the gate of the palace. Clang. As if the toes touched a piece of soft water, there was no response. Li Feng lets obey its words. Diana persuaded Li Feng with a pious face and dull eyes, as if her soul had been manipulated. The king of God is the supreme existence. Hearing this, Li Feng's face was full of helplessness, so he could only sigh, raised 2 fingers and placed them on the shining gate of the palace. Click. There was a crisp sound from the fingertips, and an incomparable force erupted, like a mighty river and sea, smashing down on the resplendent gate of the palace in an instant, forcefully piercing through a hole. Yes, just a hole was pierced. But this also made the aura in the palace rise to the peak, and a monstrous coercion mixed with anger descended on Li Feng's head. However, Li Feng still acted like a normal person, bent his fingers again, pressed against the door of the hall, and murmured, "Either you open the door for me or I will tear down this hall so that you have nothing to do." Homecoming. After saying that, his brows furrowed sharply, his pupils were covered by a pale white light, and a sacred tree loomed behind him, concentrated on his fingertips as if destroyed. But just when the finger was about to touch the palace door, the bright golden light became weaker, and it opened slowly. The palace gate was filled with golden light, and it was impossible to see the scene clearly. An incomparably sacred aura rushed over, as if even the air had changed its taste. Pretending to be a ghost, Li Feng sneered, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the palace formally. Behind him, Diana followed slowly, still with an extremely devout expression. After passing through the golden light, the scene in the hall was officially revealed. Countless fairy mist lingers under the feet, and there is a pool of clear water in the middle. The golden light reflects on the clear water, and several rare and exotic beasts cut through the water surface, intertwined with moving light dangling pieces of ripples. On both sides of the pool, there are a pair of benches made of emerald. On the chairs sit all kinds of gods with lazy expressions. They close their eyes and let the clouds and mists containing immortal energy penetrate into their nostrils, lingering like dragons. And in front of this long table, there is a high platform with layers of steps on top of the high platform, and a golden chair is placed on it. And 3 golden eagles stand on the top of the chair, with dragon scales printed on their wings, extremely mysterious. On the seat there was an old man in a white robe. His silver hair fell to the ground, and he held a 2-meter-high scepter in his left hand. The half-meter-high golden statue, like an elf, has a pair of wings, slowly waving its arms and dancing with its fingertips. Zeus, when Li Feng saw the old man, there was excitement in his eyes. His figure was like a phantom, and he appeared under the stairs with one breath. Kneel down. However, what awaited Li Feng was a deafening divine rebuke. At the same time, the gods sitting on the benches on both sides opened their eyes, shot out a series of divine lights, and concentrated on Li Feng in the middle, and the terrifying divine breath poured down like a flood. This is the divine aura concentrated by all the gods in the entire palace. If it were put on an ordinary person, they would be crushed to death in an instant, but to Li Feng, it was like being slightly washed away by raindrops. Just washed my face. He was very calm, without any movement, just stood there with a relaxed smile on his lips and said, "If there are more people, you can bully fewer people." Hearing this, the figure on the altar snorted coldly, raised the scepter in his hand and knocked hard. A strange sound wave spread out, causing the whole palace to resonate, buzzing ring. 0. Seeking flowers. Immediately afterwards, all the gods in the hall opened their mouths at the same time with pious faces and sang the holy words of believers. The endless divine light integrated in the audio channel and turned into a series of divine pictograms, floating around Li Feng's body as if being inspected by Wan Kaidao's eyes. However, Li Feng was not affected. Instead, he felt as if thousands of flies were buzzing around his ears, making a lot of noise, and constantly vomited a disgusting smell on him. It's ugly. Li Feng waved his hands impatiently, opened his mouth slightly, the tip of his tongue squirmed and transferred the strength in his body to his throat. Holding his breath, he chanted a beautiful sound wave, which sounded like a tiger roaring and a dragon chant. 0. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe, man. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. These sound waves are deep and thick, but without losing their charm, the speed of diffusion is extremely fast, instantly covering up the chanting holy sound in the palace and increasing the decibel constantly. Just imagine what an incredible scene it would be to exhale this, "I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe," with a dragon howling sound. After a few breaths, the voices of the gods stopped abruptly, As if they were strangled by the throat, their faces changed drastically, showing a painful expression and let out a mournful howl, completely conquered by Li Feng's voice go. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. I am the most handsome and beautiful man in the universe. Seeing this, Li Feng not only didn't stop, but raised the corner of his mouth and roared even more vigorously. He talked with great relish without any restraint and didn't even blush at all. Stop that damn filthy screaming. I feel like my eardrums are going to be punctured. It doesn't contain any divine breath, but it's the same as the noise in the world. Damn. Get out of my ears. The entire palace became restless due to Li Feng's howling, and the divine aura floating around disappeared. Only the lingering fairy mist was dispelled, and it was in chaos. Quiet. At this time, the figure sitting on the high platform finally stood up. His brows were full of indifference, with a trace of majesty and anger, and his tone resounded through the huge palace. In an instant, all the gods seemed to have been summoned, and they all quieted down. They looked at the high platform piously, bowed their knees, and looked calm. At the same time, the voice from Li Feng's mouth also seemed to be blocked by some kind, suppressed to the smallest decibel, at most only he could hear it. Yes, it's just suppression. Because Zeus found himself unable to stop Li Feng from making a sound. Seeing this, Li 950 Feng smiled, slowly closed his mouth, stopped humming, and leisurely stared at Zeus on the high platform, saying, "Old guy, do you have a good voice? Stupid human beings, if you don't kneel down and bow your head when you see the king of gods, how can this temple be a place for you to act wildly?" At this time, a young figure suddenly flew out from behind Zeus. He was wearing a white robe, with handsome eyebrows and a dignified appearance. A head of silver hair hangs down on the shoulders. A golden crown woven with laurel and amiatal branches and leaves is worn on the head, and a half-human high golden sword is held in his hand, revealing a holy aura all over his body. He is the fourth son of Zeus, the god of light Apollo. When he appeared, all the gods in the entire temple bowed their heads and said in unison, "See your highness forth." Apollo seemed to be very satisfied with this scene. With an arrogant smile on his face, he stood under the high platform, looked at Li Feng in front of him, and said, "Kneel down." Hearing this, Li Feng turned his eyes to him, squinted his eyes, his smile gradually disappeared, and said, "You make me very annoying. The light will eventually wash away the filth on your body. It is because of the darkness in your heart that you are afraid of the light." Apollo sneered, "As long as you kneel down, I will accept you with great mercy." Hearing this, Li Feng finally shook his head with helplessness in his eyes. He raised his foot and took a few steps forward, got closer to Apollo, and said indifferently, "It seems that what you mean is, are you not going to welcome me, an extraterrestrial visitor? You are not qualified to be welcomed by the gods." Apollo didn't look at each other directly but said, "Because you talk too much nonsense. That's it." Li Feng twitched the corners of his mouth, and before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly burst into crimson light. Like a blazing sun bursting out of the black sky, bursting out a destructive blast, the breath pierced through Apollo's body, exuding a bright breath in an instant. No blood came out, but in Apollo's eyes there was incomparable horror and disbelief. Because the divine breath particles in his body are leaving his body and gradually flowing out. He opened his mouth, looked down at the two cuts on his chest, trembling all over, turned his head to look at Zeus on the high platform and said, "Father, Father King, I, my God, the Spirit." Before the words fell, Zeus waved the dancing golden carved god on his left hand, signaling it to fly out, and stood on Apollo's shoulder, carried it, turned it into a beam of light, and disappeared behind the palace middle. Immediately, all the gods watching the battle let out a cry of surprise. They have the same root, so it is natural to feel that Apollo almost lost his background and qualifications to become a god. And the person who caused all this didn't even move his hands. It was just a meeting and a glance at Apollo. How powerful is this? It has to be said that Li Feng successfully suppressed the gods in the entire palace. They looked at each other and took a few steps back in fright. In addition to the 12 main gods, there are other lower-level gods living in the realm of the gods. They do not have their own titles, but they have the background to become gods. When they saw that Apollo, the god of light, was almost killed in seconds, fear arose in their hearts, which had never happened before. On the high platform, silver hairs hung on the ground. Zeus walked down the steps, and his bare steps were especially clear in the palace. Every time he walked down a step, his aura would soar, and finally a transparent divine bird appeared behind him, with 9 heads of different colors, representing various emotions of being a god. It is the body of the king of gods. The sacred aura is much stronger than all the existences Li Feng has seen before. In just a few seconds, it wiped out all the fear in the hearts of all the gods in the palace, replacing any fear in their hearts. Emotions, only the power of devout faith remains. Illusory, this was the only word Li Feng could think of after seeing Zeus reveal himself. Definitely, he didn't panic because of this. Instead, he praised and said, "The method is good, barely caught my eye." Zeus's expression didn't fluctuate at all. Just like an old monster that has lived for hundreds of millions of years, he calmly said, "Your Excellency has beheaded my 3 godsons one after another, and now it has reached the realm of the gods. Could it be that you want to kill all the gods here? Old guy, did I hear you right?" Li Feng sneered, looking up at him without any fear, and said solemnly, "I wasn't the one who made the first move. Your sons are all so arrogant, they all want to let you go. I knelt down so I can only send them to hell. Can this be my fault? You're disrespectful first, isn't it too domineering?" Zeus said indifferently, "We, even the supreme gods, once ruled the order of the world. Since you are from that world, why don't you hold it in awe? Heart, 4-9 awe." Li Feng sneered, folded his hands on his chest and said, "You guys think you are gods and you are superior to others. Also, what is that world? As far as I know, it used to be your homeland, right? Moreover, in my eyes, the so-called gods are nothing more than a different kind of creature. In essence, you are also human beings, and there is nothing to be afraid of. So your Excellency came here with an evil intention, right?" Zeus raised his eyelids, slightly revealing 2 golden pupils, looked at Li Feng, moved the scepter in his hand, and wrapped around it with order with a breath of God. An oppressive force rushed to the top of his head and descended. He said, "If this is the case, then your Excellency, don't even think about leaving this temple today. Here will become your sacrificial place. You still dare to threaten me?" Li Feng said coldly, "You deserve it too. For hundreds of thousands of years, there have been many inferior creatures who have tried to step into the realm of the gods. Some of them passed the test and were promoted to become members of this hall, enjoying the divine power of cultivating their souls. Some became the souls of the dead under the rule of order and was crushed into pieces by divine power." Zeus was not angry at Li Feng's counter-threat. He just said indifferently, "The formation of the realm of the gods is the determination of the great way, even if it is I can't destroy it either. Do you think you have the ability?" "Whether I have this ability has nothing to do with you," Li Feng retorted. "Actually, I'm curious about one thing. What method did you use to be able to control the lifeblood of these gods by yourself?" Hearing this, Zeus narrowed his eyes, his hair trembled slightly, and he said, "I don't quite understand what you mean. Whether you are qualified to be promoted to a god is judged by the realm of the gods. Although I am the king of God, I cannot give it at will. Human beings are qualified to become gods." "Really, he. Li Feng didn't pursue Seven any further. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and waved to Diana. "Diana, come here." With a pious face, Diana stepped up slightly, walked to Li Feng's side, and wanted to take the initiative to bow to Zeus and kneel. But Li Feng stretched out his hand, stopped her, and blew a light beam into her ear, which penetrated into her body. Gradually, the piety and respect in Diana's eyes disappeared completely and became much clearer. She realized what was happening in front of her eyes, looked at Zeus in front of her, and opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. "Diana, my daughter." Zeus took the initiative to speak, and he said with a gentle tone, "Your mother must have guided you here. You already have the qualifications to become a god, right? It's not important." Diana shook her head, her voice tense. "I came here for another thing." Darkseid, who was repelled back then, came to the earth again, and he took away the gods who stayed in the Amazon family. "Box, if he collects all 3, my homeland will be destroyed, so I would like to ask the 12 main gods to fight together with mankind." "Calm down, Diana," Zeus said with a kind smile. "Since you can enter the realm of the gods, it means that you have the qualifications to become a god. I will clean up the dust for you and let you officially become my people." As he spoke, he raised the scepter in his hand and looked at the kneeling gods around him. "I declare with the admiration of the gods that the 12 main gods will usher in our new god, Diana." As soon as the voice fell, a golden light appeared on the top of the palace, forming a series of mysterious symbols, like ancient imperial edicts, as if they had grown wings, wrapping towards Diana's body. The clarity in Diana's eyes was once again replaced by piousness. Her gaze was slightly dull, and then the clothes all over her body turned into faint golden particles. The purple robe was slightly added to her body. Gyulu's skin was very crystal clear, and her eyes were even more like a star. It is extremely moving. This is the process of evolving into a god, and the divine power in the temple is getting stronger. Just at this moment, an indifferent voice interrupted everything with an extremely arrogant aura. "Old pervert, do you want Diana to be your wife too?" With a slight anger on Li Feng's face, he stood in front of Diana, and a pale white halo appeared outside his body, blocking all the divine power and wrapping her body. "Your Excellency, do you want to block Diana's path to becoming a god?" Zeus stared at Li Feng. Finally, a touch of anger appeared in his eyes. The light of the divine bird in the sky behind him became more and more intense, and it actually overwhelmed everything else. Li Feng was not afraid, snorted coldly, and said, "You think I don't know what you're thinking? In the name of making Diana a god, you actually want her to submit to you and become your plaything. Your Excellency, slandering the king of the gods is a capital offense. You have to think about it before you speak." Zeus stepped forward, causing the whole palace to vibrate, and the many gods around him added. The power of purification became stronger and stronger. Li Feng's eyes were indifferent. He turned his head to look at Diana and asked with concern, "Are you okay? How do you feel?" The divine radiance wrapped around Diana's body disappeared, and she also returned to normal, but her body was still wrapped in divine breath particles, frowning and replied in a clear voice, "I'm fine, but this kind of it makes me feel bad. Let me see." Li Feng also frowned and put his hands on her face. A warm energy came into his palms. 2 seconds later, Li Feng let go of his hand, but his face seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar as if frozen, very scary. "What?" Diana took a step back slightly, looked at Li Feng with some fear and asked in a low voice. Li Feng took a deep breath, feeling a chill, and said, "This old guy actually planted some brainwashing words into your thinking. Once it is completely successful, you will obey him no matter what and respect him." "What?" Diana said with a flash of panic on her face. "How is this 810 possible? Nothing is impossible. I didn't expect the legendary king of God to have such virtue." Li Feng snorted coldly, turned his head to look at Zeus and said coldly, "I'm going to take Diana away now. If you dare to stop me, I will destroy this place, understand?" Zeus didn't answer. His eyes moved slightly. He waved the scepter in his hand, shook his head and said, "Your Excellency, you are taking yourself too seriously. Is it true that you come and go when you say you are in the realm of God's domain? Of." After all, the god who took Apollo away appeared on his shoulder at some point. Its whole body was golden. After flapping its wings, it turned into a holy light and shot towards Li Feng. On the way, it turned into a divine dagger rippling with divine light. With the roar of thunder and lightning, it cut through a black crack and escaped into the space. In the next second, it appeared behind Li Feng's head, as if trying to strangle its spirit. The King of God is not just the King of God, he also has another title, the God of Thunder. Sensing the crisis signal coming from the back of his head, Li Feng's pupils shrank slightly. This short dagger was able to penetrate directly, ignoring his space ability. It seemed to have broken away from the scope of space. However, he didn't panic but lowered his body slightly, bent his fingers, and a ray of sharp edge popped out, and instantly flicked the short dagger away. Immediately afterwards, he let out a low growl. His black hair fluttered, and he released 50% of the power in his body, which even slowed down the flow of time strangely. With huge amounts of eyes, a terrifying chill burst out, reflecting a blood moon staring at Zeus holding a scepter in front of him. "The filthy thing from hell, purify me." Zeus turned his body upside down and used his divine power to let out a low cry, and the radiant red clouds appeared in turn, like stars falling, with a violent thunderclap suppressing Li Feng's body die. Li Feng's eyes were extremely excited, and the fighting spirit was completely seething. He directly stretched out 2 fingers and grabbed into the void. All the energy was captured in his hands, forming tens of thousands of bright black lights like a waterfall falling, masculine and domineering. It can be said that the killing intent is strong, and the gods are dazzling. Afterwards, the huge amounts of eye pupils behind Li Feng seemed to turn into a sea of blood, spreading all over the gods who were watching the battle. "You wanna die? How dare you touch our people?" Seeing this, Zeus was instantly furious. Li Feng's rebellious act is clearly to deprive the lives of these gods and people first, so turn a blind eye. While the divine power was rippling, Zeus threw the scepter in his hand to the top of his head fiercely. The surging divine power shattered the space, blocked the sea of blood from falling, and saved the lives of other gods. However, the bright black light formed in Li Feng's thought came one after another. Psst. In an instant, his eyes fell on Zeus's body mercilessly. Click, 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 click. Honkai emerged one after another, and his silver oath on the ground turned into tens of thousands of thunderbolts, blocking all the attacks, and he was safe and sound. Interesting, come again, letter 3005. The fighting spirit in Li Feng's eyes was even stronger. He laughed loudly, and a pale white sacred tree appeared behind him. His aura climbed several levels again. His whole body was even entwined with powerful divine power, as if there was an ancient aura suppressing everything. This divine power is not the same divine power as Zeus, but comes from the gods who surpass the gods. Seeing the looming divine tree, Zeus's eyes were full of fear. But he did not choose to back down but sat cross-legged on the spot. All the white robes on his body turned into golden particles, accompanied by crackling lightning. The entire palace was filled with endless thunder and electricity. Afterwards, he slowly raised a finger and tapped lightly on where Li Feng was. In an instant, countless chains of lightning broke out from the ground of the palace, and the tyrannical divine power of order locked Li Feng's whole body, and even the void was distorted, surrounded by divine splendor. This is the other side of Zeus, the so-called god of thunder with a destructive aura. However, Li Feng didn't have any fluctuations in this scene. His face was indifferent, his figure stood on the spot and said coldly, "Today I will let you see what a real god is." After the last word fell, Li Feng's body was covered with pale green divine light. He raised his arm and cut off the shackles of order wrapped around him, with an aura like a Mephisto who destroyed the world. Then he stretched out a palm and slapped it on the top of Zeus' head. This calm movement may seem nothing to others, but in Zeus's vicious eyes, it is full of inconceivable expressions. He widened his golden pupils and his scalp was numb. He wanted to avoid it but found that his body was already unable to move, so he could only resist. This palm continued to enlarge and finally broke through the roof of the entire palace, hitting his head like a mountain high. At the last moment, Zeus gritted his teeth, sucked the scepter not far away into his hand, and ruthlessly pushed the huge amounts of palm above his head to resist it. Click. The scepter, which symbolizes the ruling of the King of God, was crushed into thousands of fragments by the terrifying aura on the palm, and all the divine power contained in it was lost, and turned into bright photons which dissipated in the palace. And that huge amounts of palms also turned into little stars and disappeared in the light. This palm made a big hole appear on the top of the entire temple, making all the gods in the temple tremble with fear, destroying all the scepters in Zeus' hands, and dissolving all the divine power. Where Zeus was, the depression caused by the huge handprint was extremely terrifying. He was still bathed in divine power and lightning, but his aura was much weaker than before, and the illusory background was gone as if he had been stripped away, like the outer skin revealing the true face. In the entire palace, none of the gods dared to pant or move. They almost all had incredulous expressions, stunned in place, and their faces were as ugly as eating shit. Why, that is the scepter of the king of God Zeus. How could it be smashed into pieces with a single slap? How can this be? This is simply an unrealistic idea in their hearts. However, it really happened. On the side, Diana was stunned by the shock for a long time. She was worried after seeing Li Feng attacking Zeus, but now she has completely let go of her heart. It turned out that Li Feng was really stronger than he imagined. It turned out that what my mother said was not wrong at all. This man really has the power to destroy heaven and earth. But at the moment, Zeus, who was standing in the pit, stepped out slowly, revealing his true appearance hidden in the lightning. Fake, all the gods took another breath. They saw that Zeus's body was covered with thousands of cracks. All the skin on his body had fallen off, and even that handsome face had become, a bit older, making people look at it, there will be a feeling of twilight. What was even more unbelievable was that all of his silver hair that was hanging down on the ground had been broken off on the ground, leaving only a bald head that looked very smooth. You know, Zeus's hair root is also an inseparable source of divine power in the body, but Li Feng slapped him bald. None of the gods dared to laugh out loud at such a funny scene. Their expressions were tense, looking at Zeus' gloomy face, their hearts trembled. Li Feng restrained all the aura in his body and returned to his ordinary temperament. He put his hands back into his pockets, stared at Zeus indifferently, and said, "I respect you as the king of God, let me spare your life, don't be disrespectful." Since Diana was behind him and Zeus was her biological father, Li Feng didn't have many plans to kill her. If this were placed in the human world, it would be killing his own father-in-law who would be chasing after a fart. You saved my life. A low-level creature who doesn't know where it came from dared to speak boldly. The gloom on Zeus's face gradually disappeared, and he suddenly showed a kind smile. The divine bird behind him disappeared out of thin air and stepped towards Li Feng step by step. It began to climb steadily again, and there was even a more terrifying omen than before washing. What's happening here? Li Feng's expression froze slightly, but in the next second he showed a look of surprise. The corner of his mouth curled up and said, "So, you want to die with me, perish together?" When the gods heard this sentence, their entire faces were filled with horror. When will even Zeus, the king of God, die with an ordinary person? However, in the next second, all the divine mist gathered above the palace's head, forming a powerful thunder and lightning light, which fell down and locked Zeus's location. At the moment, he had already come in front of Li Feng with a smile on his face, his golden pupils dimmed a lot. I have to tell you 863, the people in this universe who can die with me, Li Feng sighed sadly and said, equal to 0. Juzi, you will be buried here now. Zeus laughed wildly, his golden pupils widened suddenly and stretched out a hand and grabbed Li Feng's head fiercely. At the same time, the huge thunderbolt gradually formed on the top of the palace, like a 10,000 caddy meteorite struck down with dazzling lightning light. Seeing this, Li Feng didn't panic. He just mobilized his own strength. The pale white sacred tree light behind him formed a transparent protective shield, which could easily block all dangers. However, in the next second, something happened suddenly. Zeus actually used the extradition of thunder and lightning to secretly mobilize the dagger of the gods that was originally used to attack Li Feng but fell to the ground after failing. Stabbed at Diana behind her. The majestic divine power suddenly changed its target. Although Diana hid behind Li Feng, she had no way to resist the radiant light and the sudden attack. Her pupils shrank suddenly, but she didn't react at all and stood there in a daze with an incredulous expression on her face. The divine dagger pierced through the space in an instant, bringing out a thunder-shaped lightning, which pierced into Diana's heart without any delay. Psst! The sound of the body being pierced was extremely loud, and Diana's complexion instantly turned red. And a mouthful of blood spewed out from the corner of her mouth uncontrollably, and divine breath particles began to separate from her whole body, and her complexion became a lot paler as a result. Her chest trembled violently. And she slowly lowered her head to look at where her heart was, and touched it with her hands, only to find that the short dagger had penetrated into her body, and began to wreak havoc on her internal organs, trying to strangle her under the divine power of destruction. This is the second weapon of Zeus, God Dagger. As long as it touches any god, it can smash it to pieces, and it will be swallowed up even with its breath and spirit. Jing is often used to judge gods who have made mistakes. However, at the moment, he stabbed the dagger into the body of the demigod Diana without stopping. At the same time, the ferocious lightning from the top of the palace crushed down like a huge mountain and mercilessly struck Li Feng's body. At this time, he was not in the mood to pay attention, but put Diana into his arms with a look of surprise and shouted, "Diana!" Diana's pupils began to slacken and she felt powerless all over. She looked up at Li Feng and said weakly, "You." Before the words fell, her bloodless face became dim and she fell into a coma. Zeus. Li Feng's eyes were full of coldness and anger. He clenched his fists tightly, opened his mouth to reveal a bright glow, and wrapped Diana's body like a bubble. All the damage was frozen in place the last moment that was about to disappear. "You wanna die?" Then, Li Feng let go of his arms around her, stood up with a face full of chills, let the deafening thunder rang in his ears, and let the boundless thunder and lightning law crackle and tear apart the flesh. In an instant, all the divine power in his body radiated out unreservedly, and the divine tree looming behind him grew to several tens of feet in an instant, and even the silver hair flew into the air, and the eyes were filled with scarlet murderous eyes. Meaning, just like the ultimate Mephisto who cut off the world with one head. What kind of monster? Zeus on the side saw this scene before he could get away. Even though he lived for an unknown number of years, he also showed an unacceptable expression. He is indeed the old monster, the king of God, revered by 1,000 gods. But at the moment in front of Li Feng, he is just an ant that can be slapped to death. Boom! Li Feng trembled, simply stretched out his right hand and punched Zeus' body like a clenched fist. In an instant, the holy light broke through the sky and tore apart the space. Countless rules and laws of order in the realm of the gods were completely suppressed. Only Li Feng seemed to be the master here, ruling over everything. Power that concentrates all the elements with the palm of your hand. When this fist is thrown out, it can destroy the world. Zeus was terrified, and only then did he come back to his senses and wanted to avoid it and took steps frantically. Finally, the god blessed him and wanted to run away. The previous him was completely intimidated by Li Feng's aura. However, even so, it was already too late. The fist shadow has already reached the top of his head. In an instant, thousands of stars exploded, and even the sky above seemed to reflect a sacred tree, which made all the gods tremble, kneel down one after another, and were ruthlessly suppressed. And this is only showing a corner. The real power is concentrated on the face of Zeus. Boom, 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 boom. There is no imaginary blood flow and no bloody broken arms and limbs. All that was left was a pool of silver-white ashes, blown away without a trace by the sudden icy wind. It was the silver-white ashes that Zeus' body had turned into. He didn't even last a second before being completely wiped out of the hall. At the last moment, Li Feng's undulating chest and the murderous intent on his face subsided a lot. He looked at the silvery white ashes floating around and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. He frowned and murmured, "Isn't it the real body? Is it to test me or?" After all, he regained his composure and decided not to worry about it for the time being. Instead, he quickly turned his head and looked at Diana, who was floating in midair with half of her limbs turned into golden particles. His heart was full of distress. He really didn't think of Zeus' move because he was overconfident, thinking that as long as he was in front of her, Zeus would not be able to do harm to Diana. This was one of them. Second, how can I say that Diana is also his daughter? And even if the tiger is not a tiger, it is impossible for him to attack his daughter so easily. In the final analysis, Li Feng really felt that he was too confident, so he ignored Diana's safety. Due to the passing of divine power, has the body already started to collapse? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart, the energy mask can only slow down the time of complete disappearance at best. To help you recover, you must use the same divine breath particles to recast your divine body. As he spoke, he moved his eyes slowly and set his sights on the ascending gods all around who were prostrate under the imposing manner that he erupted. He showed a sneer, "In that case you all stay and pay Zeus debts." After the last word fell, Li Feng raised both hands and snapped dozens of fingers in all directions, his eyes filled with pale white cold light. Immediately, all the gods in the temple screamed in unison, watching their bodies disappear bit by bit, turning into golden divine breath particles bit by bit, towards Diana's mask in the gathering and go. Thousands of divine breath particles recast your body, which must bring you infinite benefits. Li Feng watched those particles being gradually absorbed by Diana, and he breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "It's just, these are not pure, let me help you." After that, he stretched out his hands and placed them on Diana's soft abdomen. The power of the dark green tree of life poured in, and all the particles of the divine breath were reorganized before they penetrated into her body. See, all around, the gods still didn't stop dissipating. They scattered into particles like the gods who were about to die in the movie, and they were concentrated and absorbed by Diana. Dozens of hours later, in the huge temple, the originally dense scene became empty, and all the gods were gone. Only the god fog full of divine power was still floating, as if the realm of the gods' specialty. And Li Feng also took back the mask that wrapped Diana. Her body has been recast, and not only does it not have any defects, but it is even more perfect and has a more charming charm. Soon, she woke up in Li Feng's arms. Feeling the warmth from herself, she opened her eyes wide in surprise and began to examine the traces on her body and looked at Li Feng's thin face in surprise and said, "I didn't die. With me here, that kind of thing wouldn't happen." Li Feng smiled slightly with a chill in his eyes and said, "I have to apologize to you. I really didn't consider that old guy would treat you so cruelly. Let me start. He is not worthy to be a qualified father and minister. Even if he is qualified, I will not admit that he is my father." Diana sighed and said, "I didn't expect that he would really dare to shoot at me, and he still wants to be my father. What is left in the body?" As she spoke, emotion appeared in her eyes. "Thanks to you, Li Feng. I'm touched, but can you get off my arm first?" Li Feng shook his arm and said half jokingly, "How long have you lost weight?" "You." Diana blushed and then realized that she was still on Li Feng's body. She straightened her short legs, straightened her hair, and looked at Li Feng. The surrounding area was empty, and he asked in surprise, "Where are they?" "They." Li Feng said flatly, "I killed them." "You killed them all?" Diana almost thought she heard it wrong. She swallowed and asked, "Could it be that? Zeus also? That should not be his real body." Li Feng frowned slightly, recalling the battle scene just now, and said, "I'm afraid this place is not the real god's domain. At most, it's just a small copy. If I'm not wrong, that old guy just wanted to test me out. He is indeed the king of God. He is really cunning. Almost even deceived me. So, everything in this place is fake?" Diana asked in surprise. "Doesn't that mean that the scene that just happened?" No, those are all real." Li Feng said, "Take a closer look at the surrounding divine mist. Can it resonate with divine power?" Diana quickly closed her eyes, and after a few seconds she nodded slightly. "This place should be just a reduced version of the realm of God's realm simulated according to the real realm of God's realm." Li Feng said firmly, "But these gods are all real bodies, and they are here to receive the accumulation of divine power." "What's the point of doing this?" Diana asked, puzzled. "Meaning?" Li Feng rubbed his chin, narrowed his eyes and said, "Creating a group of gods and then selecting outstanding ones to send to the real realm of the gods should be one of the purposes. Presumably the only way to capture that guy is by himself. Ask to find out the truth." As he said that, he paused. It's just that you still need to deal with the affairs of the mortal world and your people, so don't be so anxious. Since even a duplication is so powerful, wouldn't the main body be invincible even to you? Diana said to Li Feng with deep worry on her face, or, forget it, I don't want you to lose your life for me. That old thing hurt you in front of me, do you think he can survive? Li Feng said sharply, don't try to persuade me, I will not only avenge this revenge for you but also for you. You reported it in a hurry. Okay. Okay. Diana saw Li Feng was so determined, she had a hint of reluctance on her face but her eyes were full of emotion. She didn't know Li Feng very well, but now this man is risking his life to help her. If he just had thoughts about himself, it would be impossible to achieve this step, right? In addition, your divine body has just been shaped, and you need to wait for a period of time to cultivate it. Try not to get angry so as not to hurt the fetal gas. Oh no, it's the air, Li Feng shrugged and said. Diana gave him a blank look and asked instead, I feel that the divine power in my body seems to be much stronger, why is it so small? That's naturally because. Li Feng showed helplessness, pointed to the surroundings and said, it's because you have absorbed the divine breath particles in the bodies of these gods. What? Diana was startled again, almost unable to catch her breath. She clicked her tongue, so many divine breath particles. How could it be absorbed by me alone? I helped you reorganize them, so for you at most, it's no different from breathing in some oxygen, and you can absorb as much as you want. Li Feng waved his hand and said, it's just that it takes a little bit to digest these time, you don't have to be in a hurry. If I hadn't hit that old guy too hard and turned that old guy into ashes, or his divine breath particles would have been absorbed by you, you might have been able to cast a new king of God by then. 647, it's so unbelievable. Diana took a deep breath, patted her chest, looked at Li Feng and exchanged glances with him. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Feng shook his body, folded his hands on his chest and asked, pretending to be scared, are you plotting against me? You are so good, do you want some reward? Diana asked with a charming smile. What reward? Li Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Oh, Diana was also quite helpless, she thought for a while and suddenly asked, we seem to be still in Aries' main god space, right? Hold me, I'll take you back. Li Feng said seriously and stretched out his arms. You can't. Diana showed a hint of reluctance, snorted softly and said, you took too much advantage just now, don't even think about taking it again. Then, you have to give me your hand, right? Li Feng spread his left hand and said, otherwise you can't do it alone. Diana then happily stretched out her hand and took Li Feng's arm. Her face gradually became serious. She looked at the big hole above her head and the palace that was about to collapse and said, there is still a need to stay here. It's useless to stay here. The god fog here is the divine power reorganized by Zeus's thinking. Once you stay for a long time, you will regard him as a god, but he will not respect you. Li Feng said lightly, I know what you want, send the Amazons over, but think about the consequences. Forget it. Diana shook her head regretfully and said, let's go. Li Feng nodded slightly, raised his wrist and closed his eyes. After sensing the connection between his own existence, he took Diana and turned into two white beams, disappearing into the divine power Hunkiel that suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Superior. And at the last moment after the two left, the huge mountain collapsed completely and was swallowed up by a huge black vortex that suddenly appeared. After returning to Aries' main god space, Li Feng took Diana away again and came to the ancestral land of the Amazons. As for the remaining main god space, according to Diana, there is no need to go any further. She even felt in her heart that she wasted time and missed Li Feng. If he could find out that he has such a powerful force earlier, maybe blocking the so-called new Protos would not be a problem at all, right? Diana, are you back? Hippolyta greeted him immediately. Mother, don't worry, we are all still alive. Diana breathed a sigh of relief and said. Li Feng at the side gave her a wink and took the initiative to go to the side, giving the mother and daughter a space to communicate. Then Diana took the initiative to tell her mother everything that happened and almost fainted from the latter. You must know that although Hippolyta was once the woman of Zeus, she did not have any special status in the god realm. Instead, she was just the leader of the Amazons. But now Diana suddenly told him that Li Feng even almost surpassed Zeus in terms of strength, which is undoubtedly extremely shocking good news. At the same time, she was even more sure that she hadn't misjudged, and emphasized again what she had said to Diana. Diana rolled her eyes and quickly changed the subject and said, that Li Feng also said that he would give up the space of the main god in his hand to the Amazons. I observed it, and only the space of the main god of Aries is suitable for us, the survival of the race. So I suggest, Mother, that you take the rest of the tribe and go there to recast the Amazon race. Hearing this, Hippolyta nodded definitely willingly, looked back at the main city of Amazon that had been turned into ruins under her feet and said, "Let's keep this place for now, and our people will come back later. The new students may give them a wake-up call." Afterwards, Li Feng took the initiative to tear open the space channel leading to the space of the Lord Aries for the remaining Amazons, and sent them away. Before leaving, Hippolyta showed serious eyes to Li Feng and solemnly confessed some things to him, almost all about Diana's silly things when she was a child, in the name of helping Jai Xiao learn more about bio. Definitely, Li Feng was naturally eager. He smiled and thanked, watched Hippolyta's disappearing figure, and closed the space passage. As for whether the other 12 main gods need to worry about attacking the Amazons, Li Feng didn't care. He has already cut off the access to the space of Aries, the main god. Currently, only he and Diana can open and close it, and that place is no different from his back garden. For 9, what did Mother tell you? Diana stepped forward and asked curiously. It's nothing, just tell me to take good care of you. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders. Naturally, he couldn't say clearly, but tore open a space passage again and said, "Go, I'll take you to the airport." There was a flash of light. Li Feng and Diana returned to the airport where they came. But due to time issues, it was already dark outside, and Diana didn't catch up with the punctual plane. She held her forehead helplessly and said, "Now I have lost my job." "You have such a great ability, why are you still looking for a job?" Li Feng smiled and said, "Why don't you come to my film company to be the heroine, and I will give you a script, and you can shoot according to my requirements, and the price is very high. How about paying according to the market price of first-line female stars?" "What?" Diana was a little surprised when she heard this. "You said you wanted to make a movie for me." "Yes, Miss Diana, you are so beautiful and powerful, you are definitely capable. And it is totally worth the price of a first-line actress, no, even the price of a super first-line actress." Li Feng said seriously as he spoke. He paused and added, "In this movie, I will arrange a lot of action scenes for you. Basically, the plan is to shoot an action movie which should be superhero type, but we still need to follow up then slowly study 7. You wouldn't just let me perform under my original name, would you?" Diana said with a smile when she heard her say this. It depends on your own opinion. In my opinion, no matter how you choose, it doesn't matter, it's all suitable." Li Feng said this and then came up with this idea. "You can also take this opportunity to come up with another stage name." "Miss Diana, you haven't made a movie yet, have you?" "Yes, I've never filmed this kind of thing." Diana smiled bitterly and then said to Li Feng, "I'm still not sure because I've never tried acting. This kind of thing, I have always felt that I should either not do it at all or try my best to do my best. Only in this way can we be worthy of the audience and produce wonderful works, isn't it?" "That's right." Li Feng nodded and then said with admiration, "Miss Diana, actually it's the best thing that you can have this kind of thinking. A person who wants to be an actor must have this kind of attitude. Enlightenment is what makes sense. Perhaps you are born with this material. Is that so?" Diana seemed a little embarrassed when she heard this. She looked at Li Feng's lips and couldn't help but recall the kiss just now. When Li Feng said this, he was obviously serious. Diana could see that he was serious and that there was no trace of deceit at all. She can be sure of that. Li Feng's sincerity was the reason why she was willing to accept that kiss and followed him here from Paradise Island. This can be determined without using a mantra lasso at all. Thinking of this, Diana suddenly felt very interesting. He was thinking, if Li Feng was put on a mantra lasso, how many things would he say? It was a scene that really caught Diana's imagination. In her opinion, Li Feng must have a lot to say, including what kind of feelings he had when interacting with her. But she still didn't do it, because she trusts Li Feng very much. Diana dared not say how sophisticated she was in people. However, she can at least be sure that 50 herself will never be blind in this respect. Li Feng is a trustworthy man. In terms of people's abilities, she can still grasp it very well. Diana's strength is beyond doubt. Therefore, she didn't have too much hesitation about making a movie. At least she can be sure that she is capable of both beauty and action scenes. Wonder Woman came to shoot the movie herself, so why do I need a double and martial arts to replace the shooting and directing of the action scenes? She is perfectly capable of this on her own. No matter how dangerous the action is, it is completely nothing in her eyes. Diana was lost in thought. She was thinking about whether she would agree to the invitation. In fact, she usually likes watching movies. I also used to think about what I would do if I made movements in this clip. All in all, if she is allowed to do it herself, many special effects do not need to be done at all, because her own strength is already extremely strong. Therefore, it will not be affected by this problem at all. In any scene, she can basically successfully complete the shooting task. After all, Diana was really powerful. Diana can even dodge bullets easily. Definitely, she still prefers to use Guardian Block. In her opinion, the actions in many movies are not exciting enough. Moreover, many of those movements are not scientific at all. It is completely against what a person with real super strength will do. These things are absolutely certain. Diana can be said to be one of the most vocal people in this regard. In her opinion, situations that do not conform to the facts often mean that something has gone wrong and there is a problem. Diana is a real strongman with super strength and super defense. Moreover, she has entered Olympus now, obtained the real god position. That said, it's not the demigod body it was years ago. She has become a real righteous god. This means that Diana's strength has become stronger. In this way, Diana's level was upgraded to an even more terrifying level. Her strength will inevitably become stronger and stronger in the future. This also made her want to challenge other new things again, for example, making a movie. Thinking of this, Diana couldn't help feeling a little itchy. She really wanted to try it. Because only in this way can I know whether I have the ability to act in this line of work. She really wanted to try and challenge something to prove her level. Diana is such a person. Her level is so powerful, and also very brave to challenge new things. Thinking of this, Diana confirmed her thoughts, so she looked at Li Feng and then said like this, "Li Feng, your proposal is very interesting. I thought about it and decided to accept it." "That's great, Miss Diana." Seeing that she agreed, Li Feng nodded and smiled and said, "Then I'll show you around my company as soon as possible." "Is your company specialized in filmmaking?" "Actually, it can have many businesses, but it is mainly engaged in filming at present." Li Feng replied and further proposed, "Come on, please get in the car, Miss Diana. It is not too far from where we are now. Shape." After hearing this, Diana got into Li Feng's car. Li Feng's car is low-key yet luxurious, a black business luxury car. Zhao's good, it not only proves Li Feng's economic strength, but also proves how powerful Li Feng's aesthetic level is. Because the shape of this luxury car looks very beautiful yet wild. What does this show? All of this shows how terrible Li Feng's comprehensive level is. Because only very good people can look at this car and be able to appreciate such a beautiful and understated body. Definitely the rich second generation who can only prodigal is also fine. Diana got into the car. Then, under the driver's driving, drove to Li Feng's company. This company is very extraordinary, because the area here is really huge. It covers an area of more than 6 million square kilometers. Diana just saw that the company was very huge, and she never imagined that it could be so famous. So after she asked Li Feng how big this place was and got such a reply, she was immediately surprised. After all, this is really too big. It's unbelievable. Diana still had no idea how big a square kilometer was. However, she is very clear that the scale of this company is really terrifying. Such a huge amounts of land area is really shocking, even thinking about 590. After all, think about how much time it takes to get from one end of the company to the other. Just thinking about it carefully is enough to make you feel shocked. This is really a desperate thing to think about. It can be said that for long-distance movement in this company, it is necessary to use a vehicle, otherwise the legs will be broken, and it may not be possible to reach the other side. Even whether it is possible to walk from one side to the other in one day is a very debatable question. Because the scale of the company is too huge, there are actually streets passing through the center. Therefore, the company is divided by municipal divisions. But even so, the company is unbelievably large. This, no doubt, is very shocking. It can even give you a feeling that Li Feng's company has swallowed up a part of the city. How much money does Li Feng have to accomplish such a thing? Everyone couldn't help being shocked by it. It can even be said that I can't help but applaud loudly. In fact, everyone who came to the site to visit the company couldn't help but be extremely shocked. They all felt extreme admiration for Li Feng at once and felt extremely shocked. After all, such huge amounts of companies already speak for themselves. It can prove how high Li Feng's financial resources are. All of this is really shocking. In fact, Li Feng is one of the richest men in America today. When he was going to make a movie, many people were very surprised, thinking that Li Feng was going to spend a lot of money, just shoot a movie casually with a playful mentality and forget it. As a result, after he showed his strength, all the famous people in the industry couldn't help but gasped, because Li Feng is actually serious. Not only did he directly form his own team for this purpose, he did not seek outsourcing. Moreover, he still wants to make a movie that has both ideological content and exciting scenes. All of this is enough to directly detonate the industry. After all, few people are willing to make such an excellent movie. It is even rare that a rich man like him is willing to make a good film after entering the film and television industry. This, no doubt, is absolutely astonishing. It can even be considered that this is almost a miracle enough to subvert everyone's imagination. He is the clear stream of the industry. Everyone is watching his every move. Miss Diana, with your participation, I believe that our film will definitely cause shocks in the industry. Oh, really? Hearing this, Diana immediately felt a little amused and asked, "Then how did you trigger the shock?" "Definitely is through a powerful movie that we have joined forces. This movie must be very exciting. Because it must be full of connotations, and the scenes are so powerful that it is enough to make everyone who has watched ordinary superhero movies, the audience is refreshed, so they feel extremely excited." Hearing this, she really felt that she was quite interested, so he said so. "I see, it does sound interesting." She said this, smiled, and then said, "But if you do this, I'm afraid you will be boycotted by the industry. Who doesn't know that popcorn is now in the era of movies? You will definitely be suppressed." "It's okay, it's all a small problem." Li Feng shook his head and then said, "The audience is not blind, they just don't like literary films. At least from the box office point of view, we don't like them. The level and sincerity is enough to shoot and nothing else matters. The car has its own way to the front of the mountain. Well, what did you say?" Diana thought it was very interesting when she heard this sentence for the first time, so she asked, "Just the last sentence." "Oh, this is a saying in my hometown, I translated it into English." Li Feng explained, "The meaning is actually, don't worry so much, although there seems to be no solution at present, but just continue. If you move forward, you will definitely find a way to explain it." "That's right." After hearing his explanation, Diana couldn't help complaining, "You guys are really optimistic, but that's what I like." "Well, after all, Miss Diana, you are also a very optimistic person." Li Feng felt so emotional. However, another sentence from at the moment Diana made his explanation full of helplessness. "Li Feng, I thought about what you said, but I still don't think it's right. It is said that there must be a way for a car to reach the mountain, but what if there is no way? There are many mountains that cannot be driven up, and there are even roads for people to walk. Not too many. How can such mountains be counted? Don't they count as mountains? 0. Seeking flowers. Cough. The questions raised by Miss Diana are always full of philosophical and challenging questions. Li Feng couldn't help complaining like this. This question, how should I put it? I can only say that this is a metaphor, ha. Although the sentence does say that there must be a road before the car reaches the mountain, in fact, this road is abstract, and such a road does not necessarily exist. If you replace the car with a solution and the mountain with a difficulty, how is it? Will you be able to understand right away? That's true." Hearing this, the other party couldn't help hesitating for a moment and then nodded like that. "Is it? So there's nothing strange about it." Li Feng couldn't help but said, "When encountering similar situations, you can always think in the direction of metaphors. Basically, you can think clearly." Li Feng's answer caused Diana to fall into deep thinking again and finally couldn't help but let out a sigh. Li Feng was very surprised. Why did she have such a reaction? In order to get an answer, Li Feng opened his mouth. "Diana, why are you sighing again? Is there something else you haven't figured out?" "Oh, that's not it." Diana said, "I wonder if our movie will become one of those self-indulgent works." What Diana is sighing is actually another level of 283 problem. It can be seen that Diana still has a lot of her own thinking about the current movie. "Ah, I understand." Li Feng knew what she meant, so he nodded and then said, "This movie, how should I put it? I just feel that it is definitely impossible to follow the director completely, or it is my idea to shoot. It must be combined with the current mature film creation techniques, and it must be understood by the audience. This is obviously not an easy task. Because if you want to cater to the audience, you can follow a routine. The audience may think that this is too routine and not innovative, but in fact they still like to watch it. So the problem is not big. However, if you want to seek a breakthrough and break through the shackles of routines, then it will naturally cause very huge amounts of trouble. For example, it may be too stream of consciousness or boring after shooting, making the audience feel that they can't understand or feel too boring. This is a big problem, especially in those films where the director wants to express a lot of his thoughts through the film. It is even more difficult to understand how to make a choice. After all, expressing thought-laden thoughts inherently runs the risk of failing to resonate. Li Feng understands this very well. He also knows how to avoid this situation as much as possible. After all, he didn't make movies just for himself. He hopes that everyone can appreciate it. After all, he can only pass on the thoughts he wants to express if he has seen enough people. That is the so-called expression of ideas in commercial films. It's not impossible to do it, although it's generally difficult to speak very deeply. However, all this is actually nothing. Diana, look over there. Li Feng pointed to the largest building over there with a musical fountain in front of it and said, "That's our main office building. Let me introduce you to our film and television base from there." "Okay, then please take me to have a good tour." Diana said this with a smile. Looking at the musical fountain, she immediately felt extremely emotional. This musical fountain is really beautiful and the music is also very nice. Well, I think so too. Li Feng looked at the musical fountain from a distance and said with a nod. He couldn't be happier that Diana shared his aesthetic. After all, although Li Feng is extremely powerful and does not need the approval of others at all, it is still very exciting to be able to be understood by others about his taste for art 40. Because in a person's life it can be said that it is hard to find a bosom friend. There are very few people who can understand their pursuit of art. Most people will only think that this musical fountain is very beautiful, but they can't say more about it. However, Li Feng had this premonition.